Give it a shot. See if it works. Here we go. Let me see. Let me take care of this first. It's not going to let me do that until I do this. Oh, here we go. Yo, Jeff, can you hear me?
Loud and clear on my end, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gideon is muted on my end for some reason. I can't hear Gideon. Can you hear him?
Not at all.
Gideon, we cannot hear you, bro. Nobody can hear you. Yeah, I'll let them know in the chat. Let them know that no one can hear you scream. He's still quiet. He must not be getting the message. He must not be getting it. He just talking away too. Somebody, he on his phone? They say he on the phone. No, he ain't on the phone. He ain't talking like he on the phone. Can y'all hear him on YouTube? Yeah. He might not even be aware. He might be talking to somebody else, like y'all said. Up in the DM him. Said Gideon pre-recorded. Somebody said it's pre-recorded. Let me see right quick. Let me see what's going on. Everybody on Blog Talk. Well, I want to get, I mean, technically we could get started without them, but I don't want to do them like that. Top is at the top of the room, y'all. Said G has someone okay speaker. There he is. How did he get that
What's
name?
good, brother Josh? My bad. Was talking to somebody. I'll tell you about it later.
Don't got caught up in something, ain't you?
We got caught up in something.
We,
Yeah,
who's the
man.
we?
It always comes back to you, brother Josh.
Hey, even when I'm not present.
Even when you're not
That is
present.
crazy. Yep. I ain't studying these people, man.
That's why I
It's
keep on
amazing how
telling
many
them,
people.
but they say you're running. And then I'm just like, dang, just because he doesn't want to talk, like.
I am running. I will look, everybody. Can you hear me, Gideon?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Truth Seeker? Can everybody in the chat hear me? I want to make sure everybody can hear me. I want y'all to hear me. Flip this up, take it out of context. I don't care. I am running from these clowns because the Bible says flee foolishness, flee from sin. That's what the Bible uses the word flee. It even says flee fornication, mean run from it. You follow what I'm saying? These people want to get in my face. I'm not worried about them. I'm over here trying to teach y'all. They want something that I have. You follow what I'm saying? One way to look at it, y'all, we're going to get started, is that we're running from them. That's one way to look at it. But the way I like to look at it is y'all chasing us. That's the way I like to look at it. See, we ain't running from y'all. Y'all just chasing us. If I get to jogging down the street one day, Gideon, I just go outside and decide to jog, and a person get behind me and start jogging right behind me and turn there where I turn and cross the same streets I cross, I'm not running from him. He's just chasing me. Don't get it twisted, y'all. Perspective. That's all it's about. But everybody can hear on your end, Gideon. We good to go?
Oh, yeah, we good to go, man.
Okay, we're going to
The
get into
person
this, right?
left one question though, so I was gonna ask you the question. I told they were trying to hop on the stage, and I was like, that's not gonna be fair for the show to be about you when we're having a class, and then we get you up on here and it's gonna turn a lot longer than just, the conversation. Really the person wants to debate you, in all honesty. And
tell him the real person he need to be debating is the person in the mirror, because that's who his real struggle is with. That's who he's really angry with. People keep trying to make me their bar. I'm not your bar, dude. Your bar is you. I don't know why people want to see how they measure against me. I don't measure myself against them. I try to go against me. I'm trying to be a better Josh than what I was last week, yesterday, 5 minutes ago. I'm not your bar, dude. And people keep trying to make me their bar, Gideon. They trying to make me the standard. If I can get past Josh, I'm the man. Like, why you need me to validate you, bruh? You feel me? You got your self-esteem that low that you need me to tell you the man? Tell whoever it was, Gideon, that Brother Josh said he the man. He got it. Do we feel good now? Tell him he got it. Okay? Tell him Brother Josh said he the man. He got it. I bow to his greatness and knowledge. Now can he leave me alone now? Thank you.
No, he said he was gonna make videos about you. I don't lie.
Hey, tell him to take a ticket, grab a ticket. You feel me? Grab a ticket, bro. That line long. You feel me? That's a long line. That's a DMV line right there, bro. That's a Social Security office line right there, bro. That's funny though.
Man, I wish I had your level.
Are we on Rumble? Are we on Rumble?
No, we're not. Let me get that going.
Yeah, get Rumble up, man. You got to stop doing them like that, man. And that's your biggest audience.
I be forgetting.
I know, man. You treat them like that redhead stepchild, bro. Redheaded stepchild. I told you about that, man. It's gonna come back on you one day. Why didn't you love me, Daddy? It's gonna be like that. I'm telling you. Oh, I don't want you to go through that, bro.
No, sorry for the delay, though.
That's cool. Hey.
Might have to maybe make the Q&A a little shorter because I don't want to talk about everything on stream. Because, I'm not trying to.
It's all good.
Start some stuff, but
I ain't worried about this one. They always trying to start with us, man. These people interested in me. I'm over here thinking about me and my peeps, my house. You know what I'm saying? Take care of your own house, people. Stop worrying about your neighbor's lawn. Mow your own lawn. Sweep your own front porch. All the old sayings. I don't know why these people so obsessed with us. They must see something special in what we're doing, and they want to put a stop to it. That's all that is. The more you chase me, the more you telling me I'm the man. That's how I look at it, man. The more you chase me, the more, it's hard to stay humble when everybody keep telling you the man. It's hard to do. You feel me? It's hard to do. Rumble up. We good?
We are. Are we good?
Can Rumble hear you?
Think we're good.
You think so?
Let me rephrase that. He said if he wanted to make videos, he would, because he said I lied on him, and I'm not gonna put his name out there publicly. So I believe what he said was if he wanted to, he would make videos about you. So I'll rephrase that.
Well, whether he wants to or not.
I think he's watching right now. So what's up, my man? Brother Josh, he's watching. So if you want to talk to him, you can talk to him.
Hello. Now I got more important things to deal with. Sorry, but don't care about people who ain't in my crew or ain't interested in being in my crew. That's how I am, dude. That's what Paul said. Don't worry about those that are without. Worry about those that are within. That's 1 Corinthians 5. You follow what I'm saying? That's what Paul said. We good, Gideon? I'm going to get it started.
All right.
On Rumble?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, I'm about to mute you, okay?
Yes, sir.
One more check. Jeff, you good?
Yeah, I'm good to go, brother.
And can everybody hear Jeff on Clubhouse? Just want to know. On my stage, let me know if y'all heard Jeff okay. Keanu, Nautica, did y'all hear Jeff okay?
Can y'all hear me? Check, mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Trying to make sure. There they go. We're good. Thank you, Nautica. Right. Okay, we about to get started, y'all. About to get started. Good afternoon, everybody. and welcome to another edition of The Absolute Truth. This is the Bible study that focuses on the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth concerning the Word of God, while leaving out all personal opinions, speculations, and beliefs. I'm Brother Joshua, and today reading from me, returning from a brief sickness, but I think he's all right now. This is one of my day one brothers. This is one of my all time favorite readers, and he is an absolute Bible Truth University graduate. This is the one, the only brother Jeff Adair. Go ahead, bro.
Peace, brother Josh, and thanks for that introduction. And again, thank you for giving me the privilege to read for this lesson. And also peace to the teachers, elders, and students listening in. And I hope everyone's edified by this lesson.
Praise God, Jeff. Praise God. And of course, we consider it a privilege to have you read for us today. And any and all input that you may have, and judging by today's class, you may have a thing or two to say. We'll see. But before we get started, let me just say to everybody listening in, welcome. If this is your first time tuning in with us, we hope you enjoyed today's study and that you continue to study with us in the future. But we got to lay down a few ground rules first. For all y'all that don't know, we do this every week. This is our Sabbath study. What that means to you in the listening audience, whether you be on Discord, YouTube, Rumble, or Clubhouse, if you have any questions or comments about today's study, please be patient and hold them until the study is over. I know you can remember your question because we got people on here that take meticulous notes of the class. So if you got a question, I'm pretty sure all you got to do is just write it down, wait till the sermon is over, and then come to the stage. But if you are in the chat, arguing back and forth with other people, posting other scripture, just trying to just spam up the chat and just being basically rude and disrespectful, one of my mods will mute you for the rest of the study. That's how they do it on Discord. Not sure about YouTube. I know you can mute people, but on Clubhouse, if you do it, my mods will kick you out of the room. Do not DM me on any platform asking me why, what I do, because number one, I don't really check my DMs while I'm teaching. If you don't like what you're hearing when you first get in, be quiet or respectfully and quietly leave. Because that's the quickest way for you to get banned if you just come in with the disrespect. So now that we've gotten that out the way, the title of today's class is Demon Origins. Again, today's class is titled Demon Origins. And most of you know why I'm doing this class is because you requested it. For the last 2 or 3 weeks, y'all have been asking me to do a class about the Nephilim and demons and just a combination of different things. And quite frankly, because of y'all, pretty much had to modify my entire teaching style to accommodate multiple people's requests. And this class will be no different. In this class, we're going to talk about the Nephilim. We're going to talk about the origin of demons. We're going to talk about the end times. I'm even going to throw in a couple of Catholic references and references to the church fathers because people ask about that too. I went through the DMs and I saw a lot of stuff that people was asking about. So you're going to, and we're going to learn about the 5th thing, the Book of Enoch. So you're going to get like 5 things that you're going to learn, and I'm going to try my best to put them together in this one class, and hopefully it all comes together for you in the end. Y'all been showing a lot of love. Y'all been taking the studies seriously. So I figure I would reward you by giving you what you ask for, because if you keep attending, that shows you are committed. And like I say, I only care about people who rock with me and my crew. That's the only people I care about. If you're not in my crew, and when I say my crew, I mean if you're not a Christian believer trying to get down with what I'm doing, what Gideon doing, what everybody else at Absolute Bible Truth, like Keanu, Nautica, Kelba, Dust, Dre, Jeff, all my people. If you ain't one of them, I really don't care what you think. I look out for those who look out for me. I care about those who care about me as far as like this ministry. Not in general. I want y'all to think, he don't want to help nobody unless they help him. Now, I don't mean that. I'm talking about when it comes to spiritual matters. That's what Paul said. Paul said we ain't got nothing to do people who are without. We only deal with people who are within. I only care about people who rocking with us. Those are the opinions of the people who matter to me. So when we get into this class today, you're going to see some things as a Catholic that you can't ignore, because guess what? My sources are going to come from the Catholic Encyclopedia. And it's going to be about the Book of Enoch, and it's going to be about the so-called church fathers. Because every time I do a class, no matter what we're talking about, every time Gideon uploads a video on YouTube, no matter what the topic is, somebody jumps in the chat or in my DM, Brother Josh, what is your opinion of the church fathers? What about sola scriptura? And they love to throw the church fathers at me. They stand by the church fathers. Okay, cool, no problem. But I want to see if you're going to stand by the church fathers after today's class. Because I want to see if you're really sincere about your own beliefs, or are you just a hypocrite? There are a lot of people who want you to explain your beliefs, but they're not even sincere about their own beliefs. And I'm of the mindset, of the philosophy, that before I start questioning how true you are to what you believe, I got to make sure I'm true to what I believe. So we're going to take this back to the origin. We're going to go to Genesis chapter 6, and we're going to read verses 1 to 4. We're going to also have some history in here too. That's a 16, because people ask me about history and stuff. So y'all making your boy work hard. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all making me really have to try to modify stuff in a way where I can answer multiple requests in one class. And that will help us speed up the learning process. Because if I just teach based on one request at a time, it would take me literal years to get this information to y'all. So this is Genesis 6. We're going to read 1 through 4. This is during the days of Noah. Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4. When you get there, Brother Jeff, read, please.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose.
Now it said, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. There are people right now who will teach you that these sons of God were regular men. This is known as the sons of Seth doctrine, or the Sethian doctrine. What these people will tell you is that the sons of God were the righteous sons of Seth, and the daughters of men were the wicked daughters of Cain. But there's only one problem. It doesn't say that here. It says the sons of God saw the daughters of men. Daughters of men. It does not say daughters of Cain. It said daughters of men. So that means daughters of mankind. So it says the sons of God saw the daughters of mankind, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. In the Old Testament, sons of God is a reference to angels. We're going to prove all of this. So what this is saying is angels from heaven lusted after mortal women. And it says, and they took them wives of all which they chose. We're going to show you that this is the ancient historical understanding of this text, even when we get to some of the so-called church fathers. I'm going to show you that. Angelic beings descended to earth. I hope y'all understand what I'm telling y'all. And had sex with mortal women. Angelic beings took on the form, the physical form of human men, and had sex with mortal women. But continue. Watch what it says in the next verse.
Verse 3. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
And many people read this and they think this is saying that the lifespan of a human would not go beyond 120 years. You know that's not true because you can read people living longer than 120 years after this. So what does this mean? This is saying that God was giving mankind 120 years to get their act together. That's what Peter is talking about when he said Noah was a preacher of righteousness. Who was he preaching to? The wicked people during his day. See, a lot of people don't know that God gave mankind an opportunity to get their act together before he sent the flood. That's what Noah was doing. He was preaching, telling people to repent, stop being wicked. Nobody wanted to hear that, right? So God gave them 120 years to get their act together. Obviously, they failed, right? But that's another lesson. Read verse 4, please.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown.
It said there were giants in the earth in those days. What days? The days of Noah. Then it says, and also after that, after what? The days of Noah. So there were giants on both sides of the flood. You can read about these giants in the book of Numbers, right? There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God, the angels of God, and we're going to show you when they did this, they were sinning. When the angels of God came unto the daughters of men, mortal women, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. These mighty men are these giants that you are reading about. The combination of an angelic being producing offspring with a mortal woman is a hybrid offspring that the King James translate as giants. That is what the result of angelic beings having sex with mortal women was. That's where these giants came from. This is where they came from. But what we're going to do is going to go to the Strong Exhaustive Concordance, and we're going to look up the word translated giants in this verse. And it's 5303 in the Hebrew section. The word translated giants in this verse. 5303 in the Hebrew section. And the word is Nephil. Nephil. And it says from Hebrew 5307, properly a feller that is a bully or tyrant, giant. But we're going to show you that when it says giant, it meant giant literally in stature, in size, in height. We're going to show you that. But notice that the Hebrew word is nephil. That is the singular form of this noun, nephil. When you make it plural in the Hebrew, you add the suffix m to it, I-M. And that's where you get the term Nephilim from. And since this is in the plural on the context of this verse, this is saying there were Nephilim in the earth in those days. That is the name of the hybrid offspring of the angels and mortal women. But I'm going to prove that to you. We're going to go to another translation, the Christian Standard Bible, or CSB, and we're going to read this same verse and watch what it says. The Christian Standard Bible, or CSB, Genesis 6 and 4. What it says. The Nephilim were on the earth both in those days and afterward. When the sons of God came to the daughters of mankind, notice it says mankind, because that's what it means when it says daughters of men. This is a better translation. Who bore children to them. They were the powerful men of old, The famous men. That's what it means when it. That's what it means when it says in the King James, men of renown. That means they were popular, they were famous, they were celebrities. That's what it means. But let me show you how this reads in the easy to read version, or the ERV. This is Genesis 6 and verse 1. And for some reason in the ERV, it has verses 1, 2, 3, and 4 in verse 1. So it goes from verse 1 and then skips all the way to verse 5. Because for some reason they decided to just condense it all in verse 1. I don't know why they did it, but hey, let's read it anyway. This is what it says. The number of people on earth continued to increase. When these people had daughters, the sons of God saw how beautiful they were. The angels of God, that's what this is talking about. So they chose the women they wanted. They married them, and the women had their children. Then the Lord said, people are only human. I will not let my spirit be troubled by them forever. I will let them live only 120 years, as the human race, not an individual, will not live longer than the lifespan of 120 years. That is a misconception. I will let them live only 120 years. During this time and also later, the Nephilim people live in the land. They have been famous as powerful soldiers since ancient times. And you can go into other historical records of other ancient civilizations, and they will testify of the Nephilim, although they have different names for them. But they all agree on two main points: that these people were huge in stature, and that they were born from the gods intermingling with mortal women. Almost every ancient culture has a story similar to this, describing the gods coming down in the form of men and intermingling with mortal women. So the Bible is not the only ancient document that testifies of this. Other documents do too, from other ancient civilizations and cultures, right? So what do we have going on here? We have angels descending from heaven in the form of mortal men and having sex with mortal women. And because of the difference in nature, because even when an angel comes in the form of a mortal man, they're not completely mortal. It's not like what Jesus did. When Jesus came in the form of a man, he became completely mortal. He did not take on a human form, but yet still was in the form of an angelic body or a spirit body. He became completely flesh. But when these angels did this, they were not completely flesh. That's why the offspring got thrown off and produced these hybrid creatures. Angels can take on physical form. You always knew this. Angels can take on physical form. They can sit down, have a conversation with you. They can even eat and drink. It tells you that that Abraham served God and two angels with him, food and drink. When the two angels came to visit Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot showed them hospitality, let them in his house, and he fed them too. So they could take on human form and do who knows how many physical things a normal human can do. Think about it. If you're feeding an angel in human form, that means he has to have teeth to chew. He has to have a tongue to roll the food. I don't know if y'all know about the whole digestive process. It's really quite fascinating if you ever research it. Whenever you eat and you're tasting your food and you're chewing, what your tongue is doing is it's kind of rolling your food into like a ball and kind of like spreading it out to make it easier for you to swallow your food, right? And then it goes down your throat and it goes through the whole digestive process. So if angels can eat, that means they did all of that. They can do a lot of physical stuff that you see us do. And I hear people say, an angel can't have sex with a human. They can't produce semen, but they can produce saliva, which is necessary for you to eat. your food. They have teeth to chew. They have a throat to swallow. They have a digestive tract. They're doing all of that. There's nothing in the Bible that says when these angels in their physical form were eating food, it was some type of different way than how regular humans eat their food. It just described it as them eating just like us. So when they come in physical form, they can do physical things, including have sex with mortal women, right? So now we see these things, right? And these people became popular. So what we're going to do, since we read this in the other translations, now let's go to a source. And I sent you the source in your DM, by the way, already earlier today, Gideon. We're going to go to newadvent.org. Why are we going here? Because we're going to look up the Book of Enoch from a Catholic source. This is the Catholic Encyclopedia. This is newadvent.org under Book of Enoch. They have it as Book of Enoch, but the H is silent. So you get Book of Enoch. So we're going to read what it says here. This is again, I can't emphasize this enough. Do I have any Catholics in attendance? I just want to see. Give me a W in the chat if you're a Catholic. Any Catholics in attendance? Oh, there go one. Somebody said used to. Hey, we got former Catholic, Auntie Steph. Look at him. I am good. I love it. He said, I am. He's proud of it. I am. Remind me of the little kids. Who wants some cookies? I do. You know, I like that. Right? What about on YouTube, Gideon? Just give me a thumbs up if anybody on YouTube give you the W for being a Catholic. You know, because I'm not on YouTube. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. The reason why I'm asking this is because we know Catholics do not go by sola scriptura. And they love talking about the so-called church fathers. We're going to get to that. But first, we're going to look up the Book of Enoch. Again, newadvent.org. This is what it says on the Book of Enoch, Ethiopic. Look what it says. The antediluvian patriarch Enoch, according to Genesis, walked with God and was seen no more because God took him. This walking with God was naturally understood to refer to special revelations made to the patriarch, and this, together with the mystery surrounding his departure from the world, made Enoch's name an apt one for the purposes of apocalyptic writers. In consequence, there arose literature attributed to him. It influenced, now listen to what it says right here, this literature. It influenced not only later Jewish apocrypha, but has left its imprint on the New Testament. Wait a minute, y'all. How can a book that the New Testament writers did not consider canonical or inspired by God leave an imprint on the New Testament? That makes sense to you, Jeff? How could they do that? You're muted, by the way, Jeff. You can unmute yourself to answer that if you want to. That makes sense to you?
I mean,
that a book that they don't consider to be inspired to leave an imprint on the New Testament, meaning the New Testament writers. Oh, we're going to take a look at some of that. Don't worry, y'all. I'm going to get you there. But look what else it says. It says, but has left its imprint on the New Testament and the works of the early fathers. Wait a minute. I got to unmute my boy Gideon for this one. It said it left an imprint on the work of the early fathers. Who was that talking about, Gideon?
Those church fathers they be quoted.
Oh, those church fathers. That means it influenced their work, their belief. That means they believed in the Book of Enoch. We're going to show you an example of that, and we're going to keep reading this so you can see this. So don't come to me telling me about the so-called church fathers, but when I whip out the Book of Enoch, I don't believe that book. It's not canon. But you're the one throwing the church fathers in my face. Right? See, that's why I don't like to have these kind of conversations with people, man, because people either are not sincere about their own religion or they don't know enough about their own religion to properly explain or debate it. Because I start showing stuff, well, your religion says this. Why don't you believe this? There was a book of Enoch and they were using it. But look what else it says right here. It says the canonical epistle of St. Jude in verses 14 and 15 explicitly quotes from the book of Enoch. The citation is found in the Ethiopic version in verse 9 and 4 of the first chapter. There are probable traces of the Enoch literature in other portions of the New Testament. It ain't probable, y'all. They're being kind of, liberal, but no, they're definitely there. I'm going to show you, right? Look what it says right here. Let me scroll this up a little bit. It says, passing to the patristic writers, the Book of Enoch enjoyed a high esteem among them. The patristic writers is talking about the church fathers. It said it passed to them. Gideon, Jeff, how could it pass on to the church fathers if it wasn't ever there to begin with? How did they inherit it? How did they get their hands on it?
Because it was always
So
something that was in their repertoire.
It was always in their repertoire. Jeff got off the stage for some reason. I don't know what happened. Bring Jeff back up. It was always in their
He doesn't have his hand up.
Got to raise your hand, Jeff. Right? Well, let me show you what else it says. It says, passing to the patristic writers, the Book of Enoch enjoyed a high esteem among them, mainly owing to the quotation in Jude. So when they saw that quotation in Jude, that solidified the Book of Enoch as inspired or canonical for them. Look what it says. The so-called Epistle of Barnabas twice cites Enoch as scripture. Look at these names, and y'all tell me if y'all recognize these names. Clement of Alexandria, Tertullian, Origen, and even St. Augustine supposed the work to be a genuine one of the patriarch. Wait a minute. They suppose this to be a genuine work of the patriarch? That means they believe it was actually the Book of Enoch. Enoch wrote it. But look what it says happened, because I want y'all to see something. This is what happens. But in the 4th century, the Enoch writings lost the quoted. What happened? It says in the 4th century, Enoch ceased. It lost credit and ceased to be quoted. This is around the same time where Catholic Church started taking over stuff. Yet the Catholic Church will tell you that it was cited by the so-called church fathers. If you do your research, they had started suppressing the Book of Enoch. That's why the majority of you don't know about it today. They started suppressing it. And guess why the main reason they suppressed it was, Gideon? Because it talks about having sex with women.
Because it talked about what?
Angels having sex with women.
Wait, hold up. I don't know why. It's like my internet.
You can hear? Where's Jeff at? Jeff, what's going on, man?
Is it just me, y'all, or is it Brother Josh?
Can y'all hear me? It might be. Jeff said he been
Eugid? Hold up. Yo, I don't know why I accidentally called Brother Josh, yo. My bad. Wait for Brother Josh to get back in. class. Okay, my bad for calling you Brother Josh. I don't know why I did that. It was an accident.
See if it just worked in general. Okay, Jeff.
He has to raise his
You
hand. I see him in the audience, but it's like he's not
gotta
there.
raise.
Oh, okay, he
You
just
gotta
raised his
raise your
hand.
hand, Jeff. There you go.
I just invited him.
They said my voice is fixed too.
Yeah, it's good now.
Now we just got to get Jeff back up in here. Jeff, what's going on, man?
I
You
invited
said
him.
he said he invited you, man. You got to accept the invite. Let me know if you're still having problems, Jeff. I'm looking at my phone.
If he has any problems, I can just read until he gets back in. Might be his internet, maybe.
Hey, hold on one second. Let me see if my other guy is available too. Kevin J, are you on deck? Y'all see Kevin J on Clubhouse? Let me see if you're on Clubhouse or in Discord.
Kevin J, raise your hand if you're in the Discord. I don't see his hand raised.
Let me see what's going on here. Jeff said he can hear, but it's not letting him access the screen.
I'm not sure. I invited him.
Can you Jeff, if you can hear me,
Tell him to just
can
close out
you
everything and then go back.
yeah, let's see if that'll work. Yeah, try that. Even at a hard reset, I guess.
But where'd you leave off, Brother Josh?
Uh we were reading about the what you call it. The Book of Enoch.
Oh yeah, the Saint Augustine supposed the work to be a genuine one of the patriarchs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It says asking him to verify his account. Yeah, ain't nothing but the enemy. Did you start anything over, Gideon?
No, I'm just waiting on you. Do you want to continue?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to see if my other guy. I guess Kevin J is not on Discord. I guess he might not even be listening in at all today. Sometimes it be like that. Let me see. I want to see if he's around one more time. I don't know what's going on with Jeff. It said it's telling him to verify his account.
Do they have Enoch on eSword?
You asked me that before. I've never seen it.
Probably not.
Jeff said he said
Oh,
he's
there
back.
he is. He's back. I can't hear him now.
Unmute yourself, Jeff, because we can't hear you. Well, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. There you go. I hear you.
I just can't see Gideon on the stream, but I'll figure it out. But as long as I can hear you, we're good.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Gideon head is a distraction anyway. I try not to look at it.
Why you always trying to roast that brother?
I'd be like, yeah, go to the next verse, Jeff. Go to the next verse. Okay. I'm just messing with him. That's my boy. That's my boy. But so we good. And Keanu said, what'd you say, Keanu, he can go to get Enoch on eSword? Keanu, repeat that, please. She put it in the chat on Discord, Keanu, so you can see how to put that on your eSword, that Book of Enoch. I didn't even know that. I'm gonna add that. Oh, okay. He wanted to put it on eSword. That's what he wanted. He was wanting. No, you can't put it on eSword, GDR. My bad.
Oh no, that's all
okay.
Good. I got it though.
Okay, now we back up. Pull up that source again, GDR. Share your screen with that source. We're gonna say, let's see. Here we go. I'm gonna pick it up right here where it says, but in the 4th century, the Enoch writings lost credit and ceased to be quoted. So notice there's no dispute about the Book of Enoch until the 4th century. It lost credit and ceased to be quoted. It says, after an allusion by an author of the beginning of the 9th century, they disappear from view. That means somebody gradually pressed this book out of the minds of Christians. Now look what else it says. So great was the oblivion into which they fell that only scanty fragments of Greek and Latin versions were preserved in the West. Did they fall into that much oblivion? Because they were suppressing it, they were burning it, they were threatening people who had copies of it. And again, I can't stress this enough, y'all. This is from the Catholic Encyclopedia. Then it says the complete text was thought to have perished when it was discovered in two Ethiopic manuscripts in Abyssinia by the traveler Bruce in 1773. Since several more copies in the same language have been brought, since several more copies in the same language have been brought to light. Recently, a large Greek fragment comprising chapters 1 to 32 was unearthed at Akhmim in Egypt, right? So it's telling you that this book was around and it was being used by the early Christians and it was passed on to who y'all like to call the church fathers, and he even gave specific names, and they were reading out of it. But let me show you something that Justin Martyr said in his writings, still in the Catholic Encyclopedia, because, I like to go to the Catholic Encyclopedia. For some reason, Catholics don't like it. We're going to go to the second apology of St. Justin Martyr. And just for context, when it used the word apology in early writings of Christians, it don't mean you're saying, oh, I'm sorry for something you did. It means like a defense, like you're defending your faith or something you believe or teach. So this is like the second defense of St. Justin Martyr. And this is chapter 5 of his writings of the second apology. And it's titled, How the Angels Transgressed. So if you scroll down to chapter 5, you should be able to see this, Gideon. Right? We're going to read this chapter. Look what it says. And this is before we even go to the Book of Enoch. I want to qualify the book for you before I just dive into it. Look what it says. But if this ideal take possession of someone, that if we acknowledge God as our helper, we should not, as we say, be oppressed and persecuted by the wicked. This too I will solve. God, when he had made the whole world and subjected things earthly to man and arranged the heavenly elements for the increase of fruits and rotations of the seasons and appointed this divine law, for these things also he evidently made for man, committed the care of men and of all things under heaven to angels whom he appointed over them. But now listen to this part. But the angels transgressed this appointment and were captivated by love of women and begot children who are those that are called demons. Wait a minute. I told y'all that they had giants. I'm going to show you why he says had demons. Well, here's a question, and I love to bring Gideon and Jeff into this, and y'all too. Where the heck is Justin Martyr getting all this from?
Book of Enoch, it has to be.
From Enoch.
Right.
This is not in the 66 books of the Bible. You don't read any of this stuff plainly put out like that. And he's putting it in his defense of his faith, meaning he believed that this is authentic. Don't talk to me about the church fathers, and then when I bring up Enoch, I don't mess with that Enoch. But then you're telling me I need to listen to the church fathers. Which one is it? See, we need to understand this stuff. Right? And for the person in the chat that asked who is St. Justin Martyr, they got this wonderful invention called Google. It's a wonderful invention. All you got to do is go on Google and type in Justin Martyr, and it will answer that question. We're in the age, my point is, we're in the age of information, people. Don't come in this chat asking something easily searchable like, who is Justin Martyr? You can go on Google right now and type in who is Gideon, and it'll tell you who that is. I'm just saying. Y'all know about the technology. Y'all know about it better than I do. And then when we learning who is Justin Martyr, just open up another window on your computer. Open up Google, type in Justin Martyr, tell you everything you need to know about him. I'm just saying, y'all, it's common sense. We're in the age of information, but I don't know what's going on. Right? What's gonna be the next question? What's the Bible? But anyway, right? Look what it says right here. I'm gonna read that again. It said, but the angels transgressed this appointment and were captivated by love of women and begot children who are those that are called demons. So notice that Justin Martyr is saying that demons come from the union of angels being captivated by love, or more precisely, lust of women. That's where he said the demons came from. And he's absolutely right. We're going to show you how the giants play into this. It says, and besides, they afterwards subdued the human race to themselves, partly by magical writings. That's where all this sorcery and stuff come from, y'all. Demons. And partly by fears and the punishments they occasioned, and partly by teaching them to offer sacrifice and incense and libations, of which things they stood in need after they were enslaved by lustful passions. So these demons cause mankind to do these stuff, like burn incense and sacrifices to like demons, other demons. We're gonna read that. Look what it says. And among men, they sold murders, wars, adulteries, intemperate deeds. Intemperate deeds means you don't have any self-control. You're just out of control. And all wickedness. Whence also, now look what he's saying, other people know this. Whence also the poets and mythologists, not knowing that it was the angels and those demons who had been begotten by them that did these things to men and women and cities and nations, which they related, ascribed them to God himself. And it's a lowercase g, meaning their gods. And those who were accounted to be his very offspring, and to the offspring of those who were called his brothers, Neptune and Pluto, and to the children again of these their offspring. So these are pagan gods. So when you're talking about these pagan gods and you're incorporating pagan rituals and customs into Christianity, that's you inviting in demons. That's why Brother Josh don't put no Christmas trees up. That's a pagan ritual, which means it's demonic. Oh, y'all learning other stuff too. Same thing with Easter. Your eggs and your Easter bunnies. It's the fertility goddess. He's letting you know this stuff comes from demons. Demons have infiltrated the Christian church, y'all. And it has been that way for almost 2,000 years.
So in a sense, would you say that demons are more destructive than these fallen angels?
There's no way to measure which is worse. And even if you said the demons are worse, the fallen angels gave birth to them. So, who do you blame? If they're the origin of them, who do you blame? Right? If Satan sends a demon and the demon mess up your whole house, are you going to say the demon is worse than Satan? Well, I mean, you could, but Satan the one sent it. You feel me? But look what it says, right? Now notice it says Neptune and Pluto, and to the children again of these, their offspring, for whatever name each of the angels had given to himself and his children, by that name they called them. So all over the world, when you go in these other cultures and you talk about these Egyptian deities and these Greek deities and these Roman deities and these Babylonian deities, you're worshiping fallen angels and demons. That's what you're dealing with. And when you incorporate this stuff into Christianity and tell me, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with inviting demons into your home, into your life. That's what you're telling me. And you can also read in other sources where it talks about them motivating men to be idolaters, needing artifacts and statues to pray, Catholic Church, all of that stuff, demonic. I don't pray to the statue. I just kneel before it and face the direction of it and even say the name of who the statue is supposed to represent. But that's not idolatry. But that's exactly how the Bible describes idolatry. You can't do something the Bible describes as idolatry to the T and say that's not idolatry. I keep giving y'all this scenario. If I am a married man and I come home and I catch my wife in the bed, butt naked, with a man repeatedly entering into her, she's not going to be able to tell me, I know adultery is defined as me letting another man go up in me, and that's what's going on right now, but I'm not committing adultery on you, Josh. And I'm like, well, now that you put it that way, y'all good. Just holler at me when you're done. No, that's gaslighting at its highest. You ain't gonna gaslight me if it's a statue of a pagan god or of a saint, and you're bowing down before it. You're literally lighting candles to it. They even burn incense around it. You're praying to it, and you're kneeling down in front of it. That is idolatry. That is demonic. You think you're worshiping one thing and you're worshiping another. That's where all this pagan stuff come from. It's all demonic, fallen angels and demons. When y'all talk about other gods, you're talking about fallen angels and demons. See, I'm giving y'all a lot of stuff in this class because y'all keep asking me for a lot of stuff, right? But now that we know that, now, do y'all feel like I've qualified the Book of Enoch yet? Is it qualified now, Gideon, Jeff? People in the chat, is it okay up now?
For sure.
Because I wanted to give y'all a little background on it. You follow what I'm saying? Now, let's go to Enoch chapter 6.
Everybody, you guys can look at my screen. I'll show you guys.
And this is the Enoch I'm reading from. This one is on Amazon, and in my opinion, this is the best one because it has references. It has like telling you what words mean in the Aramaic and all that other good stuff. This is the one I got. And Gideon's is getting the same one. His is unordered right now. Now we're going to go to Enoch chapter 6. See, they suppressed this book out of existence. That's what they did. Remember we were talking about the mothership the other week, y'all? Do y'all remember that? Give me a W if y'all remember that. Give me a W if you remember that and you enjoyed that class. Right? Maybe now, Jeff, Gideon, Nautica, Keanu, and everybody else who's listening in, maybe now y'all can understand where these movies get the concept of beings from beyond coming down, intermingling with women, and having a half-breed child. Maybe now y'all understand where this comes from.
So would Hercules technically be a demon by that logic?
He would be a more of a Nephilim, but yes. Yes. That's what he is. And what was Hercules? Super strong and mighty. He was a warrior. Remember we read that in the other translation? And he was famous. This is where your mythologies come from. You follow what I'm saying? This is where all that stuff comes from. Right? And Zeus was either a demon too or a fallen angel. Because the demons, as we're going to see, is considered the children of the fallen angels. And that's what we're dealing with. And we keep incorporating this stuff into Christianity, talking about your horoscope. Horoscopes deals with demons because it's talking about these pagan gods. That's what it's talking about. You're talking about what your sign, Aquarius and Leo, Pisces and all that. These are all pointing toward pagan deities, which are demons. Right? We don't know any of this stuff. And if the Book of Enoch was still in mass circulation like it was in early Christianity, we know a lot more. Right? So this is Enoch chapter 6. We're going to read verses 1 to 6. Enoch chapter 6. Make sure it's the one by R.H. Charles too, Gideon, the one you found. So it can read the same, okay?
Mm-hmm. Josh, I have the one by Derek Shaver.
We want the one by R.H. Charles. You ain't got that one?
Here, read my screen, Jeff.
I don't even know if he can see your screen. Can he see your screen?
That's a good point, bro. I'm trying to enlarge it, but I don't have my readers on. So
I can read the
maybe
Enoch
it'll
stuff.
match up. You want me to see if it matches up? Maybe they say the same thing.
You can try, but I doubt that it does because R.H. Charles has a very different reading from the rest of them.
Okay, so you want to let Gideon grab that, or you?
Yeah, Gideon, can you see it?
Yeah, I have it right in
Can
front
you
of
read
me.
it? Yeah, I'll let you get that source right now. It's cool, Jeff. I'll let him get it.
Okay.
All right. He ain't got to turn through no pages or nothing either.
Start at verse 1.
Yes, sir. 1-6. Read
Okay.
that.
This is Enoch chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters.
Now, notice this opens up just like Genesis 6 does in the Bible, right? Now, it's going to let you know plainly who they were. Go ahead and read.
Verse 2. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and begot us children.
Isn't this the same thing Justin Martyr said? Angels fell in love with the women and had sex with them. Where did he get this from? He got it from the Book of Enoch. I'm going to show y'all other references to it too. Don't worry. Right? So let's see what else happened. Verse 3, please.
And Simjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and penalty of a great sin.
See, he was the leader, and he was telling the other angels, I fear that you shouldn't do this because I alone will bear this penalty of a great sin. So they knew it was a sin for them to do this. Angels are not allowed to sexually intermingle with mortal women. They knew this. That means God had already told them this when they was in heaven. That's a no. Don't do that. Right? But watch what happens. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And they all answered and said, Let us all swear an oath and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing.
So, boy, they must have been real horny. They were lusting bad. Because he tried to be like, nah, I don't think we should do this. I'm going to be the one to get all the heat. They said, we're going to make an oath that all of us going to do it. So if we get punished, if you get punished, we all going to get punished. You follow what I'm saying? Don't forget, Justin Martyr taught the same thing. Just in case some Catholics, I can't believe church fathers. Y'all love throwing up the church fathers. So y'all don't really want me to do what I do. All these people, I want to debate him. No, just let me teach. Let me teach long enough. You'll see you ain't even worth talking to. Just let me teach long enough. See, that's what people want to debate you. They're trying to stifle you before you can really teach. Because they know if you teach long enough, the point will be proven and people will see it. Those who want to see the truth. Right? That's why every time you turn around, somebody, I want to debate him. I want to debate him. No. I'm just
The
teaching.
naysayers,
That's what I'm here to do.
tweeting the leaders. I have a shame on
Exactly.
you all.
I don't have time for that, man. Right? Stop trying to insert yourself into my life. I find that very disrespectful. That's like somebody knock on your door, Gideon, and you open the door. And as soon as you open the door, they barge in. They got suitcases and everything. They just start setting up shop. Oh, I'm your new roommate, Gideon. And I'm not paying any rent. And you got to deal with all the BS that I got. You know, they're trying to impose into your life. And that's what these guys be doing. I'm up here over here in my house with my people doing my thing. And when I say my house, I mean our house, because you know we all in it. And people keep knocking on the door and trying to barge in and impose on us. Right? But look what else it said, right? After they all made a vow to sin against God. And what did they say, Jeff? To whom much is given, what? How does that go?
Much is expected.
Much is expected or required. Or for all my Spider-Man fans, with great power comes what? Y'all better know that. Somebody in the chat better know that. Somebody finish. Great responsibility. Thank
I
you.
thought Superman said
Y'all
that.
had me scared for a minute. Y'all had me scared for a minute. Right? Great responsibility. And these angels had a lot of authority, so their penalty was severe. We're gonna see what their penalty was, but keep reading, Gideon, please. Verse 5.
Then were they all together and already read verse 5. Did I? No.
No, you
Then
didn't.
swear they all together and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they
Keep
were
reading.
in all 200, and they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of the Mount of Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And
And it said
these,
they descended. That's good. I said stop at verse 6, please. It says, and they descended in the days of Jared. You can read about that in the genealogy in Genesis 5 if you want to see who Jared was and get a idea of what time frame this happened in. Right? He was one of Noah's descendants. I'm sorry, ancestors. Right? And it says, and they called it Mount Hermon. So it says they descended, meaning they came down. This is where these movies get these aliens having sex with women from. Y'all know with Superman, y'all know eventually in some continuities, Superman married Lois Lane and had sex, and they had a child. Guardians of the Galaxy. Peter's mother was impregnated by Ego. That's his name, Ego. You can read it, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 to be exact. Right? And they had Peter. He's a half human, half alien. That's the reason why he was able to hold the Power Stone. Any other regular human would have disintegrated instantly. And you can read a lot of different shows about people with alien parentage. How about, I don't know, Dragon Ball Z, Goku. And notice it's always make the alien real strong. He has sex with a mortal woman, Chi-Chi, and they get Gohan. He's a hybrid. Really strong.
Invincible, Mark, and Omni Man.
Yep, exactly. They do this all the time. Beings from beyond who are more advanced than us, who are smarter than us. I can show you in the lesson that it tells you that angels are real intelligent. They got us beat by a long way. Right? That's where these comic books and movies get this stuff from. Goku is, in a sense, a fallen angel. So is Superman. I want y'all to know this, right? But now, Gideon, do me a favor. Go over to chapter 7, and I want you to read 1 to 6 there. Because this class is called Demon Origins. We ain't forgot about the demons. We ain't forgot about them. See, this is the type of stuff that I want to teach the people. Not enough people know this stuff. Right? And y'all need to know it. See, everybody wants you to deal with stuff that they want you to talk about. Or they want to debate you on what they want to debate you about. And you're not interested. And people get real offended, y'all, when you say you're not interested. They get real offended. Like you just did somebody dirty. No, just don't care. This is Enoch 7, 1 to 6. Enoch 7, 1 to 6. Read that, please, Gideon.
Enoch chapter 7, verse 1. Let me make it larger. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them and to defile themselves with them. and they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots and made them acquainted with plants. And
See, after these angels sinned, they became fallen angels. The Book of Enoch also refers to them as the watchers. Their job was to watch and record the activities of man. That's why they were called the watchers. They watch and they record. And there are still other watchers who watch and record everything we do and say. That's why Jesus said, every idle word that you speak shall be given account of in the judgment. That's why it talks about in Revelation 21, it said the books were opened. And another book, which is the book of life. Wait a minute. Books, plural, plus the book of life. What do y'all think these books are that are being opened on Judgment Day? It's your book. Reading everything that you decided to do since you gave your life to Christ. Because everything you did before then, when you gave your life to Christ, that's eliminated. That's blotted out. But since you gave your life to Christ, which makes me wonder if once you confess, like the free gracers tell you, that you're always saved, then what's the purpose of opening up a book and reading what you did? What's the purpose of going through my life activities if I'm automatically saved? It's like some unnecessary clerical work, right? How would you feel if you went to the office on the DMV to get your license renewed, Gideon and Jeff, and they told you as soon as you walk in the door, oh, your license is already renewed, it's right here at the counter, come get it. You're like, cool, I ain't even got to wait in line. And then you get to the counter, they take you to a bunch of all unnecessary paperwork and keep you in there for another 2 hours. What's the purpose of doing that if my license is automatically renewed?
So technically, would you say that we basically have some snitches watching us, low-key?
They're not snitches. More like surveillance. It's called surveillance.
Surveillance.
That's their job. Right? That's their job. Right? And instead of watching mankind, they got involved with mankind in a sinful way. Right? And it says, and they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, which is all of this stuff is forms of sorcery and witchcraft, and made them acquainted with plants. This is what these fallen angels were teaching these women, and by extension, the rest of mankind. Now, witchcraft is a thing now. That's how you know demons are still around, right? But let's see what they gave birth to. Read verse 2.
And they became pregnant, and they bore great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells.
Ells. And nobody knows exactly how tall that is. There are different theories on it. But some people have said it's as tall as 20 feet. Right? But it said they bore great giants. So who did the Nephilim come from? The angels having sex with mortal women. And these angels did not just have sex with these women. They taught them forbidden knowledge. They taught them stuff that God did not want them to be teaching them. Stuff that was wicked, or God wasn't ready for us to know that yet. You can't be giving people all this advanced information. That's why I be telling you that, Gideon. Like, hey, whoa. See, you can see some of the stuff that the angels taught them, these fallen angels. Later on, God was cool, man, knowing this stuff. So what was the sin? Giving it to them before they were ready. See, a lot of stuff that we get, we're not ready for. That's why I don't try to. That's why notice that we're just now getting to this, what we're talking about now. I didn't immediately jump on your Discord and start dropping this kind of knowledge on these people. You got to work your way up to stuff like this. Because some people get so overwhelmed because they're not ready. And some of y'all listening right now still might not be ready, even though you can clearly see that it's true. But we can't be on your time. This is for everybody who's been along with us the whole time. So if you come in late and you don't understand, please stand down and let the people who've been here from day one and day one-ish keep it moving. You can't come into an advanced class and then expect the class to stop just because that's your first day in now. You cannot do that. That's what people expect you to do. Oh, can you bag that up? Got all these questions. No, chill. You walked into psychology 500 when you should have been in psychology 101. You're going to stumble into psychology 500 and then want us to explain advanced stuff to you. Just be quiet and maybe you'll still learn something, even if it's advanced. You follow what I'm saying? Right? Let's see what these giants did. Read verse 3.
Verse 3. Who consumed all the acquisitions of men.
So they consumed all the acquisitions of men. I mean, everything man acquired. The giants basically stole the show. The giants were ruling the entire world at this time in history. And they were killing men. But what else did they do? Continue, please.
The giants turned against them and devoured mankind.
Look, the giants turned against them and did what to mankind, Gideon?
Devoured mankind.
Devoured. Anybody know about that anime, Attack on Titan?
Oh, wow.
What were the giants doing to the people in that anime? They were literally eating them.
Oh, you know what's crazy, Brother Josh? I just realized something. In the show, have you watched it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watched like the first season. Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't see later on. So spoiler alert, if you haven't watched it, too bad. Not you, Brother Josh, anybody in the chat. Yeah. But you come to figure out what they are. And so everybody that is there, they're on an island, mm-hmm. right? But everybody mm-hmm. on that island, they're called Eldians. So they're their own race. And there's the entire world out there. So what happened was they got put on there because they ruled the giants. They had the power. They ruled the entire world for thousands of years, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. And so, but one of the Eldians, he wanted the violence to stop. So he wiped the memory out of all of his people and he put them in that environment. So they can't, only that race mm-hmm. can turn into the giants. Everybody else, they're not able to turn into titans like them. So
you said one of the Eldians?
So the first one, so a girl, she fell into this thing and then like she merged mm-hmm. with a god and she basically became like a god. And then all her children became the Eldians. So everybody that's on that island, they're her children. Is how it worked out. So it's basically what you're saying. So like all the children that she bore were giants, mm-hmm. and then they ruled mm-hmm. the world, and the world got afraid of them, and they would fight them, but mm-hmm. they couldn't stand up to them, and then so they put them away.
Hold on, they couldn't. Hold on, they couldn't do what?
They couldn't beat
stand up to them.
Yeah, they couldn't stand.
You just said stand up to them. Okay, keep that in mind. Keep that the exact wording that you just said in mind, right? But keep reading.
Verse 5. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood.
So it said they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. This was a very scary time in history to be alive. If you want a visual of it, watch Attack on Titan. This is what mankind had to deal with. Now, I don't know if the giants were that big, like Attack on Titan, but this is where that comes from. They got it from this. This is where they got it from, the Book of Enoch, or their own culture, which tells a similar story. Y'all better understand this stuff, right? That's what it was. And by the way, Attack on Titan is a weird name because Titan literally means giant. That's what that means. Titan means giant. It means a giant, right? Now, read verse 6.
Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones.
Accusation. It said, then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones, right? If you go back to verse 3, read that again.
Who consumed all the acquisitions of men, and when men could no
Keep going.
longer sustain them.
Hello. When men could no longer sustain them, what that mean? They couldn't stand against them. That's what that means, Gideon. That's what you said. You said they couldn't stand against them. Right? So look at what these giants did. This was going on during the days of Noah. Right? These evil angels caused all of this when they slept with the daughters of men. And this is where we get all this stuff about aliens from. Think about it. You got beings from beyond coming down on Earth and intermingling with women and having hybrid kids. That's Invincible, y'all. That's Dragon Ball Z, y'all. And then the child be a half breed and he comes out real strong and be unbeatable, basically. And they put this stuff on TV and we're like, yeah, but wait a minute, this is familiar. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is exactly what happened during the days of Noah. That means there was a Omni-Man back then, Gideon. There was a Goku back then. There was a Superman back then. And they can pass for human. Did y'all notice that? They can pass for human. Saiyans look just like humans except for the tails. And by the way, what do Saiyans turn into at the full moon, Gideon? Giant apes. But that's just a coincidence though, right? Y'all don't think these people know what's going on? Anime be knowing a lot of stuff because the writers be reading different books and stuff, and that's where they get their information from. Right? Same thing with Piccolo. He's an alien too. What did he do during the World Martial Arts tournament against Goku? He became a giant. They always throw some kind of hint in there to let you know about a being from beyond that's associated with gigantism. Why is that always the case? There's an alien and then he's associated with gigantism. Have y'all ever noticed that? They're going to throw that in there some kind of way. Right? But still in Enoch. Well, let's hold our spot here. We're going to come back. Let's go to Josephus, Jeff. I ain't forgot about you, Jeff. We're going to go to Antiquities 1.3.1. Who was Josephus? He was a Jewish historian that lived during the time of the first century, during the time of Jesus. He was not a Christian, but he was a historian, and he pretty much gave a historical account of the entire Bible. Both stuff that's in the 66 books and in the Apocrypha. We're going to go to Antiquities 1.3.1. To show you from a historical perspective that Josephus, I showed you the church fathers. Now I'm showing you a non-Christian, a Jew. Let's see if he says something about this. All of this to get you to the origin of demons. Oh, and by the way, we're not going to just stop at the origin. I'm also going to give you the destiny too. I'm going to give you that too. That time, this is an end time class too, by the way. So that's what? 7 things, 7 requests I'm trying to fulfill. So there's going to be another end time class too, by the way. So I'm trying to give y'all a whole lot. Y'all making me work hard, but y'all do show appreciation, so we good. Right? So this is Antiquity 1.3.1. And we're going to go read paragraph 72 and 73. Wait. Also known as Book Chapter 3, Section 1.
And paragraph
Book 1,
73?
Chapter 3, paragraph 72.
Do you see my screen, Brother Josh? I don't see a 72.
Just go to the point 1. Just start at the point 1. You'll see it. Yeah, where it says now.
Yeah.
It starts out with the word now, right? You good. You in the right spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Esau doesn't have the paragraphs for some reason. It has the book, the chapter, and the section, but it doesn't have the paragraphs. At least not at the beginning of it. It'll have it like somewhere in the middle, You'll see like a number in parentheses. That's the next section. Or the next paragraph. I'm sorry, next paragraph. Okay, you good, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm ready, brother.
Okay, read, please, sir.
Antiquities 1.3.1, paragraph 72. Now this posterity of Seth continued to esteem God as the Lord of the universe, and to have an entire regard to virtue for 7 generations. But in process of time, they were perverted and forsook the practices of their forefathers.
So it said in process of time, they were perverted. This posterity of Seth, that's Adam's other son, right? It said in process of time, they were perverted. They became wicked. Continue, please.
And did neither pay those honors to God which were appointed them, nor had they any concern to do justice towards men.
So they didn't care about justice towards men. So they were wicked, right? What caused this, though? What was one of the things that caused this? Continue.
But for what degree of zeal they had formerly shown for virtue, they now showed by their actions a double degree of wickedness, whereby they made God to be their enemy.
So they became so wicked, they considered God and made God their enemy. Continue. Watch what it says.
Paragraph 73. For many angels of God accompanied with women and begot sons that proved unjust.
It said, for many angels of God accompanied, mine says coupled with women and begot sons that proved unjust. Notice that Josephus says that these were angels who did this. Right? And they had sons that proved unjust. What did they do? Go ahead, Jeff.
And despisers of all that was good, on account of the confidence they had in their own strength. For the tradition is that these men did what resembled the acts of those whom the Grecians call giants.
It said these men did what resembled the acts of those whom the Grecians called giants. So Josephus is saying that the union of angels and women resulted in what the Grecians called giants, which you can also read about in Greek mythology. They called them titans. That's what they called them. So they all agree that the titans, the giants, the Nephilim are the hybrid offspring of angels and mortal women. It was a horrible time to be alive, y'all. Horrible. And then we get to today, and now we're dealing with demons. What does this have to do with demons, though? We're going to go back to Enoch. Let's go to Enoch chapter 9. We're going to get you there. We're going to take you all the way to the end times with this. Enoch chapter 9. See, this is the type of stuff that, you know, I like to work my way up to, right? And this is the type of stuff you're supposed to reward your people with who's been studying and really want to, you know, up their biblical and history game and their apocalyptic game, right? I would rather much be teaching y'all this stuff than wasting my time with some clown that already got something against what I'm teaching anyway and want to waste my time just to argue with me. Find something else to do. Do what I do. Just go out and teach. Everybody always looking for some type of fight. Maybe you got the spirit of one of these giants in you. Because y'all going to see that these demons have very peculiar characteristics. Did y'all see what it said about the giants? They always trying to take over everything. They're always fighting. They're always looking for a conflict. They were famous. People don't understand that these giants were famous. It said men of renown. They were considered the celebrities of that day. So they love attention. Conflict and attention are the two characteristics of a demon. I'm going to show y'all that. And a lot of these people today are possessed by those demons. And they want to get you into a conflict. They want you arguing with them so that demon can jump on you. And now you going back and forth with them. Now you possessed. You got to be careful who you talk to, who you're having dialogue with. That's why every time they turn around, well, why don't he want to talk to us? He running. You damn right I'm running. Running from them demons. I don't want what's on you to jump on me. Does anybody not see the sense in that? You got to understand, people are trying to infect you. That's what they want to do. Y'all watch The Walking Dead and C Nation and all that stuff. People are running from the zombies. They don't want to get infected by them. They only fight them when it's totally necessary. That's the only time they fight them. But for the most part, hey, we're just going to avoid them. But that's all they want to do. They just want to infect you. They want to bite you so you can be a zombie too. A brain dead person who can't think for himself, just wandering around aimlessly. That's what they want you to be. Because they got that spirit on them, that spirit of conflict and attention. That's what they want. And I'm not interested in that. I'm just not. I'm over that. Maybe 23, 24-year-old Josh, he was about that smoke. But this Josh right here, I really don't got too tired to even care. I don't care what you think about me. You're literally nothing to me. Right? I don't hate you. I don't love you. I have no feelings towards you at all. You're literally nothing to me. You and a ghost can both walk past me and I won't notice neither one of you. That's how you're supposed to be. You're supposed to just dismiss these people. They're just looking for conflict, just like these demons were, what we're going to read about. Right? This is Enoch chapter 9. We're going to read verses 1 to 3, Gideon, and then we're going to go over to chapter 10 after that. But for now, Enoch chapter 9, verses 1 to 3. Read that, please.
Enoch chapter 9, verse 1. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said,
now I know y'all recognize two of these four angels' names. It says, then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all the lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. So mankind was wicked. The giants were wicked. It was just a horrible time to be alive. Maybe y'all can see why God just flooded the whole thing and was done with it. It was a horrible time. But keep reading.
And they said one to another, the earth made without inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven.
So these people were crying because they were suffering, right? They were going through a lot of hardship, right? But go ahead and read.
And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High.
And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High. Like they're making their case. They're crying to the angels. And they're asking the angels, or praying that the angels take their cause before the Most High. And we see that in the book of Revelation, because it said an angel had an altar of incense. He was handling that, which is the prayer of the saints. We can deal more with that in the prayer of the saints class. Right? So these four archangels witnessed this stuff, and they did not like it. Right? Now go right over to chapter 10, please, Gideon. So we're going to read one verse. That's verse 9. because he gave each one of these angels a job to do. Since we're only dealing with the origin of the demons, we're going to only deal with the angel whose job was related to this, right? So we're going right over to chapter 10, and we're going to read one verse, verse 9.
And to Gabriel
Read
said
that,
the
please.
Lord,
Mhm.
proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication and the children of the watchers from amongst men, and cause
It says,
them.
proceed against the bastards and the reprobates. That means those who are rejected, and against the children of fornication, meaning children that were born from fornication between these giants and these women, and destroy the children of fornication, the children of the watchers from among men. That's who the children of fornication are, the children of the watchers that they had with the women. And cause them to go forth. Continue reading. Send them do what?
And cause them to go forth, send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of
Mm-hmm.
days shall they not have.
It says, send them one against another. You know how angels can manipulate. Oh, I ain't told in that class yet. But in another class, we're going to show you that angels can manipulate nations and people and make them go to war with each other. Right? So it says, send them to battle that they may destroy each other. So even before the flood came, God had already enlisted Gabriel to make these giants turn on each other and start destroying each other. Right? Now, still in Enoch, let's go over to chapter 15. There's a lot of stuff, but I'm just trying to get y'all to these demons. We're going to go to chapter 15. Let's see what's going to happen. We're going to read verses 8 to 12. Matter of fact, read verse. Let me see if I want to put all this in here. Let's read 1 to 12. 1 to 12. Let's read that. I wasn't going to put this in here, but it's such good information. Y'all got to see this.
Oh, someone just ordered Enoch.
Somebody just ordered Enoch. They told you?
Yeah, in the chat, they said they just got it.
Sweet. Awesome. They just leveled up.
This is Enoch chapter 15, verse 1. And he, oh, let me get it so YouTube can see. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, fear not, Enoch, your righteous man. Oh, fear not, Enoch, you righteous man, and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to intercede for them.
See, they sent Enoch. Hey, hold on one second. See, these watchers, these 200 fallen angels, they asked Enoch to try to plead for mercy on their behalf to God. So Enoch went and did it, and God is telling Enoch what to tell them, right? They want Enoch to intercede for them. They want him to be their intercessor, right? But look what God told them. Remember, to whom much is given, much is required. With great power comes great responsibility. Hey, God ain't trying to hear that. Y'all knew better. Watch what he says. Go ahead and read.
Verse 3. I go to say.
Just start at verse 2. Just start at verse 2 again.
Okay. And go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to intercede for them. You should intercede for men and not men for you.
He's saying you're supposed to be interceding for men, not men for you. You're supposed to be carrying the prayers of man to heaven. But you want a man to intercede for you. You know how they say, oh, how the mighty has fallen. Now that's Gideon. That's what you call falling off. You feel me? You agree?
Nah,
That's what you call falling off. They fell off bad. And that's why the word Nephilim means fallen ones. That's what it means. Fallen ones, because the Nephilim were the children of the fallen ones. Right? But we're talking about the actual angels or the watchers. But what else he said? Verse 3.
Wherefore have you left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begot giants as your sons.
So he's letting them know what they did. You know what you did. He just explained it to them again. You left heaven and laid with women and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men. Keep reading. And you had giants.
And though ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish.
So he said, you did exactly how man do, right? Lusting after flesh and blood. So this is what God is telling these angels, right? He's telling you what you did was wrong, and you knew you were wrong, right? Keep reading, verse 5.
Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth.
And God is explaining to the angels, this is why I gave man wives to beget children, right? This is how, and I can show y'all this in another class. I did a class on this titled Immortal Legacy. That is how God allows us to be immortal through our children. Your name lives on through them, right? But angels who are already immortal don't need that. And he's going to tell them that. Just learned something else today, by the way. But read that, GDO.
But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world.
But you were formerly spiritual, living the immortal life for all the generation of the world, and therefore what? Read the next verse.
Verse 7. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you, for as the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling.
See, that's why God don't have angels having sex. That's why they're not allowed to do that. That's cheating. You get to live forever. We don't. Normally. We don't. So that's why God gave us the ability to get married and have children. That's how we continue on. Right? That's how we continue on. That's how, in a sense, you are immortal. Gideon has a son. Jeff has a son. Bam. He goes on. Keep that name going. It's like Gideon never left. It's like Jeff never left. That's why he didn't appoint angels for that. Right? Because they're already immortal. But continue reading. Verse 8.
Verse 8. 1 second.
And here is the origin, finally, of the demons. Read that.
And now the giants who are produced from the flesh, my bad. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling.
Now he said they shall be called evil spirits. That's talking about demons. The giants shall be called demons when they die. He's going to let you know that. This is what Justin Moore was talking about. That's why he said angels and women produce demons. Because the demons come from the Nephilim when they die. So it's still technically the Nephilim. That's why Justin Martyr said angels and women produce demons. That's technically correct. Because a demon is nothing but the spirit of the Nephilim that died. And that, y'all, is where demons come from. All these demons are just the spirits of giants that died during the days of Noah and any giant that the children of Israel killed during their campaign into the promised land. Every time a Nephilim dies, it becomes a demon. That's where all demons come from. That's their origin. It's going to tell you that in the next verse. Read it. Verse 9.
Verse 9. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin.
Is their primal origin, right? And it says they come from men, meaning mankind, right? They come from mankind and the holy watchers, and in their beginning, this is their beginning and primal origin. And what are they going to be called? After it says origin, read that.
And they shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called.
It said they shall be evil spirits in hell. Did it say that?
No. They shall be called
It
evil
said on
spirits on
earth.
earth.
So when they die, they don't go to hell. They don't go to heaven. They are on the earth. That's where your demons come from. Some of these demons, y'all, thousands of years old. Thousands. Way more intelligent than you. Right? And they still maintain the personality and traits of these giants. And these giants were very arrogant. They were literal ego giants. By the way, I got a class titled that, The Ego Giants. Right? Showing you that demons, some demons, are all about attention. And they'll do anything to get it. They'll lie on you. They'll try to fight you. They'll lie about themselves. They'll turn on people who are friends. All for attention. These giants were renowned. They were popular. Now, in today's age, it's all about attention. That's why everybody want to jump on social media. Look at me. You all in the mirror all the time, admiring your own body. You're doing all these selfie videos because you want everybody to just admire you. Attention. That's what these demons are all about. And they can never get enough. That's why when I look at this world, somebody, hey, I want to challenge. Dude, you got a demon on you, bro. It's all about attention for you. You're just trying to get a name for yourself. Clout chasing is demonic. You want to be renowned. You're all about conflict. Those are the two characteristics. I know a lot of y'all taking notes, but I keep repeating this. Those are the two characteristics of the Nephilim or demons. Conflict and clout chasing or attention. The two C's to make it easy for you. Conflict and clout chasing. That's actually the three C's if you don't make clout chasing a hyphenated word. That's what they all about. And I don't deal with demons, y'all. And a lot of these people got demons on them. You can see it. Y'all think a demon gonna always be no. Demon be right here calm talking to you. Y'all thinking all demons just out of control, spinning their heads around, talking with a real deep gruff voice. Y'all think that's all demons? That's the only thing demons do? Maybe demon possession, but demons can influence you. Demons can both, possess and influence. And a lot of people are being influenced by demons. And they want those demons to jump on you. That's why I run from people. I don't want what's on you to jump on me. I think you have a demon on you. I don't want to be around you. Why this dude always don't want to talk to nobody? Why don't he want to have a conversation? Why do you want to talk to me? I'm one person, Gideon, Jeff. I'm one person. I am not the only person on social media. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who teach. Why did I get your attention? What made you single me out? Could it be because I'm associated with somebody, I don't know, named Gideon? Clout chasing. Attention. I've been teaching on YouTube for like 14 years. Now all of a sudden, they want to debate you, Josh. What were you 14 years ago? It's all for attention. I can tell everybody right now, hey man, I'm done dealing with Josh. We had a falling out. We done. Watch how many people be interested in me then. They ain't gonna be studying me. Y'all know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, Josh, who? You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go after whoever else Gideon makes his pastor or his teacher. That's gonna be the next target. So you don't even really care about me beyond trying to either impress Gideon or make him feel bad for not choosing you. That's demonic. It's all for show. You don't care about me. You don't care about this audience who I got listening to me. This is all for you. And you want me to sit down and talk to somebody and I know that's their agenda. I know your evil plan. Like you don't talk, y'all know how back in the old days when the evil villain had the hero subdued. It's like it was in his contract to reveal his evil plan to him. You follow what I'm saying? That's all these guys. I mean, you don't reveal your whole evil plan to me, and I'm still supposed to deal with you. I know your intentions. No, I don't do that. Go find somebody else to talk to. Go deal with another demon. But they don't want to do that though, right? They want to disturb y'all learning. I'm not gonna let them do that, right? So we see what happened, right? It says they're gonna be on the earth, right? Watch what else it says on verse 10. Let's see what these demons gonna do.
Verse 10. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling.
Is it on the earth? They were born on the earth. These demons. On earth shall be their dwelling. And what are they going to do while they're on the earth, Gideon? Keep reading.
And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth and cause trouble.
You see what it said they do? It says the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle. All these wars and stuff y'all be seeing. A lot of these guys been influenced by demons or possessed by demons, right? And work destruction on the earth and cause trouble. What do trolls do, Gideon? Cause trouble.
I don't know anyone. I've never been around a troll. I don't know anyone.
Right. That's what they do. What do pranksters do? They cause trouble. They afflict people. That means when you afflict somebody, that means you're messing with them. You're giving them a hard time. You're punishing them in some kind of way.
You know what's crazy?
Right?
Sometimes when I would do pranks and stuff, like it would like literally feel like an outer body experience. Like you'd be like, dang, like how did I think to say that? Or how did I do that? Or like it was
right. All this stuff, and it was all for what? Views and clicks.
Yeah.
And money. And money too, because it talks about that. But that's what it's for. Let me tell y'all something about demons. They come from the Nephilim. The Nephilim were famous. I can show y'all in other classes where it says they were arrogant. They had a lot of pride. That means they loved attention. A lot of these people who love attention, whether it's in religion, whether it's doing pranks or just doing whatever, just always on social media, admiring yourself, wanting people to admire you. That is an influence of a demon. You're stuck on yourself. They're arrogant like that. They want to be admired. They want to be adored. That's why when you go to Hollywood, all of these celebrities will do anything for fame. Because they're being possessed by these arrogant, clout-seeking Nephilim spirits. That's why you see people doing stuff. They got to stay in front of a crowd. They got to constantly have people hearing their names. They got to constantly have their picture on a shirt you're wearing. When they put merchandise out, they want their name or their picture or both on whatever you're wearing. I'm not saying if you do that, it doesn't necessarily mean that, because if you just start a clothing brand and you name it after yourself, that's different. But I'm talking people that just want to be admired constantly. They can't stay out of the mirror. They can't stop with the selfies. You go on their Instagram, all you see is this. This is all you see. Every time you turn around, this is all you see. That's all you see on the Instagram. Self-adoration. That's demonic, y'all. We don't supposed to be stuck on ourselves like that. We need to understand that. That is not holy. And what else it says they do? It says they afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble, sow in discord. Always trying to sow discord. Maybe now y'all can see there's a lot more demons on people than we thought, isn't it? A lot of demons on people. And y'all wonder why I don't want to talk to everybody? You want to cause trouble. That's all you want to do. Right? I don't want anything to do with that. Leave me alone. You and your demon or demons, y'all be happy together. Don't come to me. Now, if you're trying to slay your demons or conquer your demons, then you can come to me. We can try to work it out together. But don't bring that crap over here to me. You're looking for conflict. You want to attack. Notice one of the things it said is they attack. It doesn't necessarily have to be physically, y'all. Because they got them Nephilim. They got it ego. That's why they say you have a giant ego. Y'all ever heard somebody say that before? You have a giant ego. Man, this is a double meaning there now. Your ego itself is big, but your ego is influenced by one of them Nephilim giants that's possessing you. You have a giant ego.
So how do you know if like a person or yourself is possessed or influenced? And what's the difference between influence and possessed?
Possession is taken over. You're no longer you. It's all the demon. Influence is still you, but you're letting them influence you. Like you still have a sense of control or a sense of consciousness, but you're letting them influence your actions. Kind of like it's different if Josh is in Gideon's ear and Gideon is just being influenced by Josh, right? Versus I completely take over. Now you're not even yourself no more. You're just a vessel for me. I'm speaking directly through you. I've taken over. You're just a zombie at that point.
So
a drone.
How does a demon? I mean, I guess I can see how they would possess you, but how would they influence you? Is it like voices in your head?
That's one way they could do it, or they can tempt you on something you're already struggling with. They could be that voice telling you, go ahead and do it at one time. You'll be all right. See, when somebody's completely possessed, that's when you start seeing like a totally different person and all the craziness and madness. That's complete possession, right? But when they're influencing you, they haven't completely taken over you. They're just, like you said, kind of whispering in your ear. So you got demon influence and you got demon possession. And the more you allow them to influence you, the easier it is to become a full-blown possession. That's why y'all see people, they say they gradually went crazy. You talk about celebrities who in the beginning, they weren't like that. You can see them gradually go downhill. And that's why they say you lose yourself. Think about this stuff, Jeff. Think about this, Gideon. Have y'all ever heard somebody say, hey, man, what came over you? You ever heard somebody say that before, Jeff?
Oh, plenty of times. Or
you ever heard somebody say,
something came over me?
Exactly. I don't know what came over me. Or we might say, what's gotten into you? Y'all ever heard somebody say that before? Man, what's gotten into you? Anybody in the chat ever heard that? On Clubhouse, on the stage? Nautica, Keanu? Y'all ever heard somebody say that before? What's gotten into you? What kind of sense does that make to just say a word, a wording or a phrasing like that? What's gotten into you? Exactly. When you say what's gotten into you, in other words, what possessed you? Or somebody even say, man, what possessed you to do that? Y'all ever heard somebody say that before? Man, what possessed you to do that? These are all terminologies we use all the time. That's talking about demon influence and possessive. That's what we're talking about. And these Nephilim are still here today influencing people. And they're in the church. They're on social media. They want to keep trying to start stuff with people. I want to debate you, Josh. Why don't you debate Oopin? Why don't you talk to Sneeko, Gideon? Every time you turn around, this is demons. I don't want to talk to demons. Gideon to tell you, man, I don't want to talk to them clowns. I tell him in a minute. He don't told me like at least 3 people that I can name off the top of my head. I ain't gonna put their names out there. They all say they want to talk to. He get the same answer every time. I do not want to talk to them. He's running. You dang? Yes, I'm running. Like Usain Bolt. I am running. I'm trying to get away from these demons. They want to possess me. They want to influence me. And when they can't get you at first, they do what they do best because they're egotistic. So they try to play on your ego. Oh, he's running. You know when they say that, I got to prove to them, I'm not afraid of you. I'll debate you. You see how they do? That's what they know. Demons go for what they know. They're all about ego. So they try to play on your ego or your pride to try to get what they want from you. Even my DM, y'all running. Dude, I don't care. Those are Muslims. I'm a Christian. You think I care what a bunch of Muslims think about us? And you know the crazy thing about it, and this ain't no disrespect to the Muslims, but you know the crazy thing about it, at the end of the day, I don't care how cool I am with a Muslim, at the end of the day, to him, I'm just another Christian. You know, on a religious point of view. Maybe not on a personal level as a friend, but at the end of the day, I'm just another Christian. He see us all the same. So why should I care about a Muslim or Muslims that are going to see me the same way regardless of what I teach, what I say, what I prove, what I defend? Why should I care what they think? That's not going to change anything. So I don't care what Muslims think about me. And in case you didn't know, I don't care what Christians think about me. And for some reason, when you show them that you don't care, it pisses them off even more. Care, damn it. That's how they be saying. They're how they be saying they care. They be wanting you to care so bad. And they can never get enough. Read the next part. Watch what it says about these giants that people don't know.
Where do we leave off?
We started at 11, but after it said cause trouble, start for after it says cause trouble. Watch what it says. That's in verse 11.
They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst and cause offenses.
They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst and cause offenses. That means they can't eat or drink, so they're always hungry and they're always what?
Thirsty.
What do we call it when somebody is desperate for attention? We say they're what?
They're thirsty.
They thirsty. We say they thirsty. Is this Gideon, Jeff, people on Clubhouse? Are y'all starting to see it yet? Are y'all starting to see it yet? Do y'all see it? They're always hungry, and we use the word hungry too. Like when somebody wants something real bad, they're like, man, he hungry. Right? And when somebody wants something real bad, we say they thirsty.
How many demons would you say? Because it was only 200. Like, I'm guessing it wasn't like a crazy amount of demons, right?
Remember, Gideon, I said, every time a Nephilim dies, a demon is born. And they were still killing Nephilims after the flood. Remember, I said the children of Israel, when they were going to the promised land. There were an entire race of giants. In another lesson, I can show you that. Right?
So does that mean
there are a lot.
Like millions or billions or probably just millions?
I don't know how many it is. It's too many of them, I know that. And they're constantly thirsty. They're always hungry. And that's the thing about it. They're just floating around. So when they possess you or influence you, that hunger and that thirstiness, not for anything good, influences you. And they're already arrogant by nature. So they'll start stuff with people. Look what it said. And they cause offenses. You know what it means to cause offenses? That means to try to do stuff to offend people on purpose. That's what I mean to cause an offense.
Yeah, trolling, pranking.
Trolling, pranking. That's what they do. That's demonic. I can't not co-sign that. You feel me? That's demonic. They cause offenses. They want to offend people. When you try to offend people, that means you try to make them feel bad. You try to piss them off. You try to make them look stupid. You try to make a fool out of them.
So if you try to debate somebody to make them look stupid, you have the spirit of a demon on you.
Or influenced by it, yes. That's not a righteous reason to be debating nobody. We're not supposed to debate people to try to make people look stupid. We're supposed to debate people to edify people. But most of these people who want to debate us are only interested in self-glorification. They're influenced by that demonic spirit. They're clout chasing. They are thirsty. That's a characteristic of a demon. And they always thirsty. It says they take no food, but nevertheless hunger. They don't have to eat because they're spirits, but they're always hungry. That means they can never be satisfied. Right? And it says, and thirst and cause offenses. Read verse 12.
I don't see verse 12.
Y'all better pay attention. There's a verse 12 after offenses. Yours don't have it?
It still says it's a verse 11, but I'll read it. Yeah. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women because they have proceeded from them.
It says, and these spirits, these demons, shall rise up against the children of men and against the women because they have proceeded from them. They came from mankind, intermingling with fallen angels. So they're going to rise up against them. They can cause sickness. They can cause madness. They always want, if you notice, the common thing is they're always looking for conflict. They're always trying to cause an offense. They're always attacking. They're always trying to start something with somebody. And I can name at least 10 people who all claim to be some kind of religious person, whether it's Christian or Muslim, who act like this. But they supposed to be all devout and holy, and you're acting like you got a demon on you. Because you have not been educated on demonology, so you don't even know that you're being influenced or straight up possessed by one. That's why that brother earlier, you were talking to Gideon, I want to talk to Josh. No, you don't want to talk to me. That demon on you want to get at me. That's who really want to get at me. It's not really you. You're letting them use you, so it's kind of like he's leading the charge and you following it. But that's why y'all want to get at me. All these people on here, and you want to get at me. All these people on social media, you only want to get at me because Gideon. Gideon equals views. Put his name in the title of your YouTube video. People gonna click on it. I want to debate Gideon's pastor. That's that demon. Want to cause an offense. Want an attack. Want some clout. Thirsty. Hungry. That's the characteristics of demons. Not in a righteous way. Like y'all thirsty for knowledge or thirsty for truth. These people are thirsty for attention. That's why the celebrity world is the way it is. These people will sell out. They'll do anything for attention. They can't stand that. And the only thing a demon hates more for not getting attention is you getting more attention than the demon. They can't stand that. They don't just clout chase. They try to clout replace. Y'all understand the difference? Clout chase means using Gideon's name to become popular yourself. Clout replace means we want Gideon out of here. and we gonna be the new Gideon. See, I don't talk about clout chasers. I talk about clout replacers. They want to replace your clout. They want to be the new you. Right? That's why I don't even want to deal with these people. Right? But still in Enoch, Gideon, go right over into chapter 16 and just read verse 1.
This is chapter 16, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits having gone forth shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation.
Mm-hmm.
The great judgment.
Now look what it says. Let me break this down a little bit, Gideon, because it's a long verse, as you can see, right? It says, from the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, right, when they died, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits having gone forth. It's telling you that these demons comes forth from the Nephilim when they die, right? Shall destroy. That's what these demons are going to do. They're going to destroy without incurring judgment, meaning when they do wickedness, they don't immediately get punished or judged. These demons, they don't immediately get it. Then it says, thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated. And I just finished this, Gideon. Over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. So what this verse is saying is God is going to allow these demons to run free and do wicked stuff without immediately being punished or judged until the day of judgment. See, the demons have a judgment coming too. They have a judgment coming too. That's what we have to understand. Satan and his angels and his demons, they know judgment day is coming for them too. See, when we talk about judgment day, we think it's just referring to mankind. It's just us. No, they have a judgment day coming up too. You follow what I'm saying? And they are damned. There is no repentance for them. There is no redemption. That's what they tried to get Enoch to do. Enoch, like, no, God told Enoch, like, no, that's a wrap. There is no redemption for the devil. God already said he doomed. And demons and the fallen angels, all of them, they doomed. To whom much is given, much is required. These angels were in the face of God with authority. They saw God in heaven, walked around with him and everything. You get that much authority, there is very, very little room for error. Very little room for error. Right? Now, let's move on. Now let's go to Matthew. And we be playing with demons, playing with people influenced by demons. That's why I be dismissing everybody. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you. I can already see that demonic spirit influencing you. I already see it on you. I don't want to talk to you. They always want to talk to you. It always starts out with them wanting you to let them in. Have y'all ever noticed that? Ain't nothing wrong with a little conversation. They love saying that. You just want to have a little conversation. Right? And when you agree to it, you know what happens? You just open up that door. You just let them in. And demons are like bed bugs, y'all. Once you get them, it's hard to get rid of them. And we keep dealing with them. That's why I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to talk to them. I want nothing to do with them. And it's getting worse and worse. It's worse than when I was coming up. Don't even know me. Some of these guys, when they be coming after Gideon, they try to get me to talk to them, they don't even know me. They ain't listen to any of my stuff, but they want to debate. Just looking for a fight. That's that demon. They always on the attack. I always want to conflict. I always want to cause trouble. I always want to be the center of attention. Maybe now, y'all understand now. I'm talking to ones who've been studying with us for a while. Maybe now y'all can finally see why Josh don't want to deal with certain people. Y'all know how you get into a relationship and they say, don't bring your baggage? A lot of these people, they got baggage. And they want you to jump into a relationship with their demons, with them. They want to pass their demons on to you. I know guys who were good guys and they got with a girl, right? Come back 6 months, a year later, they act just like that woman. I ain't talking about feminine or anything. I mean her attitude, the way she talk, like she completely changed them. And I don't see the same thing happen with women. Get flipped by men. Now you act like him, right? They always want to talk. Don't forget, y'all, the serpent started out just talking to Eve. That's how it all started, didn't it? With a simple conversation. It don't say the serpent soiled around Eve and was choking her out. You finna eat that fruit. You gonna eat that fruit. Okay, just let me go, let me breathe. No, that ain't what happened. Just a nice little conversation in the garden. Hey, what did God say about those trees? Just a little conversation. One conversation. All Eve had to say once she noticed that the serpent was trying to get her to go against God. Like, man, this conversation over, man. Go slither somewhere else. I don't want to talk to you. She started letting Satan influence her. And now, here we are today. So when I see the demon on you, I'm going to dismiss you. You got people lie on you and then want to turn around and invite you on their platform. They don't drug your name through the mud all over social media and then want to turn around and have you be a guest on their platform. Want you to talk to them. These people are demonic. They are. And the world is filled with demons. That's just the truth. Leave these people alone. Because once they get their demons on you, now I got to dismiss you. I don't have people in the past. Long time ago, I said, man, don't do that, man. Don't do that, girl. Don't get involved with them. Don't argue with them. Don't hang out with them. Kept on doing it. Then they want to bring it back to me. Now I got to cut you off. Oh, Josh, that's messed up, man. We go way back. We cool. No, we all cool. We always will be cool. But you don't went out somewhere and got infected. You don't get influenced. Now I got to protect myself from you the way I tried to protect you from them. Because that's what people like to do. They like to go out and get possessed and then bring the demon back to you to deal with. Hey, Josh, man, I was doing it. I was talking to this guy right here. And first of all, didn't you tell me the other week that you couldn't stand this guy? Well, yeah, but I still had to see already. You just told me you couldn't stand the person. Now you don't hit you with something. Now you're bringing it back to me. Now I got to deal with it. You follow what I'm saying? We got to be careful. I don't have that happen with people to me at ABT before. And a lot more people, I got a lot more success stories than failure stories. I just tell people, I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's you. That's all you. You follow what I'm saying? And you got to do people like that sometimes so they can learn. But a lot of these people don't know me. If I know you don't know me, and you haven't even heard what I teach, and you already want to debate me, come on, y'all, that's a demon. Demons don't need to do no research. They don't need to get to know you. They don't need an excuse. Demon on sight. Let's do this. That's how demons operate. That's who everybody who came after me been like. Since I started associating with Gideon. They don't even know me. On sight, they want to fight though. Set it up. You know what I'm saying? Ain't even introduced themselves to me yet. Ain't even say, hey, Gideon, can you just get me and Josh on the phone together so I can just introduce myself, tell a little bit about myself? How the world you want to debate before you even meet the man? Demons. That's how demons operate. Matthew chapter 8. This is when Jesus was dealing with Legion. Watch what they say to him. Something you just read in Enoch. Right? Matthew 8, Jeff, we're going to read verses 8 to 31. Read that, please.
Matthew chapter 8, verse 28. And when he was come to the other side into the country of the Gerges, there met him two possessed with devils, coming out of the tombs, exceeding fierce, so that no man might pass by that way.
See, these people are possessed, not influenced, possessed with devils, demons, the spirits of these Nephilims, right? The children of the fallen angels. That's what they possess with, right? Keep reading. Watch what it says.
Verse 29. And behold, they cried out, saying, what have we to do with thee, Jesus, thou Son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before the time?
Look what they said. Did y'all notice that? It says, and behold, they cried out, saying, what have we to do with you, Jesus, thou Son of God? Are you come here to torment us before the time? What time are they talking about, Gideon, Jeff?
The Great Torment.
What was it called in Enoch?
I thought it was called the Great Torment.
The incurring, is it judgment?
Oh, the Great Judgment. My bad.
And they knew about this. See, when they saw Jesus show up, they're like, you early, bro. Because when they saw Jesus, they were like, whoa, you early. You don't supposed to, if you here, you early. That means you finna torment us now? That's what they meant when they asked him that.
So
But you can't read
that he was
anything
gonna come
about
down as a. So they didn't understand the scriptures like the Jews usually didn't.
They did not, all they knew, as far as they knew, when the Son of God shows up, it's game over for us. But they didn't expect him to be that early. They knew Judgment Day was not about to come yet. You feel me? That's why they said, or you come to torment us before the time. Right? So when they came face to face with him, they were wondering, uh-oh. But here's the question though, Jeff, Gideon. Where in the Old Testament can you read anything about demons knowing about a torment for them that's supposed to come anyway? You can't read that nowhere in the Old Testament, can you?
No, I haven't come across anything like that.
So this is a reference to Enoch. If you're reading this as a Christian, you don't know what this demon is talking about before the time. Remember, it said that God was going to allow them to run wild without instantly being punished. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then on the day of judgment, for them, they were going to be punished. So when they saw Jesus, what they remember was, whoa. I thought we were going to be allowed to do our thing without being instantly punished until the day of judgment. So they wanted to know, are you here to get us early? And they were scared about that, right? Keep reading, Jeff. We're going to see something else.
Verse 30. And there was a good way off from them and herd of many swine feeding.
Mm-hmm.
The devils besought him, saying, if thou cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine.
So they asked Jesus, if you do cast us out, please allow us to go into the herd of swine. Now we're going to read this same account, but we're going to read it in Luke, and Luke adds a little detail that Matthew doesn't mention. Let's go over to Luke chapter 8. See, a lot of people are influenced by these demons, man. They come in ready to conflict, I always want to set up a conflict. Why don't you debate, i.e., have a conflict with Sam Shalom, Josh? Every time you tune in, what they trying to do? Set up a conflict. That's all they try to do. Set up a conflict. They want to see a fight. They want to see disagreement. That's how they do. See, when you start looking at all these characteristics, you start saying, you know what, man, a lot of people are influenced by demons. They really are. And then we get sucked right into it with them. All they got to do is poke at our ego. That's all they got to do. They got to say something about you to try to get you riled up. And if they do it enough, now that demon they got on them is influencing you and them. And if that happens long enough, that demon they got on them, he gonna be like, hey, we got a new one, we got a live one. He gonna start inviting his friends. I already got this one, so you can get this new one that I don't got over here. Now you got a demon too influencing you, right? Because you let the one on your boy get to you. And once he saw that you were good to go, he called his friend. Hey, I already got Joe. You can come over here, you can get Jeff. You know what I'm saying? So now Jeff acting just like Joe. Because two demons who are friends have possessed two brothers who could have been friends. Do y'all see how that go? That's how demons work. And everybody is always asking me, why don't he want to talk to us? They ask Gideon, why don't he want to talk to us? Because you got a demon on you, bro. Okay, I said it. That's why I don't want to talk to you. Get that demon off of you. Come back, then we'll talk. Once you get that demon off of you, we'll talk. As long as you got that demon influencing you, I don't want nothing to do with you, bro. Once you get rid of that, then we'll talk. That's the thing about it. I am very super serious about this stuff. I not play about this stuff. Everybody who's been knowing me for a minute will tell you. I dismiss people. They're like, man, get them off the stage. People be in the chat, nah, man, let them talk, let them talk, let them talk. No, get them out of here. Y'all want to play with demons. You don't play with demons. That's not something you play with. You don't play with the devil. Y'all be want to entertain the devil. The Bible says, give no place to the devil. Other translators say, give him no space. I mean, give him no room to work. Y'all be want to give the devil room to work. And then he work you over. We're not supposed to do that. If it looks like I'm running, it's because that's what I'm doing. I'm running from demons. I'm not running from you. You just the flesh. I'm running from the demons. I don't go looking for demons. You got people, we're see hunters. Y'all going looking for demons. I don't go looking for demons. If I find myself faithful one, I have to rebuke it and deal with it. That's different. But if I can cross the street, you know what I'm saying? You know, you be walking and you see an intimidating group of people on the same side of the street. If I can cross the street, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to try to pass through them and see what happens. I'm going to cross the street. I'm going to take a detour. All of y'all want to see all this conflict and stuff. All this discord. Y'all got demons on y'all, man. I rebuke every demon on every last one of y'all. If that's who you are and that's what you about. And I pray that that demon get away from you before it fully possesses you. Because it's already on your shoulder, in your ear. It's already doing that. Right? Y'all better understand. Look what it says right here. Luke 8, 30 to 32. When you get there, Jeff, read, please, good sir.
Luke chapter 8, verse 30. And Jesus asked him, saying, what is thy name? And he said, Legion, because many devils were entered into him.
So you just learned something else too. And you probably already knew this. More than one demon can possess a person. Yes. So you got some people who's influenced by a demon, and you got some people that are influenced by demons, and you got some people that are possessed by multiple demons. So if they got multiple demons on them, you don't think they got one to spell for you? I'm just saying. You don't think they got one to spell for you? Dude, I got 1,000 demons on me. You can get one of these for your boy Gideon. Here, there you go, Gideon. I'm going to replace that one I just lost anyway. You follow what I'm saying? I'm going to replace it. It's easy to replace them. Demons can't wait to possess you. It's easy to replace them. And then they all up on you, and now we don't even recognize you anymore. We don't even recognize you anymore. That's how they do. They gradually bring you down. They work you over. Now you find yourself acting just like the people who you couldn't stand. Now you one of them. We can't tell you apart from them. They don't brought their demons to you. It's easy to see today. One thing I thank God for is a lot easier to spot them now, especially on social media. Just look for the dude always looking for conflict, always looking for smoke, looking for it, not ready for it, looking for it. You follow what I'm saying? That's what we're dealing with. We're not saying that everybody who wants to debate got a demon on them. There's nothing wrong with wanting to debate for edification. But somebody always got that clout chase, always got your name in their mouth, always wanting to try to take you down, always wanting to prove something to you. Nah, man, go on. You got a demon, man. Please back away from me. I don't want to talk to you, man. Some of y'all got to work on your spiritual eyes. Use your real eyes so you can realize what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know how to do that. I be trying to tell y'all, man, look, that's a demon right there. I can even predict what they're going to do. Gideon to tell you. Certain people don't do stuff. I told Gideon watching that thing they going to do. And they do it. Dang, Josh, how you know? Demon going to be a demon. A demon got a demon. That's what they going to do. You follow what I'm saying? That's what they going to do. They're highly predictable. That's one thing about a demon. They're highly predictable. They give spoilers. You follow what I'm saying? When that demon possessed Saul, that demon gave a spoiler, didn't it? I'm going to strike David to the wall with this javelin. That's the spoiler. And then he threw the javelin. They give spoilers. They tell you what they're going to do. Right? We don't be listening. We think they be playing. Right? They're very predictable. I can predict the demon real easy. Because they're so arrogant. They think they can't be stopped until they see Jesus. Right? Now, they said, we are legion, for we are many. Read the next verse, please.
Luke chapter 8, verse 31. And they besought him that he would not command them to go out into the deep.
Now look what it said. This is not in Matthew chapter 8. It said they besought him, they begged Jesus that he would not command them to go into the deep. Now, what is the deep, y'all? It's a place they didn't want to go. What we're going to do is go to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and we're going to look up the word translated deep in that verse. And it's 12 in the Greek section. The word translated deep in this verse, 12 in the Greek section. And the word is abusos. Abusos. And it says from Greek as a negative particle and a variation of Greek 1037, depthless. That is specifically infernal, abyss, deep, bottomless pit. So they were asking Jesus not to cast them into the bottomless pit. And I'm going to show you is a spiritual prison for fallen angels and demons. So even though God said he would allow these demons to run wild with no immediate judgment or punishment, he still allows people like, who got the gift of casting out demons to have them sent to the bottomless pit. And the bottomless pit, that's the lowest part of hell. That's why they didn't want to go there. But it's not even the final judgment hell. See, that's the scary part. That's just the prison. But they're still tormented in that prison. That's why they didn't want to go. They can't run free. And they're being tormented while they're in
Is that where Azazel
prison.
is?
Yes, that's where he is. Very good. That's where he is. Oh, but don't worry. Don't worry. What we're going to do, let me show you something, Gideon. What we're going to do, we're going to read the same thing, but we're going to read it in the CSB. Pull up that CSB for me, Gideon. We're going to read Luke 8 and 31. And look what it says. Luke 8 and 31 in the Christian Standard Bible. Look what it says. And they begged him not to banish them to the abyss. You see that? They knew about the abyss, and they've been knowing about the abyss since the days of Enoch. Right? Since the days of Enoch. Look how it reads in the ERV, easy to read version. Look what it says, Luke 8:31. The demons begged Jesus not to send them into the bottomless pit. That is a spiritual prison for fallen angels and demons. But do y'all remember? I told y'all that I'm going to show you how this pertains to the end times. Because I said I'm going to give y'all some end time stuff too. There's like 7 different classes y'all getting in one. Because I got like 7 different requests. But before we do that, let me tell you this. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 2. And we got one more after that.
Josh, you don't
2
want
Peter
to
chapter 2.
32?
Sir, what did you say?
I'll finish with verse 32.
Oh, yeah. Read verse 32 so they can see that's the same story. Thank you. Read
Got
that, please.
Luke chapter 8, verse 32. And there was there an herd of many swine feeding on the mountain, and they besought him that he would suffer them to enter into them. And he suffered them.
So he did not send them into the abyss or the bottomless pit. He did not send them to that prison. He let them roam free. They went into the swine, and then the swine drowned in the river. And you know what happens when the vessel they inhabit dies. They just leave and float around looking for another vessel. But they knew about that place, that prison. They knew about it. Right? Now, let's go to 2 Peter 2 and verse 4. They knew about this place. So y'all can see. There's another reference to Enoch. How did they know about an abyss? You don't read nothing about no abyss in your regular Bible or no bottomless pit in the King James in the Old Testament. But it's in the Apocrypha and it's in the Book of Enoch. The New Testament has all kinds of references to Enoch and the Apocrypha. The 2 books they tell you, don't read them books. Don't they always tell you that? Don't read them. They're not canon. Says the Catholic that tells me to look at the church fathers, and the church fathers use Enoch. Demons, y'all. This is the origin of them. Y'all also gonna see their destiny. Y'all already read it, but y'all gonna get to see it. This is 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. This is what Peter was telling people about the different groups of people that God did not spare for being wicked. Watch how he describes this here. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. Read that.
2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment.
Now, you can't read anything about this in the Old Testament. Where's Peter getting this from? Somebody might say, well, the Holy Spirit told him. That's possible. But he's talking about this to an audience like they know already what it is. Notice he's not breaking this down like they're hearing this for the first time from somebody filled with the Holy Ghost. He's breaking this down like they already know what he's talking about. He said, for if God spared not the angels that sinned. Who were the angels that sinned, Jeff, that he's referring to?
Before the flood that came down.
Before the flood.
That had children.
During the days of Noah,
yes.
Right? And if you read verse 5, it gives you the sequence of events to let you know what the time frame was. Read verse 5.
Verse 5. And spared not the old world, but saved Noah, the 8th person, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood upon the world of the ungodly.
See, they call him a preacher of righteousness. He was preaching to the people before the flood came to repent. And they didn't listen, and that's why God brought the flood. But notice what it said. First, it talks about angels sinning. Then it talks about Noah and a flood coming. But you know what's so crazy, though, Jeff? What we're going to do is we're going to go to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance one more time, and we're going to look up the word translated, cast down to hell. Because it's one word, even though it's translated like 3 different words or so in the King James. We're going to look up the word translated, cast down to hell. Let me go ahead and get here with you. And that is, my friend, 50-20 in the Greek section. 50-20 in the Greek section. And those are talking about chains of darkness. Why is it talking about chains of darkness? Because this is talking about the bottomless pit as well. And the deeper a pit, which is a hole is, the deeper it is, the darker it is. No sunlight can penetrate it. But look what it says. This is the word, and the word is Tatarao. Tatarao. And it says, from Tartaros, the deepest abyss of Hades, to incarcerate in eternal torment. So the Greek word translated here is tatarao, which is a verb, which means to incarcerate in Tartarus. That's the Greek equivalent of Sheol itself, is the deepest part of Sheol. And in Greek mythology, if you look up Tartarus, because what they did is they took a Greek equivalent to best describe in the Greek language what they were talking about to a Hebrew audience. If you look up Tartarus, Google it, it'll tell you it was a spiritual prison for demons and fallen gods and stuff like that. That's why Peter used that word, because that was the best equivalent he could think of in the Greek. Right? So Tartarus is another name. So you just learned different names for this prison. It's called the Chains of Darkness. It's called Tartarus. It's called the Abyss. It's called the Bottomless Pit. And it's called the Deep. This is where all evil angels and demons go when they are imprisoned before the judgment. That's their final destination. That's where they go when they get a little too out of control. God is saying the angels, you know what? You need to lock him up. He acting up a little bit too much. And that's what we need to do. We need to pray that God send angels to incarcerate some of these demons. So they'll do it. They will do it. I can show y'all that in another class. They will do it. Come get this demon and lock him up. And once you get locked up, that's pretty much a wrap. Until, now let's go to the final place. Let's go to Revelation 9. Because now I'm finna show y'all in the end times, before Jesus comes back, he's going to punish this world by unleashing every single fallen angel and demon that ever got thrown in the bottomless pit to punish mankind. Let's go to Revelation 9. We're going to read 1 to 11. This is what God got in store for the world. Y'all know the demons can't wait to hurt people anyway, right? Revelation 9, 1 to 11. But if you're down with God, you ain't got to worry about this. Revelation 9, 1 to 11. You've seen the origin of the demons, and I gave you the destiny of them. Their destiny is the lake of fire, right? Oh, well, go ahead and read, please, Jeff.
Revelation chapter 9, verse 1. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit.
So this angel, when it talks about this star, this is talking about an angel, because angels are sometimes called stars in the Bible. And it said, to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. So I saw a star fall from heaven, or an angel descend from heaven. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. What's the bottomless pit? That's the deep. That's the abyss. That's Tartarus. That's the chains of darkness. That's the place where demons and fallen angels are. And this angel is about to unlock it and open it up. Read.
Verse 2. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the pit.
Now, it's about reading the smoke of the pit. Why was smoke coming out of the pit? Where there's smoke, there's what, Jeff?
There's fire.
There's fire. See, these demons are being tormented with fire while they're in the chains of darkness. And this angel just opened up the bottomless pit. So now smoke came out, and what happens after that? Read verse 3.
Verse 3. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power.
And when it started describing what these locusts look like, you know this is not talking about no literal locusts. He just opened up the bottomless pit, y'all. What's in the bottomless pit? Jeff,
Demons.
Gideon, what's in about
Demons.
demons and fallen angels?
Right.
So if he just opened this up, what's coming out of it?
Demons and fallen angels.
Demons and fallen angels. That's what you're reading about here. You got people trying to say, oh, this is talking about modern warfare. He's describing helicopters and flying machines. No, this is talking about demons. And that's what's in the bottomless. Ain't no tank on no helicopter in no bottomless pit. That's a spiritual prison.
Right.
Come on, y'all. In this context, come on. We'll go ahead and read.
Verse 4. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads.
And you can read about that seal of God in people's forehead in Revelation chapter 7. So if you're sealed by God at this time, these demons are not going to hurt you. It's going to tell you who they're going to hurt, right? This is God allowing this angel to unleash demons on the world. That is crazy. If you are not with God at this time, you are so screwed. You're not even going to be able to commit suicide to get out of it, to end the suffering. You can't even do it, but we're going to let you read that. Go ahead and read.
Verse 5. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man.
Now, I've never been stung by a scorpion, but I've read accounts. They say that hurts pretty bad. But it said it was given that they shouldn't kill them, but they're going to torment them 5 months. They're going to torture them 5 months. That's what demons do. Then we read that demons afflict. That's another word for torture, by the way. Afflict. Mm-hmm. So God's going to let these demons torture wicked mankind. This before Jesus come back, y'all.
Where is this on the timeline
Hope y'all know that.
Of like the Antichrist and stuff?
This is like during the time of the Antichrist, but before, like doing the tail end of it, like winding down. Mm-hmm. Like this is God letting us know he about to bring the pain. Right? He gonna do this. See, this world is gonna already be so beat down that when Jesus show up, they're gonna still try to fight, but this is the stuff he's gonna have happening. And the reason why you know this, because it said the 5th angel sounded, and this happened. Jesus comes back at the 7th trumpet. This the 5th, right? The 7th is the last trumpet, right? But go ahead and read.
Revelation chapter 9, verse 6. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them.
This is how you know this is supernatural. Because if you was being tormented like that, you just take a gun, pow, blow your brains out, or jump off a cliff. This is exactly what God told Satan he could do to Job. He said you could torture him, but don't kill him. And Job wanted to die. It tells you that. Job told you in the book of Job, he wanted to die, but he couldn't. This is supernatural torment. These demons are going to be tormenting wicked mankind so bad, they're going to want to commit suicide, and God is not going to let them. This is demon activity. See, he opened up that bottomless pit. God is done playing. He's tired of wicked mankind. Y'all gonna go through all of that and then get thrown into the lake of fire after? Wow. He gonna unleash them on this whole world. Right? Continue, Jeff.
Verse 7. And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle, and on their heads were as it were crowns like gold, and their faces were as the faces of men.
Trying to remind you of how he was describing those cherubs in Ezekiel, like the face of a lion, the face of an ox, face of a man, face of an eagle. He's describing demons. This regular locusts do not look like this. He's describing demons. They're going to be supernaturally torturing mankind, just like Satan was supernaturally torturing Job. And you can't die. Can you imagine that? You can't die out of this. God ain't even going to allow the wicked to take the easy way out, man. I'll just jump off a cliff. I'll just blow my brains out. Either that gun going to jam, or you ain't going to be able to make it to the cliff, or if you jump off the cliff, you're going to float or something. I don't know how you're going to make it not happen, but you're not going to be able to die. Right? Read the next verse, please.
Verse 8. And they had hair as the hair of women, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions.
No locusts look like this, y'all. Locusts don't have teeth like teeth of lions. They don't have hair like hair of women. John is describing in this vision demons, what they look like. At least these particular demons. Or these fallen angels. That's what he's describing. Torturing mankind. Go ahead and read verse 9.
Verse 9. And they had breastplates, as it were breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle.
So they got on breastplates as breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was the sound of chariots of many horses running as battles. That sounds like some angels to me. Angelic activity. Remember, they can come on any form wearing anything. But they're coming out that bottomless pit. Because God let that angel open up that bottomless pit. That's messed up. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up. Think about how many demons and fallen angels have been locked up since then. So when they finally see that door unlock, they're going to be like, we're free. And they're going to just attack mankind.
Have you seen any movies that kind of illustrated this?
Not off the top of my head I could think of. But I'm pretty sure there is. Right? So this is when they're going to be torturing mankind. Mankind going to want to die. He said for 5 months they're going to be able to do this. But keep reading.
Verse 10. And they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months.
And they had tails like scorpions, and they had stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. Supernatural torture of the worst kind. So bad you want to die, but can't. That is messed up. They're going to get one last time to play. So they got to get it out their system. Because after this, it's the lake of fire for them. So, when they finally get let out, they're going to party like it's 1999. That's why they're going to be doing all this stuff to mankind. They can't wait. That's what they want to do anyway. And they know what their destiny is. That's why they said that to Jesus. Or you come to torment us before the time. They want to come out with the bottomless pit. They talking about the final judgment, the lake of fire. Right? Read verse 11.
Verse 11. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon.
And both of these words, Abaddon and Apollyon, means destroyer. Nobody knows who this angel is because he's not named. We know it's not Satan because Satan get dealt with by name in Revelation 20. See, when you read Revelation 20, that's God putting Satan into the bottomless pit. That's the first time and only time Satan will have ever been imprisoned. You got Christians walking around right now talking Satan is in hell, burning people in hell and turning them over with a pitchfork. No, he's not. Satan do not want to go to hell. He don't want to go to the bottomless pit. He hates it. That means he's locked up and can't do anything. And he's being tormented. He don't want to go to hell. Satan is right here on earth. So in Revelation 20, when he get put in the bottomless pit, why do y'all think for 1,000 years after that's over with, what's the first thing he gonna do when he get out? He gonna wild out, just like these guys doing here when they got let out. Y'all see the pattern? You see the pattern,
You
Jeff?
know the reason and why Satan gets let out after those 1,000 years?
it says to influence mankind one more time. That's what it says, to deceive the nations
Will
one
we
more
be
time.
battling? Because by then we'll be like in our celestial bodies. So will we be battling
Exactly.
Satan?
By that time, yeah, the saints will be in their celestial bodies by that time. The saints will. But it's still gonna be some mortals left on earth that was born during that 1,000-year millennium reign and left over from whenever Jesus comes back. Gonna be a combination of those, of course, by 1,000 years, anybody that's left over from when Jesus comes back, they'll be long dead. But there's people born during the 1,000-year millennium reign. Those are gonna be the people who influence one more time. And the crazy thing is, you notice they all are predictable. Notice as soon as they're let out, they wild out. As soon as these demons were let out, they wild out. As soon as Satan is let out, he wilds out because they hate being in prison. They can't do anything. It's a dark place where they're being tormented. Right? So this angel right here, Abaddon or Apollyon, he's the angel of the bottomless pit. We don't even know if he's good or evil. But one thing we do know is that he's in charge of this. And he's going to be leading the charge of all these demons. So it's going to be Abaddon, also known as Apollyon, and all these demons and fallen angels inflicting mankind for 5 months with torment so severe that they're going to want to literally die and will be unable to.
So does that mean he's like Loki stronger than Satan if he's the king of the bottomless pit, and that's where Satan's going?
No, just because you're king over a position don't mean you're stronger than Satan, bro. Satan is the top dog among the evil angels and the demons. This guy's just over the bottomless pit. You can have a position over something that don't mean you're higher than Satan. There is a hierarchy in the spiritual realm among the good angels and the bad angels. I got a whole class on that too.
Michael's the strongest out of the good angels, right?
That's the one that it seems like does all the heavy lifting. Yeah. I can't say he's the strongest, but it do seem like every time there's some heavy lifting need to be done, that's what they get, Michael. So these guys are going to roam free right before they get thrown into the lake of fire. So sisters and brothers, I have given you demon origins. You know where demons come from. You know how they got here. And you know their characteristics. So now you know when you're dealing with somebody possessed or influenced by a demon. We need to stay prayed up and we need to avoid anybody who got these characteristics of these demons. I don't care if they tell you, dang right, I'm running. And I'm not going to stop running until the devil stop chasing me with these demons. If I got the option to run, I'm going to run. I don't deal with people who want to bring their demons to you so they can infect you. So you have learned a lot. You also know that the church fathers knew about the Book of Enoch and made references to it, which is why we use it. Not because of the church fathers, but because it was around and people used it. And I can do another class showing you other references to the Book of Enoch. So the next time somebody asks you about demons and fallen angels, simply show them the information in this class. And then they too will know the origin of demons. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay, everybody. Okay. First of all, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. Just so you know, we have Sabbath classes every week, every Saturday, every Shabbat. We open the Clubhouse room. If you want to come on Clubhouse and listen to some nice music for about 30 minutes, we open the Clubhouse room every week at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I play some nice gospel music for about 30 minutes, and the actual class starts around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody is interested in making a donation, if you like what you hear, just being blessed by what you hear and want to show some support, you can do so one of two ways. The first way is through PayPal. My mods will post this information in the chat. The first way is through PayPal using our email address, which is Absolute Bible Truth, the number 4, EVA@yahoo.com. That's Absolute Bible Truth forever@yahoo.com. You don't spell out the word for, you type the numerical digit for. So it's absolute Bible truth forever@yahoo.com. And of course, the other way you can donate is through Cash App using the Cash App tag, which is money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. Again, that's money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And in case you're wondering, that simply stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministries. Let me see if my guy Ariel is available. And he is not. That means he's probably out at work. Gideon, I will let you do some brief announcements and I will be right back.
Yo, praise God, everybody, man. I think this was another W class, man. Like, praise God. All praises to the Most High. I know I learned a lot. I know you guys learned a lot. I think some of the things I learned today is, how, the fallen angels came down and had sex with mortal women, and then that's how we got the Nephilim. We also learned that the Nephilim are bound to earth, so that means that their spirits are here, and those spirits are evil spirits, and we all know that those evil spirits are demons. And we learned some of the characteristics of these demons. They're egomaniacs, they're arrogant, they're always looking for a fight. And, we should avoid this stuff because these spirits are in people in our everyday lives. And, you don't play with the devil. You know what I mean? You don't play with that stuff. And so we must flee. Like the scripture Brother Josh brought up, we must give no room to Satan. Also, we learned that about the bottomless pit. This gives credence. If anybody says, "Oh, I don't use the Apocrypha," I don't use Enoch. That's not scripture. All we have to do is just refer them to the Bible and just ask them simply, "What is the bottomless pit?" Because you can't answer what the bottomless pit is without using Enoch or the Apocrypha. So make sure you guys get that in your repertoire. If someone asks, what is the bottomless pit? What is in Revelations 9? Why are all these angels in the bottomless pit? And why are they being released? Also, we also learned, we learned a lot. I'm trying to think what else we learned today. Today was a lot. Today was a lot, y'all. Today was a lot, but I just had a lot of fun. We also see in history how a lot of these same stories repeat themselves. Today was the first time we got into the Enoch, man. So if you guys haven't, get you guys a Book of Enoch right now. Highly recommend the R.H. Charles translation. We highly recommend that, y'all. But, just praise God, man. Huge shout out to Brother Josh, letting God use him as a vessel. And we just prayed that God revealed this truth to us that gives us better edification. Is this stuff salvific? No. But is it cool to know? I think we can all agree that it definitely is cool to know. Like even a lot of high-ranking people at seminary schools, they don't know this. You feel me? So make sure, you guys share your guys' notes with each other. If anybody missed anything, make sure you guys also get you guys a Book of Enoch. Oh, that's what I was going to say. And also, if anybody says, "Oh, I don't use the Book of Enoch," and stuff like that, and if they're a person that relies on the church fathers, if you want to get them in a quick trap, be like, "Oh, do you listen to Saint Martyr or Saint whoever, Augustine?" And if they say, "Yeah," well, they used the Book of Enoch. That's a quick way, But also, we also realize, man, this stuff is not worth going back and forth with, man. Like if we see that, it's not a thing of edification, but an ego battle. We don't have egos because we're just children of God, We have nothing to prove because we know that we know what the scriptures say, and we know what the scriptures prove. So we don't have to prove anything to anybody else. So, if someone's trying to make a big fuss out of it and debate and stuff, just be like, "Hey, man, you got it, bro. You the man." And then, let them go. And then if they say you're running, just be like, "Yeah, I'm running from your demons."
Yeah. Hey, just because you can't run from your demons don't mean I can't. You know what I'm saying?
So, brother Josh, this is all up to you. Are we in the Q&A?
Yeah, it's Q&A now. Yeah.
So this is all up to you. But I did tell him I would ask you. Said person, he left a message for me before we had started stream, and he wanted you to. He wanted to see what your answer was to this. He wanted to talk to you in a call, but I said like I can't tell brother Josh what to do. Like he's his own man. But he did ask if I could write down a question to relate to you. So could I ask it?
Yeah.
It was kind of like a three-parter, but it's all kind of like the same thing. His question is in Hebrews 7, and I'm gonna go to I'm starting at verse 12, or actually start at verse 18. So Hebrews 7 and 18. Hopefully, I think I got it written down the right way. So Hebrews 7 and 18. It says, "For there is verily a disannulling of the commandment going before for the weakness and unprofitableness thereof." Verse 19, "For the law made nothing perfect, but the bringing in of a better hope did, by which we drew nigh unto God." So this was his question. He said, "What command has been annulled? How then has this?" He said, "What command has been annulled?" Then in verse 12 it says, "For let me scroll over there. For the priesthood being changed, there is made necessity a change also of the law." He also said, "How did the law change? And if the law has changed, then how then in Matthew 5:17 does it say, how then has the law not been fulfilled?" So he's saying if Paul's saying that or whoever the writer of Hebrews is saying that there was a change in the law, what was this change? Why was it changed? And if the law has been changed, then does that show that the law is done away with according to Matthew 5:17? Because it says that till no jot to no tittle to all the law be fulfilled. So I think let me re-say that one more time. So he's saying verse 18, for there is another annulling. So what was this change of the law? Why did the change have to happen? And since this change did happen according to Hebrews 7, he says, then does that not show that the law is done away with?
Why does this question sound familiar? I think I just answered this question like 2 weeks ago. The exact question. I just answered this same. Is it the same person that asked it? As far as you know,
No.
right? They
So
asked
the main
about
question
this,
is
and
like he's trying to say like the law is done away with.
the law that is talking about here, that is talking about changes and stuff being made to the law. This, and I said this the last time, the book of Hebrews is not addressing Levitical priests. If this book was addressing Levitical priests, then he would be right in his assessment. This book is addressing Christian believers. When they talk about all these changes being made, it's talking about on a spiritual level. Christ is our high priest on the spiritual level, but he's not literally making sacrifices for us in heaven the way the high priests were down on earth. All this is telling you is that all of this stuff that you see in the Old Testament pointed toward Christ and something he would do. This is a classic case of people, once they understand the spiritual significance behind something, they think it does away with the physical practice of it. Like, because I know that Jesus' sacrifice was foreshadowed by the animal sacrifice. That means, oh, the animal sacrifice is done away with. As far as like spiritually speaking, who our high priest is still Jesus, and that trumps anything. But this is not a dissertation to Levitical priests saying the law in its actual form changed. Because if you keep reading in the book of Acts, the apostles never went out and told anybody stop sacrificing animals when they had plenty opportunity to do that. Stephen was even accused of saying that Jesus would come and change these customs and laws, which he denied, and it tell you that people lied on him. But this is what this guy is trying to tell you, that Hebrews is saying exactly that. So were they lying on Stephen when they said that Jesus would change these customs and the temple and all of that stuff? Because this is talking about temple stuff. But the book of Acts lets us know that these people were lying when they said that Stephen was teaching that. The author of Hebrews is not teaching about anything being done away with in the literal, but in the spiritual sense. Because how can a law change in the physical sense when you can't show anywhere in the Bible where they physically did anything to the temple? Spiritually, this is all this is talking about. It's that Jesus is our high priest spiritually, not Aaron. Aaron was our physical high priest. The whole thing about Hebrews is telling you how the Melchizedek priesthood, which is what Jesus operated under, is superior to the Levitical or the Aaronic priesthood. It's telling you that one is superior to the other. That's the change. But there's no physical change in that Levitical law. And even if it was, that has nothing to do with us because we're not Levites. You got to get the context of this book and who's being addressed. He's comparing the physical with the spiritual. And when he says law right there, he's talking about pertaining to the sacrificial law. He's not talking about commandments like thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not commit adultery. He's just comparing our spiritual high priest with the physical high priest that was Aaron. That's all this is talking
So
about.
Hebrews 7 wasn't even talking about like anything like the law that Moses or Aaron set up.
No, it's talking about something because all this stuff is the law of Moses. It's just talking about the significance behind the sacrifice law and that we don't go to Aaron. Aaron is not our high priest. Jesus is our high priest. When he died, he became our spiritual high priest, even though Aaron was still operating, his sons anyway, was operating as a high priest on earth. This is just letting you know that believers know that their high priest, after the order of Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek dictates that your priest and your king be the same individual. That's what makes Melchizedek priesthood so significant. The king and the priest is the same individual. With the Levites, you had the Levites, they could only operate as the priest, and you had to be from the tribe of Judah to operate as a king. Jesus did both with a different priesthood called the Melchizedek priesthood, which is based on better promises. But this is not saying anything about, oh, the change in the law is talking about, oh, so the Sabbath law changed, or the dietary law changed, or thou shalt not kill changed. This is talking about all priest stuff. Look at it. It's talking about all priest stuff. It's the only thing it's telling you is who's your high priest. You can't take something that says the law and try to make it the whole law. Sometimes the word law is used to talk about the whole law. But sometimes the word law is used to talk about a specific law or specific laws, but not the whole law. So if you just read this whole chapter, you'll see. Matter of fact, does your Bible have a heading to the top, like a title of it in the chapter to let you know what it's talking about?
Which part of it? It says first says the priestly
Just start
order
at
of
verse 7, chapter 7.
Yeah, so it says
What it
the
say?
priestly order of Melchizedek, and then it
The priestly
says
order of Melchizedek. That's what
Jesus
that's talking about.
compared to Melchizedek.
Jesus compared to Melchizedek. It's talking about the priesthood, bro. This ain't talking about remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy or don't commit adultery. This is comparing the priesthood, who's our high priest spiritually. Jesus is not your literal physical high priest. If he were, you'd see him here or you'd be able to go somewhere and see him making sacrifices or officiating as a priest. Do you
And
ever
he's
see him
also
do that?
not
You ever
from the
seen him do
line
that?
of Aaron, right?
Exactly. That's what make this is what this is talking about. People going to Hebrews and they're trying to blow Hebrews up into all kinds of other stuff, and all Hebrews is doing is drawing parallels between Jesus and Melchizedek and the Melchizedek priesthood and the Aaronic priesthood. And the change that was made to that particular law, spiritually speaking, not even literally, spiritually speaking, that Jesus is our high priest and always has been from that point. But the Jews continued to sacrifice animals, and they continued to have a high priest, and the apostles did not have a problem with that. That's why Paul entered into a vow and had a sacrifice performed with him when the vow was over with. Paul didn't go in there and say, wait a minute, I'm under the Melchizedek priesthood. I don't need to have a sacrifice done for me anymore. He let the sacrifice be done. That's why Stephen, when they accused him of saying Jesus would change the customs of this temple, they called that a lie. But this is exactly what this guy is saying that they did. So was Stephen lying, or were the people lying on Stephen or Stephen, according to the narrative? The narrative said they were lying on Stephen. So if they were lying on Stephen and they were saying Jesus would change the customs of the law of Moses and the temple in a literal sense, then they would have been justified for wanting to kill him, because that's exactly what he would have been saying. But the narrative lets you know they were lying when they said that. But my question is this the same guy who wants to debate me, who asked this question?
He never said he wants to debate you. He said first he wants to have a conversation with you, like, you know, no cameras, no nothing. He wants to talk to you.
Okay, I can understand. Gideon, you know how many people hit me up in my DM wanting to talk to you? Gosh, could you reach out to Gideon for me and tell him I like. By the way, Eric Brown said he's still waiting on your call. He keeps bugging me, man. Please call him, man. Talk to him about 10, 15 minutes sometime before the weekend is over with, please.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, I don't have a problem with people wanting to talk to me. But if you want a one-on-one with me, it better be because you want me to teach you, not because you want me to go back and forth with you. If you already believe something, then keep right on believing it. If you want to learn from me, then you can come to Discord just like everybody else and listen just like they do. I don't see why a one-on-one is necessary unless you're trying to have a back and forth with me. And I'm not interested in that.
That's what I was trying to make. That's why I said if you would rather just have it be a debate, I'll ask him if he wants to do that. But if you actually just genuinely want to just ask you a question, then I said, then, you know, he's not going to have it be like a back and forth. It's like either you're going to just ask a question and you answer. But I think that was it. That was all he had asked.
Yeah.
That was his question.
That's cool, man. And he seemed like, I mean, and to be perfectly honest, he sounds like a civilized person, at least the way you're presenting him, right? The way you're presenting him. I don't know. Maybe you ain't telling us the whole story, but you're definitely presenting him in a respectable and civilized way. All I'm just simply saying is this. Don't hit me up. I'm talking to everybody. Do not hit me up in my DM because you want to have a back and forth with me. I don't want to talk to you. I'm here to teach. I'm not here to argue. When I come on here, I'm here to teach. I'm not here to learn from y'all. When I want to learn from y'all, and some of y'all can take witness to this, I've gone on y'all Discord. Haven't some of y'all seen me that y'all invited me to a Discord? Haven't y'all seen me popping there every now and then and getting the audience? That's Danielle. I was checking out their Sabbath class this morning. And I checked out their Sabbath, not their Sabbath class, but their Bible study. Danielle will tell you. You know, I will check in if I want to learn from y'all or show any interest in what y'all are talking about. But don't come in my DM trying to get into a back and forth with me because I'm just going to block you and dismiss you. I don't want to be, when I want to be taught by you, I will find you. Now, you can come in my DM and be like, yo, Josh, here's a link to when I be teaching this stuff, whatever, on my Discord, on my YouTube channel. We'll be live sometimes, yada, yada, yada. All you're going to get from me is a thumbs up. And if I have time, I will click on there and I will check you out.
He does be checking you guys out if you guys teach. He does.
Yeah, I do. I'll check you out. But while we're here, this is my time. When you come up in here, be ready to learn. That's what you come here to do.
So he just texted me, and he just wanted to reiterate. He said specifically what command has been annulled, as it says in Hebrews 7:18.
It tells you, tell them that it says, if you read the whole chapter, it tells you.
He's listening.
It tells you in the chapter. Just read the whole chapter. It specifically tells you. The chapter tells you. It tells you what changed to the law. You know, whatever law it's talking about, it has to deal with a priesthood law. And it still don't mean in the literal sense, because the Christians did not literally do anything to the Jews' temple. They still honored the temple and had sacrifices. I'm talking about the first Christians were Jews. They did not walk around thinking that the temple was obsolete or should be done away with. No apostle taught that. And they had all the opportunity to do that. You never find that. Hebrews is just telling us who our high priest is on a spiritual level. And what happens is people take spiritual things and they try to impose them back onto physical things. And that's where the misunderstanding comes in at. So that was the change it was talking about. But the change in the law was not a physical change in the law. It was not a rewriting. Because when you talk about a change in the law, like a written document, a literal change would mean you go in there and you rewrite it. It's talking about spiritual. Everything that talks about Jesus being our high priest is spiritual. Just read the whole chapter. All of it, spiritual. He's in the heavens, into the tabernacle not made with hands. Spiritual. That's all that's talking about. Now, if he can't see that, then he needs to read all of Hebrews that deals with that part. And he'll see it.
Okay. What's good, Isaiah? Isaiah.
AC.
Brother Josh, amazing class, by the way. The class today was very, very,
Praise
very
God.
good and very it'll get you thinking. You know, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm a little, you know.
Yo, spam W's in the chat if you guys enjoyed the class, y'all. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Josh, you put your foot in this one.
Praise God.
The question I had, because I watched your From Fallen Angels to Pagan Gods class, and in one of the verses you went to in Enoch, it's chapter 19, verse 1. And then I read on to verse 2, and it said, the women, also the angels who went astray, shall become sirens. I looked up what a siren was, and it was like ain't those like mermaids or like monsters or something?
That's one definition, yes. But a siren also means like a woman who uses like music and deception to deceive people. That's what it's talking about.
So they didn't become like monsters or like weird things?
No. That's what sirens mean. Like, if you look at the context of Enoch, it doesn't mention anybody turning into any kind of monster. Sirens, that's related to witchcraft. If you look at the narrative, it tells you that the angels influenced them to become acquainted with witchcraft, all of mankind, in fact. So when it talks about a siren, if you look up another definition of a siren just refers to a woman who seduces with her singing or music.
Okay. And
Look
they
it
didn't
up.
do that to fallen angels, did they?
No. It said they became that after that. That's one of the things that was one of the results of that. They didn't siren the angels. It tells you that the angels saw them first from heaven and lusted after them. They hadn't even touched down on earth yet, and the angels already wanted to get at them.
Okay.
Wait.
And
my bad, Isaiah.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask. I meant to ask this. So, if they had sex with the women, are they male angels, or did they just take the appearance of male?
They took on male forms. Yes.
So are they male?
And if you're asking me, are angels always male? I don't know, because they're spirit. But a spirit can take on the form of a male. They took on the form of a male. You're asking me if spirits have gender. Yeah. That's what you're asking me.
Because I was wondering, it's like, why did any of them lust after the men? You feel me? If they're just spirit. So that's why.
Well, those were the male ones. Those were the male ones, apparently, who don't have a desire for women. They had an association with women.
So does that mean that they're... So are they genders, or are they...
There are demons. They could have lusted after women, after men too, because homosexuality, according to the Bible, is caused by a demonic spirit. So they can lust after the same sex or the same gender, if you're looking at it like that, right? It just so happened when they did it like that, it was just the male side of them that wanted to get at the women. You understand? And the Bible only talks about them taking on male forms. There's nothing that says about an angel ever taking on a female form. That doesn't mean it can't.
Okay. I was just curious about... I wanted to ask that during the class, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. But think about it. If you're a demon and the demon is a male and the demon possess you and they put their homosexual spirit on you to make you want to go after another male, then what does that mean?
But the demon's different than the angel, though.
The demons are different than the angels, but it's still a spirit situation at the end of the day. It's still a spirit situation. That's what I'm talking about. Like, do spirits see gender all the time? Like, opposite gender. You follow what I'm saying? Zechariah is not talking about female angels. Read that whole narrative that's representing the Assyrian and the Babylonian Empire, those women with wings. Y'all got to stop just going to verses and just ripping them out of context. Read the whole narrative. That's not talking about no female angels. I was waiting for somebody to pull that out the hat too. That's not talking about no female angels. You did not read. Come on the stage then. Since I read the whole narrative, come on stage, break it down. Then come on stage, break it down. Come on stage, break it down and show us that. Come on. You said he read the whole narrative. Come on. Maybe you did. Dizzy, come on stage, break it down. I'm calling that bluff. I'm calling that bluff real quick. Come on stage, break it down.
What's good?
Yeah, take us there. Book, chapter, and
All
verse.
right. Word.
You said these are talking about female angels. Those were your words, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the chapter in Zechariah. It's in Zechariah 5.
13:10.
Mm-hmm. Zechariah 5
I
and
believe so.
13. Zechariah 5 and what?
Jadeon might have mentioned 13.
No,
I'm not
that was
sure.
me. My bad. That was me
There is
talking. I was saying 13.
There is no 13.
I was saying like
It
page
starts at verse 9.
1310. I was talking
It
to
starts at
myself.
verse 9.
That wasn't
Right.
him.
It starts at verse 9. Now, you said this is talking about female angels.
Wait, what chapter?
The woman.
5?
The woman coming with the wind and
Yes.
their wings.
You said that's talking about female angels. Yes. I know what it says, but you said it's talking about female angels, right?
Yes.
Okay, break it down.
All right. Do you want me to read the passage?
Yeah, read it and break it down.
Okay.
Or
Then
explain it. Mm-hmm.
the angel who talked with me
Wait,
came out.
what verse, my brother? My bad, Dizzy.
I'm starting with
He
5.
started at verse 5. Mm-hmm.
5:5. Okay.
Yeah. The angel who talked with me came out and said to me, "Lift your eyes now and see what this is that goes forth." So I asked, "What is it?" And he said, "This is an..." I don't know how to pronounce that.
That's a ephah.
Yeah, my translation says basket.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Measuring container. All right, that is going forth. He also said, "This is their resemblance throughout the earth. Here is a lead disc lifted up, and this is a woman sitting inside the basket." Then he said, "This is wickedness," and he thrust her
Now,
down.
hold up. Hold up. This is what?
This is wickedness.
So, are these good angels or bad angels, according to your understanding, these women?
I'm not sure.
Okay, keep reading.
And he thrust her down into the basket and threw the lead cover over its mouth. Then I raised my eyes.
Do you see how already, now Dizzy, do you see already is letting you know that this measuring stick and what you're looking at, these are symbols?
Yes.
Do you already see that?
Yes, I do.
So, okay, so when you get to verse 9, is that not the symbolism continuing? Because when you started at verse 5, it says, "Then the angel that talked with me went forth and said unto me, Lift up now your eyes and see what is that goeth forth. And I said,
Right.
What is it? And he said, This is an ephah that goeth forth." You said yours said what? A measuring tool?
Yeah, basket.
A
Measuring
basket,
container.
right? This is a basket that goes forth, right? It says, he said, "Moreover, this is their resemblance through all the earth." Then it says, "And behold, there was lift up a talent of lead, and this is a woman that sitteth in the midst of the basket." Are you starting to see it yet?
Yeah.
This woman sitting in the middle of the basket. So is this talking about an angel or female angel here?
No.
Okay, let's keep reading. And he said, this is wickedness. This woman sitting in the basket. And he cast it into the midst of the ephah, and he cast the weight of lead upon the mouth thereof. Then verse 9 says, Then lift I up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came out two women. Remember, the symbolism is that what this woman represents sitting in this basket. Then I looked up, and there came out two women, and the wind was in their wings, for they had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lift up the ephah, the basket, between the earth and the heaven. This is a visual. This is a vision using women with wings as symbolism, not women angels. You just said that this was not a literal woman sitting in this basket, and this woman is referenced again in verse 9. You can't magically make her now be a literal female angel with wings. You cannot do that. That's called context. That's why I said, you said you read it. Okay, I believe you. You read it, but you didn't keep it in context. Then it tells you in verse 10, then said I to the angel that talked with me. Notice it lets you know and uses the word angel to let you know when he's talking to an actual angel. These women are never referred to as angels. But the angel who's talking to Zechariah is letting him know that. Then it says, then said I to the angel that talked with me, whither do these bear the ephah? Right? And he said unto me, to build it a house in the land of Shinar. That's Babylon. And it shall be established and set there upon her own base. This is not talking about literal women. This is women being used in a vision and a metaphor with wings to symbolize something being rebuilt or built up. That's why you saw it earlier yourself
Sure.
when I asked you this literal woman.
What do you think the two women represent?
They represent the two places that are going to be built up, like Shinar and I think Assyria, the two places. These are the two things that were
So
dealing with the children of Israel at that time, the Assyrian Empire and the Babylonian Empire.
the places are
The
taken.
nations, like
So
the northern kingdom was taken into captivity by the Assyrians. The southern kingdom was taken into captivity by the Babylonians. And if you read Genesis chapter 10, it tells you that the land of Shinar is Babylon because that's where they went to build the Tower of Babel.
Right.
But this is not talking about any actual women with wings or any angels in the form of women.
Okay, but you think the women represent subjects?
Yes, it's a metaphor. If you start off at the very first beginning, it tells you in verse 5, then the angel that talked with me went forth and said unto me, lift up now. Matter of fact, read all. Is in your translation, does it just replace the word ephah with basket and reads exactly the same way? That's all it does?
Mostly, yeah.
What translation do you have?
I often say, man,
I'm in NKJV.
what is the translation you use? The what?
I'm in New King James.
Okay, that makes sense. Cause I was gonna say, bro, if you got a new translation, the only thing they do is like replacing one word in the verse. That's a ripoff. But the New King James does do that, right? Let me show you how this reads in the I'm gonna read it to you in the ERV, right, or the CSB.
Bet.
This is what it says. Zechariah 5:5. Then the angel who was speaking. Okay. It said, then the angel who was speaking with me came forward and told me, look up and see what this is that is approaching. So I asked, what is it? He responded, it's a measuring basket that is approaching. And he continued, right? Do you think Zechariah sees a literal measuring basket approaching, or is this just a vision?
It's a
what
vision.
Do you think, Dizzy?
It's what he sees, but it's a vision.
It's a vision, right? It says, and he continued, this is their iniquity in all the land. So what does the measuring basket represent?
It's taking the wickedness away.
It says, this is their iniquity in all the land, right? Then a lead cover was lifted, and there was a woman sitting inside the basket. Is this a literal woman?
She personifies wickedness, so she's not a
Right.
literal.
Exactly. Then it says in verse 8, I like that word too, personified. I like that. You educated. This is wickedness, he said. He shoved her down into the basket and pushed the lead weight over its opening. Then I looked up and saw two women approaching with the wind in their wings. Their wings were like those of a stork, and they lifted up the basket between earth and the sky. So women are a thing of this vision, right? So I asked the angel who was speaking with me, where are they taking the basket? To build a shrine in the land of Shinar, he told me. When that is ready, the basket will be placed there on its pedestal. This is not a literal basket. This is not a literal woman in the
Yeah.
basket. And these are not literal women carrying the basket.
Hold on. I agree it's not literal woman carrying the basket, but you also you haven't shown me what they're symbols for,
It
right? We
says
know
because
that,
they're building a shrine in Shinar,
right? They're taking
right?
the wickedness to
Who,
Shinar,
right, so the shrine can be built. Who's building it?
the angels.
Are they literally the ones building it? These women building it? Or did people in history actually build this shrine in Shinar, which is Babylon?
See, I don't know what shrine is talking about.
It's talking about, you don't have to know what shrine it's talking about. You just have to know where it says it's going to be built at.
Yeah, Babylon. I agree.
Okay,
Because the
so
way
did
I understand this is,
angels, so
go
did
ahead.
angels build during the time of Zechariah? Did angels build a shrine in Shinar, or did actual Babylonians build shrines in Shinar? That's the question.
I don't think that's a simple question because
That is a
angels.
simple question. That's a yes or no? Do
I
you believe female angels during the time of Zechariah built a shrine in Shinar, or do you think the Babylonians who were worshiping pagan gods built
again,
shrines in Shinar?
the reason I'm
Which one
saying
you
it's
think
not a
did it?
simple question is because angels do things through humans a lot of times.
Okay, but doing things through humans, who's actually building it? That's what I'm asking.
Right. So yes, the
The
actual
whole
people
thing.
would be the Babylonians.
Okay, so who are the women being represented in this? Who's ever carrying this basket, these women with the wings like a stork. It never calls them angels. You're calling them angels because you have in your mind, when you see a humanoid form with wings, you have been programmed by artwork to say, oh, that's an angel. That's all that's
I've been
going on here. I
I
was an
mean
art major myself.
I've been programmed by biblical imagery.
I built so when you see these women with wings, that makes you think of an angel.
When you're carrying and lifting stuff and transporting stuff, I see that imagery in Revelation. I see that in Enoch.
Okay, now show me a male angel described having wings if you got it from biblical imagery. Show me where one male angel came in the form of a human and it was described as having wings. If you're getting this from biblical imagery. Because when you got to these women and you saw wings on them, you went, yo, that's an
Yo,
angel.
Dizzy,
These are
man.
female
Hey, it's all
angels.
good, brother. You know, you can believe what you want to
I
believe,
mean,
man. But
the
you know,
Now let
the
him do it.
cherubim,
Give him a time. Give him
the,
a time cook. I want to see if he
the,
can do it.
the cherubim have
Show
wings.
me, show me cherubims are not male angels. We're talking about when they come in human form. I said human form.
Okay,
Show
but
me.
so you would still recognize that wings are angelic imagery.
Yes, but I'm talking about human form. Remember, human form. That's what I keep saying. You saw women. That's human form. Cherubims are not human form, are they?
No, they're not.
Okay, but did angels ever come in the form of men?
Yes,
Show me when they came in the form of men that they had wings.
I don't have that for you.
So when you first see in a obvious metaphorical vision where a woman is mentioned, because I noticed you ain't the least bit concerned with the woman that was put in the basket. What happened to her?
I think she's a
What
symbol.
was she? She's a symbol. Is the basket a symbol?
Yes,
Is the sin a symbol?
yes. No, the sin
But
is
the two
the sin is
but the
the
two
reality.
women that did the basket get literally lifted? and taking the Shinar.
No.
So that's a symbol too then.
Yeah. But again, like
So
it's difficult
okay,
because
so wait a minute.
Revelation.
So okay,
Hold on.
so hold on, wait,
Just
wait,
to
wait, wait, wait,
explain.
no. So the
Okay.
basket is a symbol, the woman in the basket is a symbol, the sin is a symbol, the lifting up of it is a symbol, but the two women, man, now get them out of here, Gideon. Now get them out of
Nah,
here.
the two women are a
Now get them
symbol.
out of here. Bro, that's inconsistent. That's inconsistent, bro. You're straining to do some explaining. What you want to do is get to the part that you like. Can everybody see what's going on here? The part that he likes. That's the part he want to be literal. Can everybody in the chat see that's what he's doing? He can see the symbolism all the way till he get to these women. Even after the women, when it says that they was building the shrine, he even admits that's not actual. But when he get to these women, he wants to make that literal. You can't read the Bible like that, bro. You get,
What's good, Isaiah? Did you want to
he
finish your
didn't say
question,
that.
Isaiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got some more questions.
What's good, man? We got you with one more, brother.
Okay, one more, let me choose carefully then. Okay, I'm gonna ask this one. So when Jesus told the disciples to like go get a sword, does this mean that Christians are allowed to like like get guns or like weapons to defend themselves if necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask another one since that was a small one?
No, I'm just playing.
You gotta
Of
ask
course.
Gideon that. Gideon said no.
Yeah,
Of course, man.
I saw somebody in the chat say that Nephilim were trying to play with God and they modified different animals. That's how he got stuff like sirens and ugly animals like blobfish. Is that true?
Mhm. It does says in Enoch that they sinned against birds and reptiles and stuff like that. I'm trying to figure out, how do you sin against an animal?
I don't know.
Right. Also, if you read the book of Jasher, it tells you that they were genetically messing with animals, but the book of Jasher doesn't believe those were angels who did it. So it's kind of like they reject the angel part, but they explain what it means when it says the giants
Would you say
sinned
what
against them.
like people do today when they like be genetically messing with dog breeds and stuff? Would you say that's sinful?
No, breeding animals is not talking about altering genetics. Altering genetics means like you're trying to make what is known like a mutant. Like you're trying to make like a dog cat or a cat with
No,
wings
yeah,
or
I'm talking
something
about
like that.
like the people that like make tiger lions.
No, those are the same species. They're the feline. We're talking about tampering with DNA, rearranging your DNA. That's
Like a
what that's talking about. Like what?
like a centaur.
Yes, a half human, half horse. On the north, here's an easy way for you to remember it, Gideon. If they can't naturally produce through sex, and you got to tamper with them to make a hybrid or something out of them, that's what we mean when we say messing with DNA and stuff. We're not talking about breeding stuff.
So how advanced were
Breeding stuff.
they? Like, I guess how advanced would you say they were post or pre-flood?
If you read the Book of Enoch, it tells you the stuff that they taught them, and they are modern day sciences. And people were living a lot longer back then as well. So whatever advancement they had, they didn't have that long to put it into practice. They only had 120 years. You follow what I'm saying? Now, a lot can happen in the 120 years, but the world was also in chaos too. They weren't really focused on advancing technology. It was chaos. You
You
follow
think
what I'm
some
saying?
you think some of that stuff got like lost and rediscovered like in modern times?
Yes, I do. They've unearthed the stuff. It's stuff that they know that they choose to tell us and stuff they choose not to tell us. But you can see some of the stuff that the angels, I got a whole class on that too, by the way, GDO. The stuff the angels were teaching them. They were teaching them high science, like real high science, some advanced stuff. The book of Jasher talks about genetic modification. they were doing to the animals. And it even mentions some of the animals that came out. You follow what I'm saying? They look like a centaur.
The pyramids.
Somebody said,
If you read what's it called, Josephus talks about how the Egyptians were like the most highly advanced civilization even until his time was like the Romans, when he was around when the Romans were around, and Solomon's wisdom surpassed theirs. So do you think that the fallen angels helped the Egyptians build the pyramids?
when you say help them build, like were they lifting bricks and stuff?
No,
No,
like
but
gave them
giving them
the
the knowledge,
yeah.
yes. But that's what all the ancient civilizations believe. They believe that. See, here's the funny thing about ancient civilization that a lot of people don't know. They believe that all knowledge, whether it was spiritual or just your craft, they believe all that came from the gods. They believe every bit of inspiration. Like if you invented a microphone back then, Gideon, they would think a god taught you that. They believe that about everything. The ancient Egyptians believed that their knowledge came from the gods. And the Bible tells you, at the Book of Enoch tells you that angels are super intelligent. They're super intelligent. And they were giving man, in the Book of Enoch, it tells you they were teaching man about deep mathematical concepts. They were teaching them astronomy. They were teaching them about how to work with the metals of the earth and all of that stuff. They were teaching them all kind of stuff. So yes. Plus, we know there's an angel over all of those nations, and then you got the demons. Oh, by the way, demons are also super intelligent, y'all. I don't know if y'all knew that. They're super intelligent too.
Is that because
Ever
of
heard of
like?
them? So what?
Is that because of like age, or like they were just intelligent as giants as well?
I don't know about the giant part, but I know angels are like naturally intelligent, and the more time that passes, it just makes them even more intelligent. But with the demons, yes, age too. They've been around a while. Think about this. Say, Isaiah, you live for 5,000 years, never aged. You could have been dumb as a sack of rocks when first born. But all of that observation, bro, all of that learning in 5,000 years, you will be the most brilliant person on the planet. And that's what demons see. Demons know stuff.
No,
They observe.
angels are older than demons because demons come from angels.
Yes, right. And the Bible lets you know that angels are very wise. They're very intelligent. Think about it. Have y'all ever noticed that in almost every movie, when aliens come, they seem like they have more advanced technology than us? Y'all ever notice that? You ever notice that, Isaiah?
Yeah.
The angels, the aliens. It's the same thing in the Bible. The angels are way more intelligent than us.
Speaking of aliens, do you think maybe that the angels, like the fallen angels, could have like shape shifted into like what people would know now is like those, those big headed aliens and like the sea people?
Yes, I have a class on that. Yes, and the demons can possess your mind and make you think you see that stuff.
Dang, brother Josh, you got class on everything, man.
I've been teaching on this for years, bro. I might do
You
that shapeshifter class next.
you think if you could find those class, you could send them to me?
Some of them, matter of fact, I think my online store is back up and running. absolutebibletruth.com/store. Pull it up right quick. It's just absolutebibletruth.com/store. Some of that stuff on there. But it might be on Blog Talk as well.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah. Now, the administrator, he told me that, if you first of all, you go on the front and look at the different categories and stuff I got. He told me if you purchase something, you got to go to first of all, if you want anything from our online store, you got to create an account, right? Then once you do that, because all my stuff is instantly downloadable. Once you do that, you got to go to your downloads and make sure that you downloaded it. So test it. If you want to get something, if you want something, test it out, make sure it downloaded. And if it did, cool. If it didn't, I have to try to download it and give it to you.
Okay.
My guy, Big Mo, He said he got his hand up. You can bring Big Moshe up, Gideon.
Yes, sir.
All right,
And
thank
before he speaks, Jeff, anything you want to add? Because I know you're still a little bit under the weather. I want to try to get at you
No,
before
they're
you get
free.
too.
Well, if you go on his blog talk, they're free. So go on his blog talk
Yeah,
and you can find them.
yeah.
If it's
See, that's
not
why one's
there,
called a blog talk, one's called a store.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, just wanted to let you know, man. Great class. This is actually like one of my favorites. I've always been into like going to the spirit of things and how they work and what's going on, because it's like you revealed the demon's playbook. You know what I mean? And you can see things coming, especially in the age of information, you being hit with so many things. And when you a biblical believer and you know a lot of this stuff is coming from, it makes a lot of, puts up a lot of red flags, and you could maneuver through a lot of things, especially on the internet. But I also have one question that I'm asking you. Do you believe that man got knowledge of technology, like as far as like, the internet and things like that, the way that works? Do you think that came from demonic influences?
It could have, but it also could have came from Holy Spirit influence.
Okay.
See, everything we get is not necessary. Just because it's advanced, don't mean it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all. I don't want nobody to think I'm on some type of technology is evil. I don't want nobody to think that, right? And even the stuff that the fallen angels were teaching mankind were not bad in of themselves, except for the witchcraft part,
Mm-hmm.
right? It was
Right.
the fact that they were introducing stuff to man before man was ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem was. Like, I can show y'all in another class, and you probably heard this class before, where we're going to have access back to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He's going to let us remember when Adam and Eve first touched it and ate of it, they got punished for it. Does that mean it was never going to be for them, or he didn't want them to have it yet? Because I always wondered, why would God put that tree there and make it the most beautiful one and make it off limits?
Mm-hmm.
Was it going to always be off limits? There's a lot of stuff that we're not ready for yet. That's what Jesus told his apostles. He said, I have many things to tell you, but you can't bear them yet. Everything was done in steps. You don't want to overwhelm people. They can drive them away. You know what I mean? You want to give people time to learn stuff. But just because something is technologically advanced does not mean it's from the devil.
But it can
Although
be.
it can be abused. It can be abused though.
Okay, right, exactly. But all right, well, you guys have a great week, and God willing, see you next Shabbat. And again, thank you for letting me read, and see you soon.
peace out, brother Jeff.
Praise God, Joe. Thanks for reading for us too, bro.
Big Moshe.
Then we got big Motown Records.
What up? Can you hear me, Josh?
You loud and clear, man. Ever since you got on Discord, right? You been right.
My bad. What up, Jitty, y'all? How you doing, brother?
What's good, man? I'm doing good. You kind of look like T-Pain in your profile picture.
Mm-hmm.
Blaming on
Stupid.
What's up? What up, Kev of the Dust? I see you out there, brother. Hey, Josh, man, bro, this class was epic, bro. This was monumental, man. I mean, like I said, you've been on a roll, man, with these classes. I mean, it's like you putting out banger after banger after banger. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I want to let the crowd know too. Hey, the more you like get on Josh grass, the more you gonna push him. You know what I'm saying? And torch you guys. You know what I'm saying? You make him go harder. You know what I'm saying? Just to expose false doctrine and bring truth even further. You know what I'm saying? So I love it. I mean, y'all want to keep on stepping on Josh's toes, and all he gonna keep doing is bringing classes like this. You know what I'm saying? He gonna keep putting in that work, and y'all haters gonna get mad, try to come up to the stage, get exposed, don't know your doctrine or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I love it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting edified by what he's giving. You know, hey, Josh is a master cook. He giving us 3-course meals. You know what I'm saying? He ain't just feeding you milk. You know what I'm saying? He giving you real meat, you know what I'm saying, for your soul. And I appreciate that, Josh. And I'm very proud that you're my teacher, man. So I'm very proud of that. Also, Josh, I wanted to tell you, man, um, you gave me a lot to deal with now, you know what I'm saying? As far as my book, bro, that was like on time.
A lot of
You know what I'm
material.
saying?
A lot of material.
A lot of material, bro. A lot of material. I'm like, God, dog. I mean, like overload. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can really use all that. You know, I'm gonna go back and listen to this class again and just like, you know what I'm saying, and break this thing down and just, you know, take a lot of notes and just try and derive from all what you just taught today. You know what I'm saying? You give me a lot of material to work with, and I really appreciate that, Josh. And I got one question. So I know it's not it's not demons down there that's in the pit. You said those demons are in that pit, bottomless pit being tormented. Who's tormenting them? Is it angels?
It doesn't say, it just says it's fire in there. So it's just fire in there. You follow what I'm saying? Just like nobody has to be tormenting us in the lake of fire. It just say we get thrown into the lake of fire. You follow what I'm saying? The
So
fire itself torments them.
okay, so it's gonna be like a different like fire from the lake of fire, you know what I'm saying? Instead,
Yes,
you
that's
know,
different from
instead
the
of
lake
the
of
pit.
fire. Yes,
So
that's
it's
a
gonna be a
different
different
lake.
type of
That's a
fire.
different fire. Yes,
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying?
yes.
I didn't know, you
That's
know,
not the
like
lake of
fire.
fire. The bottomless pit is not the lake of fire, but the bottomless pit will be thrown into the lake of fire.
Wow. And that fire is different from the bottomless pit.
Oh yeah, vastly
Wow.
different.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Um, hey, so what do you happen to have the name of the watchers, the ones that you was talking about, those fallen angels? Do they have like, you know, like a group of them, a name or something like that?
It mentions some of them in Enoch chapter 6. It mentions them.
Oh,
Just go to Enoch chapter
okay,
6. It
okay,
mentions some of them by name.
okay. You know,
Also,
know how
you,
many is it?
I don't know how many mentioned by name, but
Okay.
they had Kokabel, Simjaza, Azazel. Um,
Yeah, I heard Zazo before.
yeah. You just got to
Zazo,
read
he's
Enoch
in
6.
fallen.
Yeah, he is. Knows that the name of that movie is Fallen.
Right,
Did y'all
right,
notice that?
right.
And that's the name of the movie, Fallen. They made him a
And
demon
just
though.
yeah, and that's I like the way you put that together about, you know, about the hunger and you know, when you say somebody like wanting something like they thirsty, the way you put that
Mm-hmm.
together like that was real clever, man. I was like, real nice, man. You know what I'm saying?
Praise God. That's a
But I'm
that's
gonna
a
read that.
characteristic.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get all this information down so I can, like, you know, implement it in my book, man. And good news, man. You know, I got that first page done, bro. I just waiting to get it inked. Now we can go on to page 2 and keep the ball rolling, man.
Praise God. I can't wait,
You know
man.
what
I
I'm
can't
saying?
wait
So,
for my book to be done. I don't know if they ready for this book though right now, Gideon. I don't know if they ready,
yeah.
man.
Hey, like I
I don't
said,
know
you
if they
keep
ready
on
for
doing classes like this, man. I'm telling you, Josh. A lot of stuff that you know you teaching, bro. I'm putting in my book, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I'm taking pieces of bits about hip hop hits. You know what I'm saying? I got my style down pack, and I'm trying to switch. You know what I'm saying? I got bars
for
too.
sure.
That's Rakim,
They don't
bro.
know that. They don't
That's
know nothing about
Rakim.
that. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that pain night.
Right.
They don't
Oh
know nothing
man,
about.
don't do that to him, Josh. Don't do
They
that
don't know
to
nothing
him,
about
man. But
that.
like I said, man, no, they don't. And that's good looking out too, Josh. You came up with that, man, and hey man, like I said, you give me a lot of nuggets and a lot of material to work with, bro. I'm gonna make you real proud with this book, man. Like I said, it's gonna be loaded. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I'm gonna keep
Oh
this
yeah,
series going. You know what I'm saying? This is just gonna be like a stepping stone, the foundation of many to come. So, hey man, like I said, I appreciate you, man. I'm proud that you are my teacher. I'm proud to be an ABT member. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of this ministry. You know what I'm saying? So, hey man, you and Gideon keep on doing great things, man. And like I said, you know, look for that book soon to come. It's gonna be, you know, in your town. You know what I'm saying? So good looking, Josh. Great class, man. Like I said, epic and monumental, bro. Keep on doing great work, Josh. Like I said, I'm loving all these classes, man. I mean, they are really great, man. I'm learning a lot. You know, a lot of stuff that I thought I knew, I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, these are eye openers for me. This is like revelation for me. A lot of stuff that you're doing. So appreciate you, Josh, man, and thanks again, bro.
Shalom.
Praise God. Big Motown Records. Big
Yes,
Motown.
sir.
That's my 6'3", 6'4" jujitsu master brother. He will put that yoke on so smooth. Ain't nothing but NyQuil in those arms. There go my spiritual sparring partner right there, Kev of the Dusk. Dusty but clean. What's up, Kev of the Dusk?
This man said ain't nothing but NyQuil in those arms. Dang, what's going
Help you
on?
get them Z's, bro. Help you get them
Real,
Z's. You already
real
know.
man. Big Moshe got those. I give you 8 hours of sleep type arms. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
That's
bro. You
dude.
going all the way to sleep.
Real. Nah, I mean, just want to say peace to everybody, you know, in the room. Yeah. Well, before I get into my comments, Josh, is always excellent class. And like
Praise
Gideon
God.
said, like you always like you put your foot down on this one for real, because like it couldn't have been easy to try to basically take 7 classes and condense it down into one within a couple of hours. So, you know, praise God, you know, for that one, that, you know, he gave you the insight to even be able to do this, because it's not easy.
Not.
But sure. But yeah, the reason why I jumped on is because I heard you talking about like Hebrews chapter 7, the whole change in the law thing, right? And you know, I just want to add to what you were saying, because you were, of course, spot on. Because because I know it's kind of a while ago, but basically in chapter 7, what you were trying to get across, if I'm not mistaken, is like basically this whole chapter is dealing with the writer trying to explain to people, to the readers, that Christ is a better priest, and his priesthood is a better priesthood than the Levitical priesthood, as well as the priest that the human priest that served in that priesthood. So the thing that's important about that is because, to your point, the chapter is metaphorical, and it's trying to justify why Christ is able to serve as a priest. So when we get to Hebrews chapter 7, and it says, for the priesthood being changed, there is made necessity a change of the law. That's obviously in reference to Christ, but specifically the Melchizedek priesthood. Now, the reason why I wanted to target this verse is because a lot of people assume that they understand what that word change means. And I'm here to tell them that they're probably incorrect, because the word, when people say, okay, well, it was changed, they're referring to the word transform. You know, the priesthood was transformed, it was altered. But that word change doesn't mean change. It actually means to transpose, to move something from one location to the next. Now, the reason why that's important is because in the Greek, there is actually a word change that people would know to mean alter, but it's not this word in the Greek, right? So to illustrate that point, if again, I already read Hebrews chapter 12 or chapter 7, verse 12, where it says, for the priesthood being changed, there's made necessity a change also of the law. That verse could easily say, for the priesthood being transposed, there is made necessity a transposing also of the law. Now, if you go back to Deuteronomy 27, verse 16 and 17 in the Septuagint, or really, I would say verse 17, this is what it says, because it uses the same Greek word for change as Hebrews 7 and 12. It says, cursed is he that removes his neighbor's landmark or transposes his neighbor's landmark. Now, nobody would say in this verse that in order to remove your neighbor's landmark, you're altering it, you know, in some way, shape, or form. Like you're moving a landmark from one place to another, but you're not changing the landmark that you moved. You see what I'm saying? Another verse, in the New Testament, Galatians 1:6. I marvel ye are so soon removed from him that called you to the grace of Christ unto another gospel. Again, that word removed is G3346, which does not mean alter or change. It means to transpose, because what Paul is saying in Galatians 1:6 is he's marveling at people who have removed themselves from Christ, but they themselves have not changed. They've just been removed from outside of Christ, or from in Christ to outside of Christ, right? And
Mhm.
then, there's other examples in the New Testament that illustrate this point. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because what got transposed in Hebrews chapter 7, it was the law that stated, if unless you are a Levite, you cannot serve as a priest. Christ
Mm.
himself was not a Levite. He was from the tribe of Judah. So the writer of Hebrew is trying to convince readers that Christ is able to be a priest, not because he's coming from the Levitical lineage, but he's operating as a priest from a completely separate priesthood. So that law spiritually got changed. The law that unless you were a Levite, you could be a priest, that got
Mhm.
transposed to the Melchizedek priesthood, which gives Christ the right to reign as a priest. It's all spiritual, as you were saying. Now, the last thing I'm gonna reference is this word change that actually does mean alter. And that word
Mm.
is G236. And that word is a lasso. And if you look it up, it simply means to change or to transform something, to alter, right? Now, this verse or this word shows up in a lot of places, but I want to highlight a key verse that it shows up in, Acts chapter 6, verses 12 through 14. Now, when we read this word change in these verses, it means change, it means to alter. But to quickly lay out the context, in Acts chapter 6, verse 12 and 14, we're
Mhm.
dealing with the time period in which Stephen was set up by the Jews, right? Because he was preaching the gospel, they didn't like the message, and they wanted to set up false witnesses to lie on him, right? So this is what Acts chapter, starting in verse 12, this is what Acts chapter 12 or Acts chapter 6, verse 12 says. It says, and they, meaning the Jews that were hating on Stephen, and they stirred up the people and the elders and the scribes and came upon him and caught him and brought him to the council and set up false witnesses, which said, this man ceaseth not to speak blasphemous words against this holy place and the law. And
Mhm.
we have heard him say that this Jesus of Nazareth shall destroy this place and change the customs which Moses delivered us. That word change does not mean transpose, it means to alter. But what's said here in these verses is that false witnesses were set up by false Jews to lie on Stephen, to make the claim in court that he was saying that Jesus came to change the law of Moses when he did not. He did not.
Mm.
So this verse is telling you point blank period that Jesus did not come to change the law. But yet, what you read in Hebrews chapter 7 is not this word change. It's the word transpose. Completely different words,
Mhm.
completely different context. So I just wanted to bring that forth in case certain people weren't aware of it. But, we got to be careful when we read words in English, man. Y'all got to go back and check the Greek and run it through to make sure that you actually understand the words that you think you understand. So that was it, dude. Appreciate it.
And
I
while
wonder
you're
if
at that,
I wonder if
Uh-huh.
any translations. That was a great breakdown,
it
actually. To
does.
transfer.
I found one. I found one. I was going to ask you to pull it up, Gideon. I was already ahead of you. I don't know if you got this translation. You got the GW, the God's Word translation?
Yeah.
Read what it says in verse 12.
When a different kind
Hebrews
of
7 and
priesthood
12.
is established, the regulations for these priests are different.
See, that's all it's really saying. When a different kind of priesthood is established, the regulations for that priesthood is different. That's a better way of translating that, right? When you word it like that, it's less confusing because the King James, and I can understand why somebody would think that's what it's saying, but you still have to read the whole chapter. It kind of implies that make you think, oh, the law of Moses changed in some kind of way, right? But this is just talking about a different priesthood got different regulations. Like Kelvin the Dust was breaking down. Under this priesthood, anybody can be a priest. You ain't got to be from the tribe of Levi for us to be priest. Back in that time, on the Levitical priesthood, you had to be from the tribe of Levi to be a priest. As Christians, we're priests. It tells you that. but not because we're from the tribe of Levi, but because we're under the high priest, Jesus, after the order of Melchizedek. So Jesus came with a different priesthood with different regulations. We don't have the same rules that the Levitical priesthood has, right? We also have a high priest that never dies. Under the order of Aaron, whenever the high priest died, his son took over, or another priest took over to take his spot. So that's all that it's doing. And when people see that word law and change to the law, they want to universalize it to talk about the whole law of Moses when it's only talking about changing in the sense of a different priesthood with different regulations. And it's not even talking about a literal change because none of that stuff you read about what Jesus is doing as a priest is he literally doing it, except for the intercession part, right? That's what people don't understand. And that's what they need to look at. Well, appreciate that too, Kel, Brother Dustman.
Yeah, real quick to that last point, to what you just said too. Even I forget if it's later in this chapter or in maybe 8 or 9, but it tells you that, like for example, let's say this means what we think it means on the surface, and that Jesus changed the law. Then that would mean that anybody who's not from the tribe of Levi, right, specifically the lineage of Aaron, would be able to serve as a high priest and be able to take claim to, priestly things. Yet in this very book, it tells you that if Christ were to remain on earth, he could not function as a priest. Why? Because that's against the law. So just by necessity of keeping things in line with the law, Christ had to get out of earth to be a priest. And when he returns, we know when he returns in the millennial period, there's going to be some merging of the Levitical priesthood and the Melchizedek priesthood. But, for the purposes of what the writer here is getting across, it lets you know that, Christ really didn't do away with anything. Even the priesthood, like you still see Levitical priests functioning as earthly priests long after Christ ascended. But that was it, man.
That's right. And the apostles never tried to stop them, or it's funny. The very things the Christians today try to tell us is done away with. If you notice, the apostles, after Jesus died on the cross, they continued to keep the Sabbath with the rest of the Jews until the Jews kicked them out. Y'all do know that the Jews kicked the apostles out of Sabbath service. The apostles were still going to Sabbath service. They were still attending it. Jews kicked them out. The apostles were still respecting the temple. The Jews banned them from the temple. That's what happened with Paul. The very things y'all claim that the apostles were against, they continued to do. It was the enemies that said, we don't want you around this stuff anymore or doing this with us anymore. Just look at it. They had every opportunity to stand out in front of these synagogues and tell them, y'all don't supposed to be keeping the Sabbath no more. They end up keeping it with them. You follow what I'm saying?
Dang. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of scary. I'll tell you about it later, but it's kind of scary how people would use this as a aha gotcha moment, but then they would say people like Stephen lied, or they'll say Paul lied, rather than just concede, okay, well, obviously the narrative is letting us know in Acts 6, like Kev showed us, that, Stephen's saying that, no, Jesus is not saying that he's going to change the law. And so I guess if Hebrews 7 is talking about the regulation, does that mean that it's the same thing, just done in a different way? I guess, i.e. the same as like...
There's nothing that is being done that we physically feel or even witness. That's the irony of it. It'll be like saying the Holy Spirit teaching the church. You can't see the Holy Spirit. You believe in it, but you can't see it, right? All the stuff that you're talking about in Hebrews is happening somewhere where we can't see it. It's happening in heaven, right? All this is telling us that spiritually, we are priests. And we have a better high priest, one who died for us, one that was sinless. He didn't have to offer up sacrifices for his own sin, then for the sins of the people. That's all Hebrews is talking about. What Christians like to do is take one verse and they like to universalize it to mean everything. And it's not even talking about that. It's just telling you the superiority of the Melchizedek priesthood to the Levitical priesthood or the Aaronic priesthood. That's all it's doing. for a Christian back then, you know what they would have did, Gideon? Oh,
What?
that's awesome. That's great to know. And they would have kept right on keeping the commandments. They would have been grateful that Jesus is our high priest and the spiritual dying. I'm not downplaying that. They would have been like, wow, amazing, praise God. But they would have kept on keeping the Sabbath. If they were a Jew living in Israel, living in Jerusalem, they still would have went to the Levites with their sin offerings and stuff. They continued to do that. They were not walking around saying, oh, I ain't got to do no sin offering anymore. They did not think it meant that. That's what the enemies of Christianity came up with. They tried to put that on Stephen or Stephen. That's the very lie they told on him. They said he's claiming that this Jesus is going to come and change the customs of the law of Moses and destroy the temple. If you're telling us that the sacrifices don't matter anymore and the Levites don't matter anymore, you are saying that, in a sense, he's going to destroy the temple. But they said that was a lie. The narrative tells you they were lying on him when he said that. So any conclusion that you reach that is the same thing they were saying about Stephen, his enemies, that means you're calling Stephen a liar or you're siding with the enemy. You can't have it both ways. Stephen was not telling people that. That's what Christians are telling us. We got a DoorDash order coming in or something, Julian? Now I can't hear him. I can't hear him. Can anybody else hear him? I can't
Well,
hear
here
him.
I have someone who wants to say, hey.
Oh, there's a green screen.
Who that?
Where's your green screen at?
It's
What's up, stream? Oh, wait. Right here?
Yeah.
Yo.
This is my man, Canel Joseph. He's a YouTuber.
How you doing, brother Josh? See you a lot.
What up, Canel?
It's nice meeting you for the first time.
Yes, indeed, sir. Canel Jake up in here. What up with you, bro?
Oh, nothing much.
He don't get. He giving you the seat. Gideon giving you the seat.
There, but right there.
Privileged.
Oh, wait, you're not. Oh, you just had the green screen. Wait, is this on? Is this live?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I thought it was just Discord. Okay.
No. We're live. Yeah.
Well, like I said, it was nice meeting you, brother Josh. Big fan. So, I know that's probably probably doesn't get that a lot.
He told me about some of this stuff y'all had been talking about or whatever, man. That's the guy Gideon that you said did one of the skits that you were gonna do or something. Is that him?
Oh, you can't hear you.
What did he say? What happened, brother Josh?
Oh yeah. Is that the guy who you was telling me who ended up doing one of the skits that you were gonna do?
Which
or
one?
Something like that? I don't remember what skit. I know you just told me you.
Well, he had the idea himself, but he did the Amish one that I told you about.
Right. That's the
Yeah,
one.
I told
Yeah.
him about your Amish one.
Does he watch
That-
YouTube?
Huh?
Does he watch YouTube?
He doesn't watch YouTube, but I just told him about it.
Oh, okay.
You know, he still finds that stuff. He thinks it's funny.
Okay. Well, it was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
It was nice meeting you. I'm gonna let
You too, Canel?
stream, but I appreciate
The
it.
next biggest prankster.
Nah.
Oh boy.
That's my man.
Hey, Gideon, let me give my people a shout out, man. You know, I got to do that. You know, for the people who've been, donating. I'll try to be quick about it, going from most recent to later on. You know, the lovely Marie Davis, always showing support, always showing love. Appreciate that generous donation. And my man Dylan Jones. You know, I call him Double Dylan. You know, just messing with him though. Appreciate that generous donation, Double Dylan. And also Jonathan Ramirez, that's another repeated donor, recognize the name. Appreciate that generous donation, Jonathan Ramirez, same name as my son, Jonathan. Bradley King. And then we got Lee Ann Little. I'm just saying what I read. That's my folk right there. Had a deep conversation with her last night, then we did the
Yes,
you know what I mean? Man, she opened up, appreciate that generous donation. And then we got James. All praise, yes. She gave me a lot to think about that, and I was like, whoa, you feel me? That's some heavy stuff. And it just let you know too, man. A lot of us is dealing with stuff, and we don't even realize. And then you come on here and you open up and you let us know, and it's like, you know what I mean? So I'm glad she opened up, and I hope we were able to, help her out, right? And then we got James Avery. Appreciate that generous donation, my guy James Avery. And then we got my guy Brother Azul, Brother Blue, Absolute Bible Truth University graduate, by the way. Appreciate that generous donation, Azul, Brother Blue. And then we got the man who's still on stage right now, AC, alternate current, air conditioner. That's what AC stands for. I don't know. Right. Appreciate that generous donation, Isaiah. And last and not least, we got Josias Hobbs. That's one of my
I
day
had
ones,
as a
been around
kid.
for a minute. Appreciate that generous donation, my guy Josias. Isaiah, did you have another question, by the way? Because you've been chilling.
No, I was just gonna sit here till y'all kick me out.
You might as well
I
just
wasn't
chill
gonna
up here
kick
for
you
the
out.
rest of the day.
Yeah, you on deck. You on deck. You know what I'm saying? You on deck. Spectator, front row seat. Best seats in. Oh man, look who you brought on the stage. Oh my God. Neon lights. Man. One day y'all gonna see his name in neon lights.
What's
One
good?
day.
Can you hear me?
You loud and
We
clear.
good, man. We good. What's up with you, Neon?
Okay. That's good. That's good. Well, first of all, W lesson. Hang on, let me show my door. My wife's going to work 1 second.
Praise God.
I
Hello?
hate how Discord always mirrors
Hold on
my
1 second,
image. And
Johnny. Well, we got
I don't want
Neon.
it to.
Mute yourself, please. Then we got you next, all right? John
I
D.
hate
91.
I hate how Discord always mirrors my stuff. Every single time. It's so annoying. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, like it's backwards. Why is it backwards? That's so.
It's
Anyway,
reversed.
yeah, like my junk is like mirrored for some reason, and I don't know why. Anyway, it don't matter. It don't matter. I just want to say, first of all, W lesson. I came in about like 25% through, so like I'm about to go back and rewatch some stuff because I didn't catch everything. But
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say, shoot, you got the way you was talking. I'm gonna have to get this Book of Enoch. I've heard it all my life. People tell me or discouraging me really from not getting it. And like after tonight, I'm like, okay, I need to peep what this actually is. So reason why I came up here is because earlier it is ironic that Gideon left, but earlier Gideon he asked you a question about the what do demons look like when he asked you if you had something that like that could show off what demons look like, and in my mind I was like in my mind from the description of what they were about them looking like locusts and having armor and like how their teeth were like I think it was like you said lions or tigers, can't
Lions.
remember.
And
Lions, yeah,
hair like
lions.
women.
Yep, and they have my mind. I don't know if you've seen Justice League, like the live action one,
Yes.
but my mind instantly went to the
Yes.
parademons that Darkseid had.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the only thing I
Mm-hmm.
could think of, I just wanted to be like it's so ironic that Hollywood makes these things and does all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff and that like it be so close to what actually comes. I mean, the only thing that I see like these parademons don't have is that they don't have the tail, and I'm just like, but that I mean they got the weird face, they got the teeth, they got the wings like they look like bug wings, and I'm just like that it's mighty close to what was said in the
Yeah.
text. And I was just like, ah man, I wish Gideon were here. I would ask him to like throw it up on the screen for us. But I think
He
I
could
could.
probably still hear. He probably I don't know, did he take his headphones off? Because sometimes he can still hear with his headphones. But I guess not because we be able to hear him talking back.
Yeah, but like it's so ironic that like Hollywood makes all of these
Mm-hmm.
things that closely resemble or it's kind of how you said last time like how like like about how the best lies are like have a little bit of have a little bit of truth in them,
Yep.
and it's just like how like kind of like how they'll get so close, but they'll know like we don't want to do the full thing. Let's do something close to
Right.
it. Yeah, and so Judy, I don't know if you caught wind,
I
but
heard
like
you.
I came up
I'm looking
here.
up right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
That was
like
a
they call
great
it like
representation.
but it was that's one thing that just kept on playing in my mind. Like I don't know if it's like the animated ones or like but like the ones in the Justice League movie are the ones that I kept thinking about. Cause I mean, like when Darkseid came up, it kind of looked like hell, anyways. Like it was like
Yes.
His place is called Apocalypse.
yeah. Like I was like, it's very, like if I saw them things
Do you
coming
see
up,
them?
because they got armor on, yeah.
And when they were swarming, they looked like a bunch of locusts too, didn't they? When they were swarming.
Exactly.
And they armored up. Y'all know y'all can see the armor, right? They armored up. Look at all these. Look at that.
And that's how they come in.
Out.
And then they fly out. It's almost like
look at their wings. You see how they got the four wings? You notice that?
Exactly. So I was thinking, I'm like, bro, like that's too close.
They look just like the description or some of it. They're armored up and they're called parademons. They even call them demons. You follow what I'm saying? Comic books have been ripping off the Bible forever. Just so y'all.
It's anytime like because I've watched so much stuff like I've been reading comic books since I was kindergarten. I don't know if that has anything to do with my intelligence whatsoever, but like my first ever comic book that I ever that I ever read was the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man. And they made a comic book about that. And so I've been reading for forever. And the only thing that will get me to read more was like the animation and the pictures and whatnot. Which, I mean, you could say like you know, oh, you read books with no pictures, with pictures in it, like whatever. But like I attribute to like that type of stuff to like, you know, it's just so close. It's just so crazy, like you said, like people comic books been ripping off the Bible for like a long time, and ever since I was a kid, I've always drew parallels to what media like reference the Bible as. I would catch it, and I'd be looking around I'm like, do y'all not see this? Do y'all not see what they doing? Like it's amazing to me, and like even within like, you know, secular media, I think it's really awesome to still find pieces of God everywhere. And so I'm looking for it. And I'm peeping it like almost every single time I can. So like anytime you get on the situation where like you're talking about demons and everything like that, like because the reason why I appreciate you, Brother Josh, so much is because you talk about stuff that I normally would not hear about at my congregation that I go to in my hometown. I love my congregation that we go to, but like we get to like stuff that like a pulpit teacher might be scared to talk about in front of a whole group of people, which
right.
I don't know. It's different, but I love it. And I'm here for it. I'm here for you guys.
It takes a special audience. Like these guys, I had to work them up to this. I had to work Gideon up to this. I didn't throw this on him immediately, even though he used to try to make me show him stuff quick. Like, nah, I want to see that now. I said, nah, I don't want to, you know, try to overwhelm anybody. I want it all to come together, right? And I don't know if you heard the part about how we were showing how the fallen angels and their hybrid offspring is a direct reference to like the Dragon Ball Z with Goku and his half-breed offspring.
I'm about to go back and rewatch it, bro.
Omni-Man, you know, beings from beyond, they have hybrids. And the child is super strong and mighty. It even called them in Genesis 6. They said they became known as mighty men. I mean, they were very strong. Giants were considered extremely strong. That's like with Hercules. That's why Hercules is depicted as being super strong, because he's the son of a god and a mortal woman, right? So when you read about these mythologies and it comes to modern day times, you got Omni-Man, right? He has sex with a mortal woman. His son, who they call Invincible, he got some of those characteristics. That's the old story of the fallen angels having sex with women. It was a lot of literally strong guys running around back then.
Wait, brother,
like,
I got a question.
In fact,
so
yeah,
if the children of Israel were fighting I got two questions actually. So if a Nephilim has sex with a mortal woman, does that create another Nephilim?
Well, they had a race of giants, so they had to have some females to mate with, because they had a whole race of giants that the children of Israel were going against, and they had to make more Nephilim. So yes,
So my question is, if they had them during the time of Moses and stuff, and Joshua or whatever, then is there a possibility
then
that angels are still having sex with humans today?
it's a possibility, but the penalty is so severe. I don't think there are any good angels, because those were good angels at first until they did that. I don't think there's any good angels that'll try that, and I don't see any situation where God is letting the evil angels do it. Like something's preventing them or holding them back from doing it. But it doesn't mean it cannot happen. There's nothing in the Bible that says it can't happen or that is not happening now. I don't see anything that can stop it. Now, can it be prevented? Yes, through the power of the Holy Spirit and the blood of Jesus, God can keep anything off of you spiritually, right? But a lot of stuff that we be dealing with is the influence of demons or the full-blown possession of demons. That's what it
Right.
is.
Okay. So like, and I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be wrong. So did God consider these Nephilim? Did he consider them to be and like I'm sure, like I said, don't take me too hard on this, but did he call them abominations?
He didn't call them that, not what we read, but that's what he considered them, yes.
Okay,
They were reprobates, meaning rejects. They were called bastards and reprobates. That means rejects. They were evil. There's no such thing that I've read about a good Nephilim.
But the world would love
They
you to
were
believe
not.
it, though.
They were not meant to be. They were evil, right? And that's where most of our tales of giants come from. You remember Jack and the Beanstalk? Remember that
Yeah,
story? Where was the giant located at?
like at the top of the beanstalk.
In the sky.
Yeah.
So why is a giant in the sky? The word Nephilim, translated giants, literally means fallen ones. In the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, what happened to the giant at the end?
He fell.
How did he fall?
Then he get. I forgot. I want to
He
say he got.
chased. He was chasing. He was
Oh, he
chasing
cut
Jack
down the
through his house.
beanstalk.
So you got a giant falling, and that's what Nephilim means. It's a fallen one, but it's a giant. So you got a fallen giant. They tell us these things in our little childhood stories or whatever, and we don't catch it because we're kids. Just like when you hear the story of the little nursery rhyme, Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. Who was that talking about, Neon? You ain't never heard that nursery rhyme? Mary had
Yeah.
a little.
I heard the nursery rhyme. But is he talking about the golden fleece?
Talking about
No,
Jesus.
it's about Mary, Mother Mary, and Jesus is the lamb. Mary had a little lamb. That's talking about Jesus right now. The Virgin Mary and Jesus is called the Lamb of God.
I never peeped that.
They put this stuff right in our face. They put it in nursery rhymes. They put it in cartoons. They put it in mythologies. They do all of this stuff. They put it in movies. I mean, there's literally a movie called Fallen, starring a fallen angel that the Book of Enoch mentions by name, Azazel. Denzel Washington. It literally talks about, like, just put them out there. Nobody ain't picked up the Book of Enoch. That's where they got it from. Box office hit. Everybody loved it.
What's that one movie?
Right?
It had the bald dude and he was like white, and it started with an E.
The bald dude and he was white.
It was
bald
like
dude and he was
a
white.
bald white alien, and it starts with an E. Elysium.
Elysium?
Elysium, maybe.
No, couldn't be that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
E.T.?
No, it's not ET. Like,
Nah. Tim has said ET.
movie talks. I'm gonna find it.
Bald white alien.
Talks.
The alien was bald.
Yeah. And it was like albino.
Oh, you talking about Powder? There was a movie called Powder one time.
No, it wasn't Powder. It started with an E. And it talked about the Anunnaki. It was talking about the Anunnaki, I think.
Mm-hmm. People love talking about the Anunnaki too. They be killing me with that too. They love that Anunnaki stuff. Which I got a class on that too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I did. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch some stuff because obviously I missed some things. I came in about 25%, like at the 25% mark. But like I was peeping in. I think that like you've been on fire, brother Josh. Like these lessons you've been on. Like you. Praise God indeed.
Prometheus. There you go.
I think that's what it talked about. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Prometheus.
Prometheus is actually based on Greek mythology. Greek mythology. That's actually based on Greek mythology. You can look him up.
I've never seen that before.
This is what I was talking about. That ain't no E. Okay, I forgot. My bad. But I was wondering, like, have any of y'all seen that movie? Like, I saw people say that was talking about Enoch, but I never watched it.
You make stuff hard to find if you be misquoting. You know what I'm saying? The name of the movie. We might come across something we ain't even looking for.
But yeah, I'm gonna get up the stage. I've been tuning in. I'm about to get one of your lessons, brother Josh. Check out the I subscribe to your channel, but I'm about to like go on your website.
Go on his blog talk. What? He has like over 200 free classes. If you guys want to go through his blog talk.
Blog talk? What's that like? Is it like? I don't know what that is.
I'll put you. It's a podcast. Yeah, they'll put it in the chat.
Okay, good. Yeah, but like I said, man, love you boys. Like W lesson tonight, brother Josh. I didn't take no notes, so shame on me. But
they got notes on deck in my DM. I need to forward some of the notes that they send me to you. They be taking some, man, y'all some choreographers or something, sonographers, or I said choreographers, sonographers or something, the way y'all be taking notes. Send them to Gideon too. They took some meticulous notes today, Gideon. You should have saw them.
But yeah, I'm loving all this stuff, bro. Again, I'm gonna get off the stage. Y'all keep on keeping on. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. Also, I think I'll say this when I get off. I think I have figured out the target audience that I want to go for with my YouTube channel. I did not know this existed, but this Discord has proven to me that it does exist based off of the lessons that you have taught, brother Josh, and people going crazy in the comments and telling you how much of an amazing job you've been doing. The target audience that I'm going for are specifically Christians, but non-Christians as well. But Christians who are like nerdy and are like big into like anime, pop culture, and like Star Wars and all that other stuff like that. I was apprehensive to this audience even being like a thing, but seeing like how many people I'm meeting here in the chat, how many questions that you get, and how much people are loving what you are doing. Like I thought that people I thought there were not a lot of people like me or like you, and I thought that we were a bunch of unicorns out here in the streets, but
for sure.
as well as Gideon, like I thought that we were just a bunch of unicorns, but like because again, like I said, the first devotional that I ever gave was crickets, and it was terrible, but now I feel a whole lot more encouraged to do stuff like that, and I may even try to redo that first devotional that I ever gave to try to right the ship. But one day I'll send you the PowerPoint that I had, and you can see how bad it was.
I can see you doing a documentary. You have the documentary style and look and voice. Like if you put together a documentary where you're periodically, commentating and put some like footage and stuff out there. I'm just telling you from my experience, the look, the delivery, whatever you do, and you ain't got to do that now, you got to give some kind of documentary because you got that documentary feel. You follow what I'm saying? Like I can
Yeah.
imagine you doing a documentary on whatever. I don't care what it is. At some point you need to drop some kind of documentary, like you're analyzing something, or you're just even like a Black History documentary. I can see you hosting something like that. You feel me? Just any for real, like just any. You got that look. You got like that commentative research look. You follow what I'm saying? I watched a lot of documentaries, and I can just see you just speaking on it. Even if you're not really just dropping your own view, you just reviewing it. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? You need to try to find something that you're very good at that you can analyze. It could be a game, like you can do like a whole review on the game, like a straight up review, but you need to drop some kind of documentary. You got that look. I don't care what it is, bro. Like whatever you like, it could be like an anime, something. It need to be a documentary though, at least 30 minutes. You talking, maybe some music playing. You got to do that, bro. I'm telling you, man.
Video essay.
I,
Do a
I
video
never missed.
essay.
I never miss.
video essay. Look,
Killed it.
before
Great idea, Blue
before I had had tuned into the lesson today, I was thinking and I mean I know that there are like other like things of media out there, like what's that one called on Amazon? It's called shoot, it's like some type of like Christian video series. It's called I can't remember. Everybody in my church tells me to watch it, but I would love to do like some animations. Like one day, I don't care if I'm from like 50 years old. It takes me forever to do it, but I would love to do some animations on like biblical stuff. Like if you think about it, like Revelations is gonna be so anime. Like that's why I keep thinking in my head, like Revelations is going to be so crazy. Like like all this stuff that we get in anime and like whatnot. I read that book because believe it or not, Revelations was the first book I ever read. I read that book at 9, and obviously I didn't understand what it was, but I'm like, this is crazy. And the Dragon Ball Z in my head was just going off. I'm like, there's gonna be dragons, and there's gonna be like a beast, and there's gonna be this woman, and Jesus gonna come back with this tattoo on his thigh. It's gonna be crazy. He's gonna be shooting. It's like I was my mind was blown. And so I think that an animation of what the end times will be insane. Not just for entertainment, but like an accurate representation, as much of an accurate one that could be made. You know what I mean? Because we've got so much stuff, like so much media today that's a bunch of nonsense and make believe. But what if we did something that was to come, but it's still for a lot of people's like purpose, entertainment. They would think it's entertainment, but like no, this is actually gonna come to pass someday. I feel like that would be a whole lot of food for thought, no pun intended. But yeah. I'm gonna get off the stage though because I'm talking too much. I know somebody's got a very important question to ask that's gonna give them a message from you guys. So again, love y'all, brother Josh. Please do not stop doing this. Gideon, please do not stop doing this. Like, like bros, y'all are killing it. Like, dab me up, like on everything. Like, y'all are killing it, bro. But yeah, I'm gonna leave the stage. Love, peace, and hair grease.
Hair grease.
Love, peace,
love, peace, and hair grease.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
John D, thank you for being patient, my brother. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. How do you pronounce that, sir?
John D, you got it right.
You're very low. Can you hear him, Gideon? I want to make sure it's not just me.
If you right click, you could turn them up higher.
Right
all
click.
right, I'll try to boost them all the way up to the moon. Go ahead, sir. We're listening.
Hello?
What's good, my man?
Yes, that's a lot better.
Oh, hello. God bless you, Pastor Josh and brother Gideon.
You too as well.
I was wondering that it's actually a coincidence because Nyalai was a comic guy and mine is kind of comic related too. I like doing arts, and I was just wondering that if I made a manga related to Book of Enoch, but it's about Noah's grandfather. what's his name? Starts with an M.
Yeah.
I was wondering
Methuselah?
if
Methuselah?
Methuselah. Yeah, and it's gonna be like in connections to the dragons that you mentioned that were dinosaurs. I was like, what if I use it like because I remember your past teaching about glorifying, and I was worried that, oh shoot, now I'm in a new worry that I don't want to glorify the Nephilim riding a T-Rex because he's big.
Right.
And I was like, would that blaspheme? Would that be considered blaspheme? Because it's technically humans trying to fend off some humans trying to fend off the Nephilim during that time because
Right.
it was overpopulated with the Nephilim.
That wouldn't be blaspheming if you paint them as that's why I like Attack on Titan, because they correctly have the giants as the bad guys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
If
like
you're
one
just
of the reasons. Like that was like
right,
one of the
if you're just telling a
connections.
story, yeah, if you're just telling a story, right? As long as you're not glorifying sin, wickedness, and stuff like that, you can have sin and wickedness in your story, but don't glorify it. You know, people should be able to read your narrative and know that you don't approve of the bad guys. Now you can have moral dilemmas, just to make it interesting, like the good guy, because we all struggle with stuff for real in real life. So to make it more realistic and interesting, you can have times where the main hero is starting, he does something questionable or straight up wrong, but then he comes to realize that he should not have done that. You know, make it interesting, but at the end of the day, let everybody know what's bad and what's good. Make sure they can see that. Somebody in the audience said it perfectly. Character development.
Yeah. Another one is you ever it's not gonna be dark as Berserk, but you ever heard of Berserk? Or Vinland Saga?
The
Vinland
anime?
Saga? Yeah. Hints of those?
I think I heard of it. Is it like written in like crazy blue writing? I'm trying to remember.
Vinland Saga?
No, Berserk.
Berserk, it was in red text.
I've never seen it. I think
I think
saw it, but not like the actual show.
Yeah, I think that was
But
like
now,
some part had blue text based on what situation. Because
right.
it's
I
kind
think I
of
saw something like that.
like you know how in that time if Enoch it was kind of like hell, bad time for humanity. And I was like,
right.
Is it bad to influence like some like one of them said like lust and there's like influence lust in there or gore? Would that be
Well,
blaspheme?
the Bible is the goriest book on the planet.
Yeah, I was told that.
But it's not promoting gore, it's just recording stuff. Right?
Yeah.
If you're putting it out there in your narratives, just like, this what happened. Right? This what happened. See, to be a writer today and a Christian, it's kind of hard because if you make it too pity, it doesn't come off realistic. If you make it too extreme, then you seem like you're selling out your morals and your values, you know what I'm saying, for your book sales or your whatever.
Oh
Right?
yeah. It's not gonna be too extreme gore. Just like certain parts that happen.
What I suggest that people do is if you're writing a book or designing a video game or whatever, a comic book, whatever it is, make it realistic, but make sure that people can see you in the narrative. And when I said it, every author and artist does this. They always put a piece of them in their
Oh
work.
yeah, I remember.
You follow what I'm saying? So make sure that when we are watching or reading this book that you want to make, I can see John Dee's perspective coming through. Even if it's not that obvious, I can see that, you know what, whoever wrote this, he's saying all this jacked up stuff that's in here that he wrote about is pretty jacked up. See, if I walk away from that with that mindset, you did a good job. You didn't sell out your morals. The book was interesting. It was gory. It had sex and everything in it. That's like in real life. But I walked away with the mindset that John D let me know this.
So
This
would
ain't
that be
right.
sin?
No, you're just telling the narrative. You're not glorifying it. You're just talking about it.
Mm.
See, the Bible talks about a lot of sinful activity, a lot, but it doesn't glorify it. If the protagonist in his story, that's John D, because if John D's trying to be a Christian, he has to identify with the protagonist more than anybody else, right?
Yeah.
If the protagonist in John D's story is like, when they see the sex and the violence and the gore, and he's like, no, that ain't right, or I'm
Yeah.
not
I don't want to
feeling that.
glorify that. No way.
Right. Then we know that even though he has it there, see, this is the art of storytelling, right? You can put anything in a story or a movie. I don't care how sexual, how depraved it is, but here's the key, here's the kicker. How does the main character respond and react to this stuff? And that determines if you're glorifying it or if you're just talking about it. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you can tell, because the audience is going to get behind the protagonist. They're going to get behind them, right? That's
Yeah.
how that goes. If you do a story and the protagonist like prostitutes coming up, be like, yeah, let's make this happen. He's just sleeping with random women. He's stealing cars. He's murdering people, right? That's the protagonist. And you can even get away with it if you do it like that, if you let this guy get what he deserves in the end, right? Because that could be the message. You can't be like that. But you also want to be careful, because you don't want to glorify all this sin and then 5 minutes before the movie over with, he get what he got coming to him. That's some bull right now. Like the movie Boys in the Hood. It spent all this time glorifying all this violence and drug dealing, and then it had a little 2-minute message at the end about keep peace alive. And I'm like, you don't go. I mean, I got the message. I really did. And it had like some little bits and pieces here between that. But the whole movie was spent, you know, glorifying violence and stuff. And that's what Hollywood will do. They'll glorify sin, violence, depravity, and then at the end they might have like one little line
Yeah.
like
I don't
keep
really
hope
consider
alive.
those really art anyway.
Right. That's how they do.
The other thing is, what was Noah's grandfather's name again? I forgot.
Methuselah. He's the oldest
Methuselah?
man that ever lived. He's the oldest
So
man that ever lived too.
I'm reading the Book of Enoch. It's called the Sefer. It doesn't really follow too much of Methuselah's background, right? I was like thinking of like making the manga based around what was he doing around the timeline? Is that still considered blaspheme?
What Methuselah was doing?
Yeah.
No. He was just living. The Book of Jasher and other extra biblical sources say that he was preaching too, like telling men to repent and stuff. If you just want to know.
Okay. And lastly is one last thing. Are you allowed to? Is it okay to, like, let's say there's humans in there fighting off the Nephilim? Would that be considered blasphemy? Or just
no, Nephilim were evil. The children of Israel killed more Nephilim than anybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I won't
And they were
glorify the
ordered to kill
bloodshed.
them.
just to make talk about it.
Right. And remember David and Goliath? I know you're familiar with that story. You know that
yeah.
Goliath was part Nephilim.
Yeah, it's like I have a theory like that. Like
the dude from 300 wasn't like that Persian emperor or something, like a giant in 300.
Xerxes.
He was 7 feet tall. The actor who plays him is actually 7 feet tall in real life, but that is not a Nephilim.
But was he that tall in real life? That guy?
I don't know. I don't know. History. I don't recall in history. He may have been recorded being that tall. I never read it. But funny you mentioned 300, because 300 did have some actual Nephilim-looking creatures in it, though. As well as some genetically altered animals too, people too. Go back and watch 300. Everybody in that movie was not human.
Pastor Josh, one last thing. I was surprised that when you guys were talking about Jack and the Beanstalk, because I was talking to my brother about this, and you know what made me link to also that I was talking about researching is the Beowulf, and I was like,
yes, one of my movies.
Grendel.
That was
like,
him having sex with. They reversed it.
yeah,
There was a man having sex with a female demon, and that's how he got. That's how the first king got Grendel,
yeah, like deformed,
and
right? It
Grendel
was
was
like
like a
deformed,
giant.
and giants were
And notice
considered.
that Grendel ate people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's always like, and in the book, the story of it says Beowulf mentioned about their. He's actually said mentions the descendants. They're descendants of Cain.
Is it Cain?
Descendants of Cain. I'm like, descendants of Cain. How do they know about that?
I don't remember saying that,
You have to
but
research more. I'm
yeah,
still.
yeah,
We only just picked it up and that was it. Like, but I don't have. I didn't have time to read it yet fully.
yeah. I got the
If you want to
uncut
poke into that,
or the director's cut of Beowulf.
I
I
don't know
got
if he
that.
said in the
That's
movie
one.
or it was just in the books only. He mentions about. He's like, oh, they're descendants of Cain or something.
Right. Here's another fun thing. Let me see if I can find this right quick. Hmm. Okay, that's something else. Yeah, I have to look it up though.
Yeah, it was like a interesting topic. I was just like trying to link, like, wow, how come in the history of man, like, it's funny that all us humans always consider giants evil and always scary, even if the ones that are claimed in kids' movie they're kind, but we still see them as scary and stuff. And it's like,
Oh, they are.
is it because man still has a bad nightmare history with them that
Yes,
still
yes,
lurks in our mind?
yes.
That's what I think too. It's like the nightmare never leaves us.
It is a permanent imprinted memory on our psyche.
Yeah,
And
that's
they
what I meant
keep
to say.
and they
That's
keep
what I meant to
and they
say.
keep putting it in culture. They keep putting it in modern culture, giants and things like that. Like even in the Avengers, Thanos was freaking huge.
Yeah.
How tall y'all think Thanos was? 8 feet, 9 feet,
Literally,
right?
I think they probably
And
made
that
him
was the
same height as
name.
Goliath or something.
And what was the name of his home planet? My Avenger fans. What was the name of Thanos' home planet? Let me see anybody in the chat know. Titan.
Damn.
They they throw it right in your face. And Titan means giant, and that's where he's from. You see
Land
that?
Giants.
Then he had a stepdaughter named Gomorrah. You know, Sodom and Gomorrah.
Now that you
I'm
realize
just,
that, I just realized that now.
I'm just saying. You know, they throw the stuff right at you, right? They
It's
throw it
like
right at you.
it's mostly for like those who don't really know biblically, but the ones who know biblically are like, oh, it's all starting to make sense now.
Mm-hmm. They throw it right in your face. It's gonna come together for you.
My
Okay,
man,
I
John, bro. Appreciate you, my brother.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck with your
Pastor Josh.
manga, man. Let us know when you get it done.
Oh yeah, because I haven't started yet because I was kind of nervous. Like, oh no, I don't want to blaspheme God. I love God, I fear Him, but I don't want to blaspheme the works.
Praise God.
You know, all y'all people coming on here consulting me and Gideon for y'all upcoming works. When y'all actually get these books published, we want a shout out in the book. Special thanks to Josh, Gideon, you know what I'm saying? You know, and if not that, you know, cut your
Yeah,
boy a check, you know.
Name a character
yeah.
after us, man.
You know what I'm saying? You know, checks in the mail, you know what I'm saying? You know,
Well, the last
hook your
remaining of
boy up,
humanities. I'll
you
make
know
a
what I'm saying?
sketch of Pastor Josh and Gideon
Yeah,
for this video.
have me in a sketch like this. Just there, you know what I'm saying? Make me look heroic. You know, exaggerate. Feel free to exaggerate some features like muscles
Yeah,
and height. Feel
because
free. Embellish.
it's true when you said about in the end of the like the notes at the end of every manga, even like Dragon Ball, they explain,
Mhm.
oh, I did this and that because is that what you meant, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood that right.
Mhm.
Okay, I think that'll be it.
Peace
I'll
out, my man.
probably start making it sooner or later. Actually, I want to
Praise
make it
God.
sooner.
Let us know.
All right. God bless.
Peace.
All right, then, John D.
So, brother Josh,
What do we talk about? Oh man, after doing a class like this, what do I follow up with this next week?
we gotta talk about.
I already got
The
I
only
already got
thing,
something in
the only
mind.
thing the topic is the Trinity.
That's more of a entertainment class, though. You know, they already believe in the Trinity. I mean, you know, I think they've been learning a lot. Um, you know, these last classes, like this information that we're putting out here, you know, because you know God is using you, Gideon, under normal circumstances, and then it's gonna get uploaded, God willing, again online. This don't what we're putting out here does not supposed to be common knowledge, and we're making it common knowledge. You follow what I'm saying? We're making this common knowledge. A group of Christians who are very well versed in the Book of Enoch, understand the laws of God. Like these are a lot of firsts. You follow what I'm saying? Apocrypha, right? It's a lot of stuff that we're putting out there. You know, if we ignore the bull and just keep moving, you follow what I'm saying? It's a
Actually,
lot of stuff.
I got a question about. So, person
Oh,
person who hit me up earlier, they I don't know if I should ask you this on stream or off stream. Is that nothing deep? But okay. So with the person, what did you say?
I was like, this person sure got a lot of questions to not be a regular.
What he was saying was he was like, if he said that entertainment is a sin when it doesn't glorify God, and he was saying like if you like are reacting or doing stuff like reacting to basketball stuff or stuff like that, you know, that's a sin because it's vanity. And I was like, just because something's vain doesn't mean that it's a sin. You know, for it to be a sin, it has to go against God's law.
Everything is vanity. That what it tells you in Ecclesiastes.
That's
It
what I
opens up
said. But
vanity,
the
vanity.
person,
All is vanity.
but the person said that technically like having children isn't vanity, and I was just like, well, I mean technically it is because you're gonna die, you know, and your kids are gonna
That
die.
sounds like somebody. That person sounds like somebody that the Bible describes as establishing their own righteousness. You ever heard about that before? The Bible talks about people that establishes their own righteousness, meaning they come up with concepts of what's a sin. You follow what I'm saying? That's what that's called. If the Bible doesn't specifically say it, keep it in your chest. You feel me? The Bible does not say that entertainment or being amused, because that's what they called it back then, amusement. That is not a sin. If the content is sinful, then that's a different story. But you just going to a basketball game and reacting to the game. We're not Puritans, y'all. You know what a Puritan is? You ever heard of the Puritans?
Mm-mm.
Look them up when you get a chance. They were some of the earliest settlers in America. And these people wanted to make anything that brought you pleasure at all a sin. You follow what I'm saying? You got people walking around, oh, this is a sin. Oh, that is a sin. If the Bible don't say it's a sin, don't bring it to me like I can't do it. If you prefer not to do something because it's offensive to you, then don't do it. But I can't stand when people try to make personal preferences prescriptions from God. That's not the same thing. Show me the book, chapter, and verse where it says it's a sin to speak on something just because it's entertaining. I would love to see that verse. Show me the book, chapter, and verse where it says that if I'm just looking at something and giving my 2 cents on it, it's a sin for me to do that. See, when you're talking to people like that, when somebody get to talking to me like that, you know what I start doing, Gideon? I start doing this. I start nodding off. You know why? Because you're boring me. I don't want to sit here and listen to you go on and on about what you feel and what you think about something. right? That just tell me you're not reading enough of your own Bible, because the Bible got more rules than anything. Y'all know that? God got more rules than anybody. What? God didn't give us enough rules? Tell the truth, Gideon. Everybody in the chat, Clubhouse. Don't y'all think we got enough rules from God? Don't y'all think so? Don't we got enough do's and don'ts as it is? I mean, who trying to create more? I keep it a buck with you. I don't even want to do all the stuff we got to do sometimes. I'm just telling you the truth. And then you got guys like that wandering around. The little freedom that we do get, you want to take that away. Oh, that's a sin too. Man, go on somewhere with all that. You depressing me, dude. You depressing. You know what I'm saying? Making up all these, you got more rules than God. You follow what I'm saying? And God got plenty of rules. Plenty.
I guess that's the thing. Like, I was just like, I just couldn't see the correlation of just like, if, I guess his standpoint was more of like, if it's not glorifying God, then it's glorifying Satan. And I was just like, bro,
That's called the either or fallacy. You ever heard of that? The either or fallacy. It's a fallacy where somebody tells you if it's not one thing, then it can only be the other. That's called the either or fallacy. You cannot do that way. That's like saying if Gideon forgets to mention Josh tonight, that means he hates Josh. It can't be, oh, he just forgot, or maybe he didn't feel like doing it. No, it's either he mentioned me, that means he loved me, or he don't, that means he hate me. You follow what I'm saying? That's called, they call it the either or fallacy. No, I don't talk to guys like that. You know what I'm saying? These guys, when people start making up rules that the Bible don't say and try to impose them on you, see, there's some low-key sonning stuff. Like you trying to low-key son me. When you start trying to put your own personal rules on me, you trying to low-key trying to son me. Do y'all agree with that? Disagree with that? Y'all tell me. If you're trying to make me do what you do, but the Bible don't say I got to do it, but you're trying to make it seem like I have to do, ain't there somebody low-key trying to son you? Trying to make you a boy, so to speak? I ain't down with that. I'll tell y'all all the time. Y'all ask me about my personal preference. Gideon, how many times you don't heard me say this? Now, this is what I do. When it's something that a personal preference, I always emphasize. I said, this is what I do. Me.
Yeah.
I be very clear about this. Me. I say me. I let y'all know
Paul
that.
did the same thing.
I don't ever say, yeah. But I'll never be like, this is what I would do. And you need to do it too, because if you don't do it, you sin it. I don't ever do that. If the book say we can't do something, I'm gonna show you what the book say. And quite frankly, I'm not gonna twist your arm about it. You know what it say? You do you. But when you got people want to come around with all these rules, and that's their personal preference, I never get mad at you, Gideon, or the guy, or anybody else for having their own personal preferences. But don't try to impose your personal preferences on me, and please don't judge me after your own personal preferences. Do not ever do that, because you're gonna hear it. You're going to definitely hear it. If you try to judge me by your own standards and practices and it ain't coming from the Bible, you're going to definitely hear it. Because I'm going to go off on you and I'm going to say, who do you think you are? To try to son me and tell me how to live my life, because I believe that a girl can start dating at 16 and you believe a girl can start dating at 17. We're fathers, right? So now you want to brand me as a bad father because I want to give my daughter a year early in the dating pool than you gave yours. But the Bible don't specifically say how old a girl has to be before it's okay for her to start showing interest in boys, right? But because I decided a year earlier than you, now you want to try to brand me like I'm sin or I'm bad or I'm evil. That's what people do. People want to judge you after their own standards. Judge me after this. That's what I want you to judge me after. After this, is he going against this? Is he violating this? Then tell me how you personally feel, and I'll listen to you about how you personally feel. Because guess what, Gideon? How you personally feel, that might be the move. You feel me? That might be the move. That might be something I need to do. But don't lead off with that. Don't lead off with how you feel. Lead off with what we got to do.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
All right. I'll talk to you about that later. But I mean, I think think we can end it off on that.
Let me give a shout out to some. Well, let me give a shout out to some people, by the way. And by the way, you got anybody on the prayer list?
Today.
Any prayer requests?
No, I think no, I don't think so today. No one came up on the stage and asked. Oh, JJ, we got JJ.
I got JJ.
Jorito.
Brother Josh.
Yes, indeed.
Can y'all pray for my friend? His name is Contrell. He just been having,
Cantrell?
Contrell. Yeah, he's been
with a C?
Yeah, with a C. He's his thoughts. I think he's been a little depressed, and he wants to give his life to God. I think so from what he's told me. But I feel like the enemy's trying to keep him away. So if y'all could just pray for him, I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right.
And Cantrell. Before we get into the prayer, anybody got some requests for next week's class?
We got JJ, Isaiah's friend, and Jorito.
Cantrell, JJ, Isaiah, and whose friend?
Isaiah's friend. His friend, he just said.
That's Cantrell, right? Is that Cantrell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wrote DJ looking crazy. And pray for you too, Isaiah. You said you too, right? You yourself.
No, I didn't say that, but y'all can. I will not deny a prayer.
For sure. And what was their last name? Jorito?
Yes, sir.
Is there like Boruto's son? You got Naruto, Boruto, Jorito? I'm just playing, y'all, but you gotta admit that do sound like an anime name, though, don't it? Like he be in that lineage. Do you got a specific way to spell it?
Oh, it's
I'm trying to write it out.
Jorito, like Dorito, but Jorito.
Oh, Jorito. Right. Y'all gotta forgive me. The anime be coming out sometimes, y'all. It be coming out sometimes. The anime be coming out. Y'all know that. Okay, let me give a shout out to my peeps who donated. I always got to show some love. Okay, shout out to CP. That's all it say. CP. Appreciate that, CP. Then we got my guy Dopes. My guy Dopes. He been around for a minute too. That's one of my day ones too, man. Dopes, DOTES. Right? Appreciate that generous donation, CP and Dopes. And then we got Ricky Marshall. Ricky, man, that sounds like somebody with authority. I'm about to call Ricky Marshall on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? It just dude on it, but appreciate that Ricky Marshall. And then Marshall, right? And then right here, a couple more people. I don't know how this happened here. What is going on here? Why is everything jumping around, acting stupid? There we go. Log in. I had to go on PayPal because these people they donated on PayPal. So, I don't want to forget them because, it's right on my phone for the Cashapp. There we go. Appreciate that generous donation. First, my guy, Big Motown Records, Big Moshe, Big Motown, always looking out, man. Always showing love. Appreciate that, Dono. Then we got Garrett Answers. Garrett Answers. I wonder if it's really his last name. Answers. You got the answer. Appreciate that, Garrett, that generous donation. And then we got Rapper T Day. This person has donated on more than one occasion too. Appreciate that, Rapper T Day. And then we got, last but not least, Dennis Domate. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I don't want to butcher it, but appreciate that generous donation, Dennis Domate. Okay, we're good, Gideon. I got these names written down. Make sure I got Cantrell, JJ, Isaiah, who never denies a prayer, and Jorito. Right? Is everybody?
Yes, sir.
Gideon? I said, is everybody who I just named?
Yes, sir. Yes,
for
sir.
For the prayer request? Okay. And also, let's see, can we do a class on secret place of prayer and dwelling in God's presence? Serene, I actually have a lesson on that. I've done the class on that before.
What's it called?
It's called solitary refinement. Not solitary confinement, solitary refinement. About get in the way. And
Ooh, Isaiah has just said a banger one. Sheol explained.
who said that? There's Isaiah on the stage right here.
Isaiah said that.
You know what? It might be time. It might be time to break y'all off onto this Sheol and this death and afterlife. And I got like 7 death and afterlife classes. Oh my goodness. Sheol is the grave. That is only partly true, my friend in the chat. That is only partly true. It might be time. On Clubhouse, hold on one second. Nautica, you still there? Okay, she might have stepped away for a minute. Okay. We're gonna close out with the prayer. Y'all don't give me something to think of, man. That Sheol, woo, boy, Gideon. I think you might be ready for that. That death and afterlife.
Sheol. I'm excited for that one.
I also have a class titled Death and the Afterlife, the Womb and Tomb Connection, showing you how God connects the woman's womb to the grave. There's a connection there. The womb and tomb connection.
Brother Josh.
Oh, yes, sir.
If you end up doing that Sheol class, can you like add in like what Jesus, like what he was doing when he went down there and preached to the souls in prison? Can you add that in there to the
That's part of it. That's in there. That's part of it.
Okay.
In fact, I got a death and afterlife class, and I got a whole class focused specifically on that. Just what you talking about.
Is it on
Just
Blog
that.
Talk?
No. It might be, I don't know. Just type in Sheol, death, and the afterlife, or just death. See what pops up. And a lot of stuff is on my online store too. Right? I got Death and the Afterlife volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's that deep. Then I got some more stuff about ghosts and more stuff about demons and how. Oh, I ain't gonna get into all that. There's more. That's Gideon
We're
right
like
there.
a
That's
big
Gideon
study.
first.
I just realized it's like we're really just like a big study group. And that's awesome.
We are. Right? It's some stuff that I like to teach Gideon first on a little bit before I try to bring it to everybody else, because he's kind of like my gauge. Like, how does he react with it? Like, if he's ready for it, if he be like, oh man, Josh, he's kind of like blowing my mind, blah, blah, blah. Y'all might not see it for a few weeks, right? But if it's like he can like kind of get it, like, yeah, Josh, I think they might be, yeah, I think they can get that. I try to show him stuff like that sometimes first, right? And my ABT people, my day one, they already know this stuff. So, you know. And even I'm still showing them stuff new. Like, I showed something new today in this class and they never dropped them. So the learning process got to keep going, and y'all really making me step my game up. I've never had to condense 6 and 7 classes into one class to try to fulfill so many different requests. I've never had to do that. So y'all pushing me to the limits to make me step my game up to give everybody what they want. I ain't never did it. Usually be like one request, that's it. I'm doing a class on that. Everybody else, you just wait your turn. But now y'all making me put them all together. Charles Goodlow will tell you, man, that's how I used to do it. Now I'm trying to put them all together. So get your request in now, and I'll try to get about 4, 5, or 6 of them into the next class and try to make it make sense at the same time. So put it in the chat. I saw Isaiah said Sheol. Somebody said something about the secret place to pray, like to get away. You know what I'm saying? Adam and Eve. There's gonna be a one-on-one, bro. They said the Adam and Eve guy. You know what I'm talking about. We got some one-on-one. Ariel don't show though. Oh my goodness. Ariel, are you in the chat? See, you late, bro. We about to close. Matter of fact, Ariel, come to the stage. Could you close us out with a closing prayer, Ariel? Because this is my closing prayer guy, by the way, Gideon. I don't know if I ever told you
Is
that.
he on
But
I
he's
see
like,
him.
yeah, he does all the closing prayers for ABT.
If you can't,
right?
just give him
But
his
he
names.
had yeah. Raise your hand, Ariel.
There you go.
I got the names for the people, Ariel, that I need you to first of all, come off your mic, make sure we can hear you. You gotta unmute yourself, Ariel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you are loud and clear. Right? And hold on, I want to give you these names.
What's good, Aria?
Right? There you go.
Peace. Peace.
He came out
What's
late.
up, Gideon?
This right.
What's up, bro, Josh? Peace to the stage. Peace to everybody in the audience.
This is one of my number one right hand men, go to guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ariel. I call him the Prince of Positivity. He is the answer to all of your youth prayers. This guy does all the stuff y'all be DMing me, asking stuff about. You can forward it to him. This guy got books. He actually speaks to the youth. That's what he does. He's a youth speaker. Like he literally goes out to different states and stuff. He's written what, 2 or 3 books?
Two.
2 books, right? I have one. I think it's on this shelf somewhere. Or down there, but I got one of them, right? I'm sorry that he's late, y'all. You know, he be at Sabbath class, but you know, he having to do stuff after, you know, the Sabbath over with. But he's a youth counselor, he's a life coach, he's a author, he has merch, right? It's all the stuff y'all be coming at me with, you know what I'm saying? Like all the stuff the young people be asking me questions about, like the cope with it life, like the other sister, the 15-year-old girl. I wish Ariel was here yesterday to talk to her last night. It would have been awesome. You follow what I'm saying? I call him the Renaissance man. You know, y'all definitely need to connect with him. Next time we stream, I hope he be here on time, so he can really just get a better, proper introduction. But he's the guy in the group that basically this whole setup that Gideon has was made for, like our youth group, the people 18 and under who have problems at school and need a counselor and need like guidance, because that's what he literally does. He's a child counselor and he's a motivational speaker, and he has to go. He will come to you if like y'all have like a whole like little get together or something. He actually goes out and he speaks to the youth. So I'm glad he showed up. And we got I would like for you to do the closing prayer, Ariel, like you usually do, right? We got specific prayer requests for people. If you could just mention them in there. Do you want me to just text them to you so you can see the names, or I can, how you want me to do it?
Is it a lot?
It's 4 names. It's Cantrell, JJ, Izell, and Jorito.
Okay. And anything specific they want to be prayed for?
They didn't specifically say. They just asked for prayer.
All right, cool. So
I'm about
yeah,
I'm
you
about
could
to send it to
text
you.
them to me.
You're right. So you know that's how I do with when GDR does. I write them down because I'm not even gonna front, like I can just remember them like that. And GD and Ariel, he hasn't done it in a while, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get back to it. We also do prayer requests on Saturday afternoon. He opens a clubhouse, and maybe we might be able to work something out on Discord in the future, where he just does prayer requests from like 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., where people just come up and ask for prayer, right? And we just pray for them. That's all we do until the class start, right? So I'm glad he's back. Okay, here you go, Ariel. I just sent it to you. These names.
All right, yeah. So thank you for that introduction. I definitely appreciate it. And sorry I'm late, y'all. Had a lot going on, but I definitely plan to be of service to you guys more often. Like Brother Josh said, I'm a motivational speaker, 2 times published author, and I do life coaching as well. So if you have any questions, you could just send me a friend request and send me a message, and I'll be glad to try to assist you guys wherever you are in your life. And when it comes to the prayer session, I used to do a prayer session every Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Clubhouse. But like Brother Josh said, we could maybe work something out where we could do prayer session on Discord and the Clubhouse, where I do a motivational word of the week, 10, 15 minutes, we go straight into the Bible. And then I open it up for prayer requests. Like you said, the whole hour is for prayer requests. So individually, like if you sick, grandparents sick, you want me to pray for your grandparents, I'll pray for them. If you want help with prayer for getting better grades, I'll pray for you to get better grades, have better study habits. I'll pray for, your financial situation. If you feel like you're going through depression, anxiety, anything of that sort, I definitely pray for you guys. Start that crying. Okay. Say hi. You say hi? You say hi, Tiki?
He's also a
Good
family man
job.
too, y'all.
Good job, mamas. That's a good job.
Yes. He believes in core family values. He's a married man with 3 daughters, right? So this guy is like the all around. So once he get on and popping, forward, everything to him. Everything to him.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So let's get into the
I sent
prayers.
you
Let's get
another
into the prayers.
name
I don't
too.
want to hold y'all up too long. What'd you say?
Your Prince. I sent you another prayer request too.
Marvin.
Yes,
Marvin.
and shout out to the Ravishing One for that generous donation, the Ravishing One Antoine, and also Oscar Ladino. I did not forget about you, brother. Appreciate that generous donation, Oscar Ladino. So whenever you're ready, Prince, we'll bow our heads.
All right,
Brother,
cool. Thank you. Yeah, so let's get into it. Thank you
Hold on one
for
second,
patience.
Isaiah. Did you say
Go
something,
ahead.
Isaiah? Hold on. Would you say
yeah,
something?
for me
Yes.
specifically, can you like pray for like better memory and more wisdom?
Did you get that, Oreo?
Gotcha. More wisdom and memory. Got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. So without further ado, we ask you to close your eyes and bow your heads as we give all glory, all praise, and all honor to the Most High for allowing us to be here today. The Heavenly Father, we come before you today, thanking you for your many blessings. We thank you for allowing us to be happy, healthy, and safe. We thank you for this Shabbat day. We thank you for everybody who decided to take time away to open your word and read your word, because it's so important that not only we read your word, but we apply your word, because we may be the only Bibles that some people ever read. So allow our actions, allow our behaviors, and allow our mindset to demonstrate to the world what it looks like to follow God, what it looks like to follow the commandments, what it looks like to practice righteousness, to walk around with honor and dignity. Today, we ask that you bless Isaiah to be able to study the word and to be able to gain the wisdom from the word. And not only to gain the wisdom from the word, but allow him to commit it to his memory. He wants to be able to memorize the scriptures. He wants to be able to recite the scriptures. He wants to be able to recall the scriptures straight from his mind without having to open the Bible. He wants to be able to have that wisdom to share with others and to break it down, to glorify you, to make sure that he's teaching the word correctly, to make sure that he's living according to the word. So we just ask that you bless Isaiah to help him to memorize the word and to help him gain more wisdom. We ask that you bless Brother Marvin as he's preparing for kidney surgery. We ask that you bless the doctors, the nurses, and all of the hospital staff to help prepare him for that journey, to help prepare him for that surgery, to help prepare his mind mentally so that he can get through it. We know that sometimes our mind is like a magnifying glass, and our minds can make things worse than they actually are because we make them bigger than what it actually is. So we just ask that you help him to shrink down this surgery, help him to understand that this is just a part of the process and this is just a speed bump in life that he does not have to stop. It may slow him down, but he will get through it. He will get past it, and he will get stronger for it. Bless his kidneys, bless his body, so that while he's in the hospital room, while he's on the operating table, he's able to wake up from that situation. He's able to recover, have a speedy recovery. He's able to get back to reading the word. He's able to live a happy, healthy, and safe life after the surgery. So we just ask that you bless Brother Marvin as he goes through his kidney surgery. We also ask that you bless JJ, Cantrell, and Horito. We ask that you watch over them, guide them, strengthen them, and protect them as they go throughout this journey we call life. We thank you for their prayer requests. We thank you for allowing them to attend when they can attend. We thank you for allowing them to read the word when they can read the word. We thank you for allowing them to practice righteousness every single day. We know it's a struggle. We know it's difficult, but we can and we will be able to get it done as long as we keep Christ first and have faith that God will establish all of our righteousness, that God will establish all of our works, that everything that we do, we give all glory, all praise, and all honor to the Most High for allowing us to be here today. So we thank you for allowing us to pray to you. We thank you for Brother Gideon in this Discord. We thank you for Brother Josh and Absolute Bible Truth for allowing us to have an awesome lesson today. We thank you for everyone in attendance. We ask that you bless all of their hands. Whatever they put their hands to do, we ask that you bless it. We ask that you grow it. So we thank you for Jesus Christ and his sacrifice. We ask that you bless all of our dwelling places, bless all of our bodies, bless all of our minds. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Gideon, when's the next time you plan on
My light's
streaming?
blinding me. Dang. Like I had my eyes closed, and then I look up, and then that
Mine
light.
too. Same thing happened to me. Same thing just happened to me. You're right. Right.
Yeah, when your
But
eyes closed too long, that light get brighter.
Nah,
that light is
that
blinding.
the thing you said about the magnifying glass was fire. It is true. Sometimes, you know, we really do put a magnifying on things when it's really not that big.
Yeah, man, our minds can definitely try to play tricks on us, so we definitely got to be aware of that. But once we're aware of that, we can definitely shrink them down and get through it more realistically.
Praise God.